Hi everyone, welcome to Data Analytics and BI. Before we jump into today's project, let me share something personal with you. I'm not only a data analytics trainer, I'm also an author. I have written a science fiction novel called as Voyagers of the Lost Earth, and now it is available on Amazon. So go to amazon.com and search for Voyagers of the Lost Earth. Voyagers of the Lost Earth. Click on it. You find Voyagers of the Lost Earth by Sharat Chandra. Click on it and click on Buy Now and purchase the book. When you purchase the book, you will get the complete dataset and complete project documentation, inputs for resume building, and many more. Please find the book link in the description below. Thank you. Yeah, hi all. Welcome to Data Analytics and BI. So in this tutorial, we will discuss about the real-time project and let's see how it goes in the real-time industries in the scenario. So let's see. So how do we get the mail from the user or from the client? Okay. So if you see here, so the project is all about the FMCG business intelligence project. So in the companies, there are teams, the back-end team and front-end team. The back-end team is the ETL team, extraction, transformation, and loading of the data team. So what do? They handle the data. So in the organization or in any company, they handle the data, they get the requirement from the client and they go for making the joining the tables or extracting the data from different databases available in the company. And there is also another team called as a reporting team or the data analysis team or the data visualization team. Okay, simply we are called as a business intelligence team, BI team. So once we get the requirement from the client, then the ETL team comes into picture, they make the data, then that data comes to us, then we go for building the visualization or building the reports. So here we received the mail from the client stating that, so hi Bharat, we are pleased to inform that Coolbev Food Private Limited has formally decided to assign business intelligence project to your team. So he wants to see the manufacturing. There are three projects. So first one is manufacturing unit performance analytics, manufacturing cost and production analytics, and cost price structure analysis. So this is the three projects that we need to work. The client has already decided that we need to work on this project. And we request you to proceed with the following steps: finalization of the project scope, deliverables, and timeline, signing of the NDA and formal project agreement, scheduling of the official project kickoff meeting. So whom did we receive the project? So we received the project from Michael Anderson, Director of Manufacturing and Operations. So Director of Manufacturing and Operations. In the interview, if they ask you whom did you get the project, so you explain that we received the project from the manufacturing and operation team of the any client, FMCG client. So this is what we have it. And what they are saying that please look into the data of this database and build the query as per the requirement. So what do we need to do? We need to build the query as per the requirement. And what do we have in the requirement? So let's see what do we have in the requirement. So what is the organization or what is the client name? Coolbev Foods Private Limited. So which is a just the way we have the beverages, drinks, snacks that we regularly see in our day-to-day life in the market, in the shops, chips and beverages, cool drinks. So it is also one of the manufacturing company, FMCG manufacturing company. So we received the business requirement document. So stating that what is the project background? The project background is, so it is a manufactures this company. Cool Bev Foods Private Limited manufactures beverages and food products across multiple units. The business requires centralized analytics platform for production, cost, procurement, and efficiency. So once we get the data into Power BI, so the client they can manage, they can monitor the analytics for production cost or the procurement and efficiency of the project, the whole project from end to end, from getting the raw material till delivering the product to the end user. So that is the main agenda. And what is the project goal? To build a governed data analysis plus Power BI analytics solution for monitoring KPI across different manufacturing units. So KPIs are like key performance indicators. So what are all the key performance indicators? The main measures. Simply it is called as a main measures, numbers, calculations. So if you see any data, you find the dimension data and the fact data. Whatever the data that falls under the transaction, credit, debit, amount, balance, these are all called as a KPIs. What is a KPI? The value which is so the value which is what do you say? The value which is impacting the business. Simply the value which is impacting the business. So if you take your salary, every month you get the salary, and out of all that, so what is the main thing that you are going to get? So that is the KPI. So what is the expenditure? So what is the profit that you have gained from the business? These are all the KPIs. And what is the business objective? Track production, and what are all the packs, detect the unit issues, measure costing, procurement performance. Let's see what kind of a data that we have in the given data. And what is the key business questions? What is the production output? What is the utilization? So how many hours the manufacturing unit is working? And what is the amount of beverages, cool drinks, and the snacks, the food and beverages are produced. And so these are all the utilization and what is the cost per ton or cost per kg or cost per quintal. So if you take a rice bag of 25 kgs rice bag, so you see that 25 kgs of rice bag, it is 2000 rupees or 3000 rupees. So if you take that is cost per 25 kgs, quarter quintal. Okay. So if you take quintal 100 kgs, so it is some cost. If you take 1 ton, so 1000 kgs, so it is a cost. So that is what is the cost per ton or cost per kg. And what is the lead time, supplier quality, and category volume share. And the next one is core deliverables, fact to manufacturing, fact to procurement, and we have the dimension date, dimension product, category, dimension plant, and dashboards. And let's see what do we have the next one. And the next one is fact to manufacturing requirement. So what is the daily capacity and what is the produced amount, the produced tons, and what is an expected production, what is the produced production, and what is the production. So that is what we need to find out. And what is the pack size, cost buckets, and total cost. So how much is for a single kg? So if you take 1 kg atta, so you produced 10 rotis. So 1 kg atta is 100 rupees. So each roti is 10 rupees. So you add some making charges and you sell it for 15 rupees, 150 rupees. So the total revenue generated is 150 rupees, but profits are 50 rupees. So 100 rupees are spent on the goods. So that is what the total cost was. What is the cost bucket? And we also have pack conversion logic, packs per ton or packs per kg. So 1000 divided by pack size. So I mean, what is the pack size? It is 100 grams, 200 grams, 500 grams, or 1 kg. And total retail packs. So how much produced and what is the pack? Produced, production, and estimation. So this is pack conversion logic. And the next one is cost structure requirement. So what do we have in the total operational cost? So how much the company is spending on the plant? What is the maintenance? What is the labor charge? How much amount are they paying for the skilled or unskilled employees working in the organization? What is the power that the manufacturing unit is consuming? What is the fuel it is consuming? And what is the operational cost? So simply it is called as a maintenance and operational cost. And what do we have in the dimension table? We have the unit, product, category, material, packaging, supplier, and date information. So this is what we have it in the data. And standard analysis and model. So what they are saying, build a standard query or the model. So if we do not have, either ways it can be dealt. So what is the first way? Get all the data into the SQL query, into the SQL server, and do some whatever the calculations that is given to us. Then pull the same query into Power BI. The first way. Okay, we do not want to use anything in the SQL server. We want to directly implement all the calculations in the Power BI. So get the data into Power BI, whatever the data source it is, and build a standard model. What is a model? Data modeling. So make the relation between the table, making it looks like a star schema. The fact table is surrounded by the dimension table. Then do the necessary calculations and go for the analysis. And next level is data visualization. So two ways. So as we are committed for the end-to-end project, what can happen in the organization? So we are going with the standardization of the data in the SQL server. Then we will pull the same data into Power BI. So the way we follow in the companies or in the organization, so we go with the end-to-end from getting the requirements till deploying the project into the production. So that is what our main agenda. So we have seen Power BI dashboard. Yes, we will see that. Master KPI definitions. What is the utilization of the manufacturing unit? So how many hours it is working? So what is the expected working hours? How much in that working hours, how much the beverages or the food should be produced? So if there is a downtime, so of 3 hours, so how much we are not producing? So what is the estimated production, and what is the actual production? So that is what we need to calculate. So year on year growth rate. So how much are we improving? Are we improving, or what is the sales growth? What is the maintenance? And at the end, once we build the project in the Power BI, so user roles and permissions, as per we need to implement the RLS, row level security. So as per the designations and the roles of the employees in the organization from the client side, we need to give the access to the users. So as per the roles, we need to implement the RLS and we need to give the access to the users or to the clients. So in order to restrict the data. So what is that? So if there is a salesperson, the salesperson should not be seeing all the complete data. So he should be seeing his own data. Whatever he's selling, he should only see his own data. So that is roles and responsibilities and roles and permissions. End output of the project, single source of truth. So what do they want to do? So they want to make it. So what is the data governance? So I should not be having the data in the multiple sources. Okay, I should not be having the data in the multiple sources. I want to have it in a single source, whether it is a SQL server or in any database or in any any data source, Azure platforms or cloud platforms, or in any other data sources. So we should be having in the single source only. So everybody in the organization, they can use that data. So that is data governance. So single source of truth, standardization of the KPI, long-term history, and whatever we build, that should be standardized. What is the standardized? After 5 years or after 10 years, it should be the way it is. So that is what we need to build. So this is what the project requirement. How do we get the data? So what is the flow in the organization? So what is the flow? Let's see that. First thing, we will have the database in the organization. First thing, we will have the database in the organization. So an application. So it is like an application. So let me do one thing. It is like an application. So every company, okay, there is a ERP application, enterprise resource planning. In that enterprise resource planning, so it's like a billing application. So every company has a billing application. So whatever the product is ordered, so they follow some standards. The way we have e-commerce, so we open different websites, and if you want to go for ordering any product, so what do? We check out the product and we pay the amount. That's an application. Okay, what do we have? That's an application. So here also in the organization, the data is generated or the transactional data is generated in the ERP. So what do we have? The transactional data is, okay, transactional data is generated in the application. Okay, in the ERP, the transactional data is generated. From the transactional data, from the ERP, it is connected. From the ERP, it is connected to the database. Okay, from the ERP, it is connected to the database. From the ERP, it is connected to the database. So from the database, the data is in the databases, in the SQL server or in any server. So there will be the database of that, from the data that we get from the ERP. From the database, we get the data into Power BI. So from the database, we get the data into Power BI. So Power BI. So how do we pull the data from database? That is what we need to discuss. So if you get the question in the interview, what is the main data source in your organization? You should say that we have the ERP, enterprise resource planning. So whatever the transaction is happening, so that is the main platform. And from the ERP, it is connected to the database. And from the database, we get the data into Power BI. So we build. So we build the query in the SQL server. Then we go for pulling the same query into the Power BI. So that is what you need to explain in the interview. Let's go. So what do we have in the manufacturing? Let me just explain you for a while so that it would be easy for you to understand. So manufacturing, product to manufacturing. So if you take any organization, so you see in your locality. So you see the products are being delivered to your house. So from different platforms. So you just open any website and you order something, and within 10 minutes or 15 minutes, the product is delivered to your doorstep. So from that grocery store, so if you take the grocery store, so what is the flow? Let me explain you. For a while, let me explain you. So manufacturing unit produces the products. Manufacturing unit produces the product. And after that, it goes to the distributor. Distributor or the retailers buy these products by paying some amount. Manufacturing unit directly doesn't sell the products as the way they manufacture. Here we have the cost. So what do we have here? We have the cost. So what is the cost per product? Simply I can say cost per product, or per kg, or per quintal, or per ton. That is cost per product. So in the manufacturing unit, we have the cost per product. After costing is done, then they add some margin. Then they add some margin into it, 20%. So if the product is manufactured for 10 rupees, for example, if the product is manufactured for 10 rupees, they add 20% to it. So they add 20% to it and it is sold for 12 rupees. The single product, okay? It is sold for 12 rupees. If you take, for example, if you take any beverage, cool drink, for 200 ml of cool drink, per 200 ml, so it took 10 rupees to produce. So they sell it for 12 rupees to the distributor. And what does they do? Distributor in this 12 rupees, distributor or retailers in this 12 rupees. So 12 rupees that they what they got for the single. Here in this 12 rupees, they add another 20%. The distributor add 20%. So probably like 20%, 1.2 plus 1.2, 2.4. 2.4 plus 12 rupees, it is like 14.2 rupees. 14.2 rupees. So the distributor bought it for, distributor added 20% more. Distributor bought it for 12 rupees and distributor selling this product to retailer for 14.2 rupees to retailer. For selling it to the retailer, he added 20% margin. And the retailer adds another 10 to 15% or 10 to 20% into it. So probably like it would be in between 16 to 18 rupees. 16 to 18 rupees. So when the product, this is the actual MRP. Then this is the actual MRP. How much amount it is produced? 10 rupees. And what is the amount that the end user is paying? End user is like customers. So it is 16 to 18 rupees. I mean, one thing I haven't added. Okay. 18 to 16 rupees. Here the taxes are not added. Okay. After adding the taxes, so food, there is a tax. For the beverage, there is a different tax. So if you take 10 to 15 tax or 10 to 20% tax, so it would be like 20 rupees. For example, on a round figure, let me go for adding. After adding the taxes, it is 20 rupees. So the product is manufactured at the cost of the product is 10 rupees. When it comes to the end user, it is 20 rupees. So there is a difference of 10 rupees in between from the manufacturing unit to the end user. So this is what the journey of the product from the manufacturing unit to the customer. So this is what we need to identify. So how much it is produced. So what is the estimation production? So what is the produced capacity? What is the produced capacity and all this? We need to look into it. Okay, so this is what we have it in the project. Let me erase this. So what do we have in the production? We have all this, but we do not have the data. So we do not have the production information, but we have the cost component. So what do we have in here? Maintenance cost. So maintenance cost by day. So it includes material cost, it includes labor cost, energy cost, maintenance cost, packaging cost, overhead. Okay, so completely included. And what do we do? The total operational cost would be like maintenance cost by day, plus if we have any other cost, plant cost, we will be adding that. So these are all the metrics that we have. So let us go through the columns that we have in the data. So what do we have? Manufacturing unit. So which is the ID of the plant or the factory. So if you take any manufacturing unit which produces the water or the mineral water, you see regularly we see the drinks. So it is, if you see the storage or if you see the ingredients, all the information. You see the address which is being manufactured in Pune or in Mumbai or somewhere. So that is that the ID of the unit, the manufacturing unit, and material name, the name of the raw material, and what is the category, whether it is an ingredient or packaging. So who is the supplier? Supplier name. What is the order date, delivery date? So what is the quantity in tons? How much it is produced in tons or in quintals? Quintal is 100 kg, ton is 1000 kg. And what is the unit cost? So what is the unit cost? Unit cost means individual product cost. So you can ignore quality status and quality score and status. And what is the total cost? The total expense for order, quantity multiplied by unit cost. So we have all these calculations available. We have all these calculations available. And what do we have in the data? So what was produced? Simple. Here we already have something. So it looks like KPI, key performance indicators. What was produced? How much was produced? What is the cost to produce? How many customers ready packs came out of the production? Okay. So this is what we have it in the data. Okay, let's see how do we go for it. So let me open SQL Server. So let me close this. So let us go through the SQL Server. So what do we have in the data? So what the client said. So go through this DB underscore USC some number and underscore ERP database. Let's see what do we have in there. Click on connect. So this is the SQL Server, Microsoft SQL Server. SSMS is the application that we use. This is the on-premise application. What is on-premise application? The application that we use in the system, in the organization, within the organization. And also we have cloud application. Azure SQL database is the cloud platform. SQL database is the normal, whatever we have opened. Microsoft SQL Server Management Studio, SSMS. This is the application that we are using in our system. So what is the database? DB underscore USC MB. Okay, this is the database. So how do you what do you remember? So server, in the server has multiple databases. In a database, we will have multiple tables. Okay, server has databases. Database have multiple tables. So how do we check it? Click on the plus icon to expand the database. Click on the icon, plus icon to expand the databases. And what do you see? Database diagram, tables, views. So these are all the information that we have. If you want to see the tables existing in the database, click on the tables. Yes, we see that there are many tables available in here. Okay, many tables available in here. So what do we need to do? We need to see what kind of a data that is available in the each and every table. Each and every table. So if you see DBO is the database object, and FACT is the fact, and production manufacturing master main underscore new underscore data, that is the code that they give. Okay, they follow some syntax or they follow some rules to give the naming to the data or the tables. So how do we see, how do we run if you want to see? So either ways we can go, click on the new query, click on the new query and see these are all the available databases. And see, do not forget that every time when you run any query, you see whether you are running in the same database or not. So the table that is existing under the database, in the available database, that should be in the same available database. Yes, when we clicked on the new query, yes, we are able to see the same database. And if you expand, these are all the available databases. So how do we see? Go to Object Explorer. Either ways we can do. Right click on the table and click on select top 1000 rows. So what happens? We can see the top 1000 rows, the sample data. Simply sample data. So what do we have in here? We have the unit ID. state code, material category, category code, subcategory ID, main product category, plant manager ID, product ID. And here if you see, I mean, one more thing, there are two tables existing in the database from the ERP. Whenever the data is generated, whenever there is a transaction, the main table divides into the fact table and dimension table. What do we have in the fact table? All the transactional information, any number data, measures, numeric data. Most of the times we have the number data. So what do we see here? Production capacity, produced capacity. Okay. So what is production capacity? A person has, every day the person is capable of working for 10 hours in the office. So that is production capacity. But due to some situation, that person only worked for 8 hours. That is produced capacity. And the company decides based on the health conditions of the employee in the organization. So they make like 9 hours is the main working hours that the person should work, the employee should work. So that is, so what is that? The working of the employee is, I mean, I'm saying in comparing with, so it would be easy for you to understand. Okay, simple. Production capacity. What is production capacity? So simple, straightforward. 1 liter bottle can have 1 liter water. Okay, can have the capacity of 1 liter water bottle is 1 liter. But it has only 700 ml. What is that? Produced. Produced is only 700 ml. But expected or estimated is 900 ml. Okay, the capacity is 1 liter 1000 ml, simple 1 liter 1000 ml, but it only has 700 ml, but expected or estimated is 900 ml. So there is a difference in between the production capacity, produced capacity, and expected production. Okay, what do we see here? So we have 3 columns. The first one is production capacity quintal by day. So that is how much that it should produce, production capacity. So that is 15 quintal by day. For example, if you take first example, but produced capacity. So out of 1500 kgs, it only produced 1200 kgs. And they are expecting, the expected production quintal is 13.5. So they are expecting 13.5. So in how many hours it produced? In 15 hours, in 15 plant working hours. So it produced 12 quintals. So what is the, so if you see here, so let me, for your better understanding, let me do one thing. So if you see here, production capacity quintal by day and plant working hours, for example, not correct, but for example. So if you work for 15 hours, the plant working hours is 15 hours. Production capacity is 15 hours. So each hour it should produce 100 kg. So I'm explaining it in the kg or 1 quintal. Okay, but it produced only 12 quintals. There is a difference of 3 quintals. So in 15 hours it should produce 15 quintals, but only it produced 12 quintals. But what is the estimated or expected? 13.5. So there is a difference between 1.5 from the produced capacity plus 1.5 from the produced capacity minus 1.5 from the production capacity. Okay, so this is planned working hours. And what is the plant cost? Every day, how much they are spending on the plant cost, and what is the maintenance cost? So what do we have in the maintenance cost? Maintenance cost include the labor charges. Maintenance cost includes the labor charges. skilled and unskilled labor charges, power charges, fuel charges, and all. So that is maintenance. And what is the year of manufacturing? And what is the material cost by day? So let's see how it goes. Okay. And what is the pack size? So what is the pack size? So how much are we producing? So if you see that there will be like 1 kg, 1 liter water bottle, and also we see 300 ml water bottle. So 1 liter water bottle for 20 rupees, half liter for 10 rupees, and 250 ml it is some 5 rupees or 10 rupees. We see the small bottles when we go to any function, you see the rich people distribute these bottles. Okay. Okay. So, and the next one is packs per quintal. So how much packs that we are producing from the quintal. And the next one is total retail packs produced. So we have a formula here. So what is the formula? So let me come down. Okay. Total pack per kg, 1000 divided by pack size in kg or liter. So kg and liter are equivalent when we go for liquids. Okay, 1 liter water bottle is equivalent to 1 kg, any 1 kg, any material 1 kg. So that is equivalent. A little difference, just few grams. Okay, you can ignore that. Next one is total packs produced. So how much produced capacity multiplied by packs per quintal. So this one. Okay, this one. It's not kg, it's quintal. Quintal. Okay. So this is what we have it. This is what we have it. Now what do we need to do? Okay, you explained pretty good, but what do we need to do now? So we only see that we do not have any dimension data in this table. We do not have dimension data in this table. So what do we need to do now? We need to get all the dimension data in this table. So we need to get, so let us go through each and everything. Select the top 10 star from this. Okay. Select the top 10. Top 10 is the only, we get only the top 10 records. Okay. Let us not go with it. Let us get star means all the columns from what is the table name. This is the normal query that we generally use in the when we want to see the what are the data existing in the table. So what do we have in here? So we have the SN code, we have the code, we have the brand family code and brand family. So it's a brand. The way we see the Himalayan mountain water, which costs 100 rupees per liter. So it's a brand. So most of the celebrities that they only drink that water bottle, which cost 650 rupees per half liter. The big celebrities, which contains all the minerals. Okay. What do we drink? We only drink the generals. They drink minerals. So that is what the brand. So Aquapure, Bitemate, Crispix. Okay, these are all the products, the brand of the product. Okay, and what do we have the next one? Category. Okay, let me select the star from the same thing and let's see what do we have in this table. Execute. So what do we have? We have the category. What is the category? Beverage, biscuits, breakfast, snacks. So this is the category of the product. So if you take any cool drink or juices, that falls under beverages. So if you take any oats in the morning or noodles, that comes under snacks or breakfast. Next one is manufacturing unit. Next one is manufacturing unit. Okay. So what do we have in here? Unit ID, manufacturing unit again ID, manufacturing unit name, unit location. Okay, unit location. So where do we have these manufacturing units? Across India. Okay, across India. So different state, I think there are 20 manufacturing units in 20 different places, 20 different states probably. Okay, place, I think place. So capital city, it looks like capital city. Yeah, capital city of each state. And the next one is So what do we have in here? The next one, material category. Let's see what do we have in the material category. Okay, so whether it is an ingredient or packaging, I don't know whether what, how much it is going to make the information in the data. And let us go and check the next one, that is pack size. Pack size, if you see, so what is the pack size? 500 ml, 1 liter. Okay, pack size measure. What is the unit of measure? So if you take 1000 ml, 1 liter, 1000 ml is equivalent to 1 liter. 500 ml is a half liter. 250 ml is the quarter liter. So something like that. So unit of measure, whether it is a kg, liter, drums, pounds, gallons. So these are all the pack size. Next one is plant manager. So each and every plant or each and every manufacturing unit has plants, managers. So who are all the managers maintaining that plant? So each and every plant has some supervisor or managers who look after that plant. So how do they manufacture? How do they get the products, raw material from the supplier? How much is produced? How much is the estimation? So these are all they need to look into it. Next one is product pack. Next one is product pack. Okay. So what do we see here? Product ID, S number, product code, and a product pack. So Cool Fish Classic 500 ml, Cool Fish Coca Cola 500 ml, Spark Up Orange, Fresh Sip. These are all the product, actual product. Okay, we see if you go to any grocery store, you find the beverages of different companies, different brands. Okay, so here is also from Cool Bev. So we have different types of snacks. So whatever you see, 500 ml in liters. Okay, those are all drinks, beverages. So whatever you see, choco cookie, butter cookies, fit oat, choco cookies, these are all snacks. Snack light, OT go high fiber, oats. This is like oats, morning breakfast. Tasty, crisp, hot, spicy, chips. Okay, the one which we see is the general product that we see regularly in the grocery store. Okay, and the next one is state. Which state? Which state has the plant? Okay, the state of the plant. So these are all the plant location, ID and state code, GST number. So each and every unit, manufacturing unit has some GST number and the amount that they pay. Next one is subcategory. Okay. Next one is subcategory. Next one is subcategory. Let me execute this. So what do we have? Serial number, subcategory, and subcategory name. So what is that? If you take any cool drinks, so those are all fall under carbonated drinks. So what is that? Carbonated drinks. Or if you take any orange or mango, those are all fall under juices. Mineral water in the mineral water, and also tea, coffee. We also see in the market tea, coffee tins. Okay, instant drinks, cookies, oats, baked snacks, crackers, potato chips, and cereals that we regularly eat in the morning. If you want to see yourself fit, avoid idli vada and have cereals. Just kidding. Okay. So this is what we have in the data set. Okay, complete data in the. So there are two ways. As we discussed, we can directly open Power BI and get these into Power BI and make the relation, go through the data modeling part, make the relation between the tables. Then the next level is whatever the calculations available here, we can go with it. Okay, we can go for the calculations. Or why do we want to go for making the relation between the tables? We have the join condition. So let's see how do we go with the joining the tables. So if you see here, what do we have here? Packs per quintal, 1000 divided by pack size in kg. Okay, 1000 divided by 300 ml. Okay, 1000 divided by 300. So that is 34. Okay, let me open the calculator. For your understanding, let me explain you for a single sanity check. Okay, so what is that? What is the formula? 1000 divided by pack size in kg or liter. So what is that? 1000, where is that? Pack size, it is 300 ml. 1000 divided by 300. Click on enter. So it is 33.3. So round figure it is taking 34. Okay, in the round figure it is taking 34. Again 34. Okay, and the next one is, what is the next calculation? Total retail packs produced. Production produced capacity, that is 12 multiplied by 34. What is that? 12 multiplied by 34. Let us check that. 12 multiplied by 34. So it is 408. Okay, it is 408. Okay, and yeah, let's see how it goes. So here, if you see, so what we are trying to do, so let me directly take off. So this is the fact table. So let me execute. So how much data do we have? Let us see that. Okay, we do not know the count of the data. Okay, what is the count of the data? So either ways we can do it. The first way is select count. We have a function called as select count and open the star. Okay, star means complete from this table, or we can go for star, or we can go for the individual column. Okay, but there are 80,360 number of records. Okay, what is the number of records? 80,360 records in the data set. Okay, for sanity check. So how do we check the data? So if you directly, or I can go for giving any data. So for example, if I go for unit code, I can also give a single individual unit code. Okay, so there are 80,360 records in the data set. Or we can also check it by completely executing. And here we can see that there are 80,360 rows. So that is the data that we have in the data set. What is the next agenda? The next agenda is pull the data from different dimension table into fact table. So you have unit ID, but I want to see the unit manufacturing unit name of the manufacturing unit. So how do we do that? So we can do it by joining. So in the organization, many companies, what do? Let me give some alias name. Okay, alias name. So it is like a pet name to the table, so that every time there is no need of using the bigger fact, PRD, MANU, prod, master, main, new data. So let me give some shortcut name. Okay, F P M P M M N D. Oh, this is also so bigger name. So let me go for FPM. Okay, fact production manufacture. Okay, FPM. So what do we need to do here? So when we give the alias name, always remember, okay, if you are new to SQL, you copy this, and for all the columns you give this alias name, because whenever you say that you are giving the alias name to any the main table, you also mention that to the columns in the above. Okay, let me do it one by one. Okay, let us go through one by one. So you need to explain the same thing in the interview. So you need to prepare for the interview in the 360 degrees. Okay. Now let me execute this. Yes, it is running fine. What is the first thing? Unit, we have the unit. So what do we need to do? We need to join the data. So what is the main join that we use? Left outer join. Left outer join. Why do we use left outer join? Another interview question. So left outer join is used to get the column from some other table, so the dimension table, so that we will not be missing any transactional data. Okay, we will not be missing any transactional data. So that is the reason we use left outer join. Okay, so what is the first thing that we need to get? Manufacturing unit. So let me go here. Where is that? Manufacturing unit. Left outer join space manufacturing unit. Okay, here also we need to give some alias naming. Okay, DMU. Okay, AS DMU. Okay, how do you join? Okay, you said left outer join. How do you join it? Okay, so if you want to charge your mobile phone, so what do? You put to plug in that. So how do you plug in? You have the socket, you have that socket plugged into the switchboard and also your mobile phone. So if you do not have either of it, you can't join. I mean, you can't charge the mobile phone. So join on. Okay, how do we join? The primary key and foreign keys. Here comes the picture of the concept primary key and foreign key. And one more thing to remember, always remember, use the foreign key first, then go for primary key. FPM dot manufacturing unit ID. Do we have that? Unit ID. Okay, double click. Equal to. So what do we see? DMU dot. So manufacturing unit ID. Okay, so from this table, so what do we do here? We get, how do we get it? So we get DMU dot, what is that data column name? Manufacturing unit. So let me go for manufacturing unit name. Okay, DMU dot manufacturing unit name. So what do we do now? So let me execute. For sanity check, let me execute. So we got nulls. Okay, we got nulls. So why did we get nulls? Let me check. Okay, let me check manufacturing unit, whether we are connecting with the same or not. What did we do? We used manufacturing unit ID. Okay, but we need to use unit ID, I think. Let me check what is the join that we used. Okay, manufacturing unit ID. So what do we need to use? Unit ID. Okay, unit ID. So that is the reason we got nulls. Let me click on execute. Now, yes, now you see. So we got unit ID and manufacturing unit name. Yes, perfect. For the sanity check, so we join the table. So how do we join? Primary key and foreign key. Okay, the joins are between dimension table and fact table. First table should always be the fact table. Left outer join dimension table on foreign key equal to primary key. So how do you join? Foreign key equal to primary key. Always remember. This is what we use. Okay. And the next one is state code. So let us do the same thing. Okay. So left outer join, same thing. Left outer join, it goes like that. Okay. Where is that state code? Where do we have the state code? Yeah, here it is, the state code. State code, sorry. So state code, okay. So someone is asking me, why can't we use inner join? So let us go with the definition of left outer join. So what is the left outer join? All the records from the left table and matching records from the right table. Okay, so that we get all the records, 80,360 records from the left table. Whatever the matching data from the right table based on the primary key and foreign key, we get the data. What is the inner join? Only matching records. Let's see. Okay, let us go with the inner join for now. For example, let me go with inner join. If it works 80,360, that's well and good. If it doesn't work, yes, 80,360. Inner join is also working fine. Okay, inner join is also working fine. But based on the situation, based on the number of records that we need to get, we go for left outer join only. Okay, all the records from the left table and matching records from the right table. Okay. Yes, inner join, when do we use inner join? When we want to compress the data, suppress the data. So we go for inner join when we are dealing with a huge amount of data. So dim state, DM. Okay. So either ways, we can give A as alias name or not. Okay. FPM dot state code equal to DM dot state code. Okay. DM dot state code. So let me copy this. Let me copy this. After state code, what do I do? DM dot state. Okay, DM dot state. Let me execute this. Yes, state code, state description. Yes, we received perfectly. Okay, yes, we received perfectly. And let me copy this directly and let us go by one by one. Okay, let us go by one by one. This is the way we develop. Okay, this is the way we develop in general. That is the way we develop. Next one is material category ID. Where is that material category? So let me copy this material category and go here. Where is that material? Yes, material category, DMC. Let me name this as DMC. Material category ID equal to DMC dot material category ID. So here what do we do? DMC dot material code. So we are pulling the data from the dimension table. So what do we need to do, alias? So if, for example, there are many people around the desk in the office, there will be many people. HR called John. Okay, 3 Johns. Yes, said yes. So HR said no. I want John from the sales team. So the remaining 2 Johns, they rested. Okay, so here also, how do you want to get it? So DMC is like a alias name, the main domain, HR domain, sales domain. DMC is also. We are calling the data. We want to get the data from the DMC. DMC is the alias of material category. So what do we do? So material category. Yes, we have got material category. Let me expand. Yes, packaging, ingredients. Yes, we received material category also. Now what do we do? Let me copy it. Okay, let me copy this. Left outer join. So here what do we need to do? The next thing, after material category, category code. So where do we have category? Category. I think this is the one. Okay, let me check. So here let me execute this. What do we have? Category code, category ID, category code, cat code. We have cat code. Okay. So here what do we do? So let me write cat code. Okay, category. So let me make it DC. Okay. So here let me write cat code. So here also DC dot cat code. Okay. So what we are trying to do? We are trying to make the DC dot cat code. Where is that cat code? DC dot category. So we are trying to extract category. Okay. Yes, beverages. Okay. So wherever it has, based on the category code, wherever there is a category code, so it is just like allocating seat numbers. Okay. So when we go to theater, as per the allocation of seat number, H1, H2, H3, the way we 3 friends go and sit in that number. So here also based on the category codes or the primary foreign keys, the dimension data comes and sit beside the code. So same example. Okay. So let me take another left outer join. After category, what do we have? So subcategory. So let me go here. Where is that subcategory? Where is subcategory? Yes, here we have the subcategory. So let me copy this and let's check what do we have in here. So how do we need to join? Subcategory code or subcategory ID. We have subcategory ID. So let me write the subcategory. So DS. Okay, let me name this as DS subcategory ID equal to DS dot subcategory ID. Okay, so what do we need to do here? So we can go for after subcategory. So DS dot subcategory and enter. So we get the suggestions when we enter the name. We get the when we enter the alias name, we get the names. You see, tea, coffee. Okay, we have different subcategories. Carbonated oats. Okay, different subcategories. And after that, main product category ID. Okay, probably like main product category ID. So main product. Where is do we have main product? Main product. What does it mean? Main product. Is it main product? Okay, let me run all so that we will get it. So here, this is the beauty of SQL. We can run all the tables at a time. Don't we have main category? Let me check. Main category. Probably like category is the main category. Let me check. Okay, we already have it. MPC product. MPC. Okay, let me check MPC. Okay, we do not have any MPC main category. No, don't we have? So if you do not know how to check that, okay? For example, we have one option, okay? So we have one thing. Select column underscore name, okay? Column underscore name, comma, table underscore name from information underscore schema, okay? Dot columns, okay? Where you put the condition where column name, column underscore name, like, so you enter the wildcard operator. Okay, you enter the wildcard operator. And what do you say? We have MPC. Let me write MPC. Okay, we will get the tables which has the MPC. Okay, we do not have anything. Okay, what is that? MPC. Why? We don't have anything. At least we should get this table name, MPC, main product category. So what do we have in the main product category? Let me check again. Did we take all? Okay, we can also check like this. Okay, expand the uh, columns. Okay, brand family, category, columns, category code, manufacturing. We also seen pack, plant manager, product pack, product ID, columns, subcategory. Okay, I think we do not have that main category. Let me check that. Okay. For now, let me ignore this main product category. Okay. Let us ignore it for now. Plant manager. Okay, let us go with the plant manager. Let us go with the plant manager. Where is that? Plant manager. So plant manager, let me write DPM. Okay, DPM plant manager. So let me write plant manager ID. Okay. So here also let me go for DPM dot plant manager ID. Okay. So here what we need to do after plant manager, we need to write DPM dot plant manager name. So let me execute this. Okay. So what did we receive? Plant manager, it looks null. Probably we did not join it. Plant manager, DPM dot plant manager. Serial number. Do we need to join it on serial number? Oh, that's not right. Let me go for X plant manager ID. Only ID, not the plant manager. Only ID, not the serial number. Only ID, not the plant manager. Now let me check. Yes, now you see plant manager Deepa. Okay, we got the data. Okay, we got the data. That's well and good. Okay. Next one after plant manager. So it is product ID. Okay, it is product ID. So where is that product? Product ID can be in the product pack. Okay. So the name of the product. So we need to combine it with the product pack. So left outer join. Okay. DPP or FPM dot product ID. Okay, product ID equal to DPP dot product ID. Okay, so here above we can go for writing DPP dot product pack. Okay, now let me execute and let's see what did we get. Yes, Chaiko ginger tea 300 ml. Yes, we got the data. Okay, we got the data. So we have most of the dimension data is being pulled. Most of the dimension data is pulled. We can also go for giving some name, manufacturing unit. So we can also give some alias names. Okay. So what we can do is as, so we can write single quotes and we can write unit ID. Okay. So unit space ID. And here also you can go for writing. And one more thing, SQL is not as case sensitive. Okay. What is case sensitive? We can give it in a small name or capital letters, small letters or capital letters. Manufacturing unit, manufacturing unit, state, we can go for giving state, state, state code, sorry, state code. So here we can go for state. Okay. And we can give the names. Okay. We can give the alias names. Now you see manufacturing unit, state code. Okay. So let me save this. Let me save this. So FMCG query, or I can go for cool bev query. Yes, it is being saved. What is the next step? Okay, what is the next step? When we book the tickets, okay, so there are seat numbers in the, what do you say, in the theater. So how do you do? You can't go and sit in some other place. So whatever the allocated number that you have, you go there and sit. So what is the allocated number? H123. H123 is a foreign key. We are the dimension. Why we are dimension? Tomorrow someone go. Okay, tomorrow someone go and sit in that same seats. It is not fixed. Okay, it is not fixed. So whatever the seat numbers H123 in the theater are the dimension. Who are all the customers that we have? Those are all the fact data. Fact data. We are foreign keys. Whatever we see in the theater, those are all primary keys. It's a fixed one. Every day the numbers doesn't change. It's a fixed H1 to 20. Yes, H1 to 20 numbers only. It is not changed. The customers or the viewers, audience may change every day. We can't every day go and sit in the same seat and watch all the movies every day. So the same concept. You remember this. You remember the analogy or the comparison. Okay, till now it is good. Till now we joined it. Okay, we have got all the data available in a single table. What is the next level, next step? So if you see here, as per the data that we observe here, so what do we have? We have packs per quintal, total packs produced. Okay, only two calculations available, which is calculated from the pack size. Okay, what is that? What is the formula that we have? 1000 divided by the pack size. Okay, 1000 divided by the pack size, which is like a packs per quintal, and produced capacity multiplied packs per quintal. Okay, from here it is calculating. Okay, from here it is getting calculated. It is only calculated for, okay, in our data, if you see, it is only calculated for produced capacity only. Okay, it is only calculated for produced capacity. Packs per quintal and the total packs per quintal, it is only calculated for produced capacity. Now what do we need to do? We need to calculate for the production capacity. We need to calculate it for the estimated production capacity, and what is the base cost. Okay, what is the base cost? Okay, and what is the base cost, and also what is the next calculation that we have? Base cost per pack. Okay, so in order to calculate the base cost per pack, we have the formula like total operational cost divided by total retails produced. Total retails produced is this one. Okay, but what do we need to do? We need to calculate total operational cost. What is total operational cost? Okay, we need to calculate the total operational cost. So do we have anything in here? Total operational cost. Okay, the total operational cost is like the labor cost plus maintenance cost plus power cost, fuel cost. So this is all total operational cost. So but what do we have in the data? Okay, what do we have in the data? Let me check. Plant cost and maintenance cost. So what do we need to do? We need to calculate total operational cost. So how do we do that? Simple, straightforward. Okay, so we can do total plant cost plus maintenance cost. Okay, maintenance cost as, so what we can do as operational cost, total operational cost. Okay, total operational cost. Let me click on execute. Did we get total operational cost? Let's check. Yes, we got total operational cost. That's well and good. What is the next thing that we need to do? The next thing is that base cost per pack. Where is that? Base cost per pack. What is base cost? Base cost is the individual cost per product. Individual cost. So what is individual cost per product? So what is this? This is the foundation of all pricing because everything else depends on this. Okay, base cost per pack tells you exactly how much it costs the factory to make one retail pack. One retail pack is out of 1000 liters that is produced from the machine. Okay, we gave, for example, if you take the water machine, okay, mineral water machine, you poured 1000 liters of water into that machine. Okay, in that 1000 liters, how many liters of mineral water is produced? Okay, and in that mineral water, for example, 800 liters are produced. So 800, okay, and operational cost. What are all the operational costs? So the current bill and the labor charges, plant cost, fuel. If you are running it on the generator or anything, you need to add some fuel into it. Skilled and unskilled employees. So total operational cost is, for example, 80,000 rupees. Okay, total operational cost is 80,000 rupees per day divided by total retail pack produced. 800 bottles, 800 liters are produced. Okay, 800 water bottles are produced. Each water bottle is 100 rupees. Okay, what is the base cost? Okay, base cost per pack is 100 rupees for 1 liter water bottle. It's a rich water bottle. So what do you need to add? So total operational cost we calculated. So what do we need to do here? We need to calculate total operational cost. So where is that? So we need to calculate base cost price. So how do we calculate that? Again, operational cost. Okay. So what do we need to do? We need to put it in the bracket divided by, what is that? Divided by produced capacity. Now, what is that formula? Total retail packs produced. Total retail packs produced. Okay. Divided by total retail packs produced as, so what is that? Base cost pack. Base cost per pack. Okay. Let me click on execute. So what is the base cost per pack? Where is that? 189. Okay. So 189 rupees, 190 rupees, 200 rupees. This is what the base cost per pack. Okay. This is what base cost per pack. Okay. This is what base cost per pack. So plant cost plus maintenance cost by day, it is the base cost per pack. So what is this? So it is 300 ml for the production of 300 ml of one juice. You ignore the price, okay? You ignore the price. You understand the concept. We are getting higher value. Let me do some little adjustment today, and let us go with actual whatever happens in general. For tea and coffee, okay? Where is that? Not tea and coffee. Chai ko ginger tea 300 ml for 300 ml. So the base cost is 189 rupees. Okay, it is 189 rupees. So that is what the cost, base cost per. So this is what we calculated. Base cost per pack we calculated. What do we need to do here? We need to calculate packs, packs per quintal. Okay, we need to calculate total retail packs produced, total retail packs production. Okay, either ways we can do it. Okay, so what do we need to do here? So let us do one thing. Let us put all these at the end, so that whatever the measures that we write, everything will be in the, everything is under the calculations. Okay. So, but the thing is that, so plant cost plus maintenance. Okay. Okay. Let us do one thing. Okay. So let us go with, just a second. Okay. We need to calculate. If you want to calculate, so it is already calculated from the pack size. But the thing is that we cannot do this, use this pack size multiplied by packs per quintal. Okay, what do we need to do? We need to extract the number from this pack size. What do we need to do? We need to extract. So if you go to Power BI, we can directly click on split the column by the text or digit to non-digit, non-digit to digit. We have an option in that in Power BI. But how do we extract it? Okay, how do we separate the data? Okay, pack size. So how do we separate it? We can do it. We can do it. Where is that pack size? After pack size, let me go with it. Let me run this. After brand family. Yeah, here we have the pack size. What is the next thing? We need to convert this pack size. Okay. Extract a number from the pack size. Extract a number from the pack size. So how do we extract number from the pack size? Okay. So we want to extract the 300 ml 300 or 1 kg. We want to extract one from it so that it will be useful for our further calculation. So what we can do, okay, left is the function, left of, okay, left of fpm dot pack size, fpm dot pack size, comma. So what we are trying to do, we want to remove ml, we want to remove the g, we want to remove the text from the combination of alphanumeric data. Alphanumeric data is like the combination of numbers and text. So we have a function called as pat index. We have a function called as pat index. Here, here we are mentioning, here we will mention whatever you see, okay, whatever you see the number, okay, whatever you see the number in between, just a second. So whatever you see the number in between 0 from 9, okay, I want to extract this, only the number in between 0 and 9, 0 9 comma pack size plus x plus x in the x, and what do we need to do? Close the bracket -1. Okay, so what we are trying to say here as integer. So we want to make it as an integer. So if you want to make it as an integer, what do we need to do? We need to cast it. So because 300 ml is in text data type. Okay, 300 ml is in text data type. So if you want to extract 300 from the 300 ml, what do we need to do? We need to say that make this into text. Okay, make this into text. We are getting error. Miss any one more bracket? Okay, we need to mention the name. Okay, pack value. Okay, so let me click on execute. So let's see whether we have extracted the number from it or not. Yes, 300 ml and the pack value is 300. Okay, let me name this as smaller pack value. Execute this. Yes. So what did we do? We extracted the pack value by using the pat index, so which only considers 0 to 9 numbers. Okay, 0 to 9 numbers. Okay. Okay, let me end the session. Okay, let me end the session. To go through the calculations. Okay, till base cost, that is good. But here, if you see, the other calculations have not included. What are other calculations that is not included? Total packs produced, that is from the production. Okay, not from the production. From the produced capacity quintal by day, we got total retail packs produced. Okay, but we need to calculate production capacity and expected production quintal. Okay, so we need to calculate this. So in order to calculate this, what do we need to do? So what did we calculate? So what is that? Total retail packs produced. How it is calculated? 34 multiplied. Okay, how packs per quintal is calculated? The packs per quintal is calculated by formula called as 1000 divided by 300. Okay, so 33.3. Okay, 33.3. So it is in quintal. So that is the reason what do we need to do? Probably like 10,000 divided by 300, I think. Yes, 10,000 divided by 300 because we need to convert that. So you see what is that conversion? In a kg 100 grams, in a quintal 100 multiplied by 100, so 10,000 grams. Okay, we are looking into the quintal, so that is the reason 100 multiplied by 100, 10,000, it becomes 10,000. 10,000 divided by 300, it is 33.3. When we are making into round figure, so it is taking 34. Okay, 34 multiplied by, okay, we got packs per quintal. Okay, we got packs per quintal 34. What do we need to do? We need to calculate produced capacity. 34 multiplied by 12, 408 is the produced capacity. What do we need to calculate further? Okay, we need to calculate production capacity. What is that production capacity? 34 multiplied by 15. Okay, 510 is the total retail packs production. Okay, that is the production. And also we need to calculate 34 multiplied by expected production. This one, expected production. Okay, this one. What is that? 34 multiplied by 13.5. Okay, 459. So what is that? So if you go here, if you take, I'm not able to get it, but I can show it here. This is expected production. Target. This is 459 is the target. This is the capacity production. Okay, this is the capacity. 408 is the production. Okay, when you see it in the bar chart, you find the difference between what is the target. Okay, first we can put the target, next one production, third one produced, actual. So we can find the difference between the target and the actual. So what is the target? 600 marks is the target. Out of 600, so how much marks did we get? 500 is the thing. But we also have cutoff. 550 is the cutoff. So that is produced capacity. So like that. So if you go for any exam, okay, PL 300, if you go for data analysis associate, PL 300 out of 1000 score, 700 is the pass marks. So how much are we getting in that? That is. So further we need to calculate. In further session we need to calculate. And what do we need to calculate more? Base cost. There is a base cost per pack that is produced. This is produced. We need to calculate the production and also the target. There are three more calculations. And once that is completed, then we can pull this same query into Power BI.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah. I mean, client may or may not give the complete documentation to us, but in general, he gives the project documentation is, we will get the project documentation. Definitely we will get it when we work in the organization. Okay. So what is the main thing that we discussed? So we have the project background. So what do we need to do? Centralized analytics platform for production, cost, procurement, and efficiency. So to build governed data. So what is that? So client should not be reaching different data sources to do some analysis. So if we bring all the data together, so that would be fine. So why all the data together? Because if you see here in the database, the data is available in the different tables. So what did we do? We combined it in a single table. So what did we do in there? We used join conditions and we combined all the tables. So we can have the data in a single table. And the next thing what we did, Okay. In the next thing, we implemented each and every calculation one by one. Okay, each and every calculation one by one. So what are all the calculations that we have? The first and foremost calculation is packs per ton or packs per quintal. Okay, the calculations are. So what is the first calculation? Packs per ton or quintal. Or quintal. Ton is 1 ton equal to 1000 kgs. Okay, you remember this general conversion. Okay, so let me write it down. Okay, 1 ton equal to 1000 kgs. Okay, 1 quintal we regularly see when we buy the rice bag. Okay, 100 kg. Okay, 1 quintal equal to 100 kg. So, but the thing is that you remember, this is the main thing to remember. The thing is that here we have the data in the form of, okay, the data is in the form of, the data is in the form of grams and milliliters. It is not in the form of kgs. It is not in the form of liters. And also one more thing, 1 kg, 1 kg, 1 kg is equivalent to, okay, is equivalent to, okay, equal to 1 liter. When it is in the liquid form, when it is in the liquid form, when you take 1 liter water bottle and when you put 1 kg of anything, so they are equal. Okay. So what do we need to do? The data is in the form of grams, milliliters. When we convert this, okay, when we convert this into grams into the quintal, so we need to convert this, okay, it would become 100 kgs multiplied by 100. Okay, 100 kgs. We are trying to convert into the quintal is converted into the grams. Okay, 1 quintal, 1 quintal, when we convert it into the grams. Okay, general calculation. This is no need to worry. 1 quintal is equal to 100 grams, 100 kgs. 100 into 100, sorry, not 100. So it is 1000. Okay, it is in grams. When we convert grams into quintal, we need to multiply it with 100. So 1 lakh. Okay, 1 quintal equal to, when we convert 1 quintal to grams, it is we need to multiply 1000 grams with 100. Then it is 1 lakh. Then it is 1 lakh. 1 lakh grams. 1 lakh grams equal to 1 quintal. Okay, 1 lakh grams is equal to 1 quintal. That is what you need to know. Okay, what do we have? The data is in the form of grams and milliliters. When we convert the grams into milliliters, we need to multiply it with 100. Okay, grams into 100, 1000 multiplied by 100, it is 1 lakh grams. So whenever we perform here, so what do we need to do? We need to multiply it with, we need to do. Okay, here what do we have? 1000 divided by pack size in kg or liter. So here what do we need to do? We need to change this into a different way. So we need to calculate it into 10,000. Okay, 1 lakh, sorry. Once tens, 100, 1000, 10,000 lakhs. Yes, 1 lakh. Okay, when we are converting it into, we need to multiply it with 1 lakh because it is not in kg. If it is in kg, we need to divide it with by 1000, but it is in grams and milliliters. So we need to divide, or we need to go for 1 lakh. So that is packs per ton or packs per quintal or pack per grams. So this is what we have, packs per, not kg, grams. Grams. So we can go for making 2-3 ways of doing it. We will see how do we do that. We can calculate it in the grams and also in the kgs. Okay, let's see how it goes. And also how do we automate it? Okay, how do we automate this? Next thing is that total retail packs produced. Okay, next thing is that total retail pack produced. What is total retail packs produced? What is the formula? Produced capacity multiplied by produced quintal. Okay, which is produced capacity, we already have it, which is multiplied with this one, packs per gram. Okay, either packs per quintal or packs per gram. So this is total retail packs produced. How much packets are we producing? How many 100 grams of potato chips are produced from 1 quintal of potatoes? So that is total retail packs produced. Simple, straightforward. Okay. And what is the next one? What is the next one? Base cost per pack. What is the next one? Base cost per pack. What is the base cost per pack is total operational cost, because if you are making 100 kgs of 1 quintal of potato chips, okay, so we buy 120 kgs of potato. Why 120 kgs of potato when we make 100 kgs of potato chips? Okay, for example, 100 kgs of potato chips. Potato chips. Okay, so you see, in any sweet shop, you find that potato chips making hot chips. You find that board, hot chips. Okay, hot chips available. So what do they do? So because let us go with that example. So it would be easy for you to understand. Okay, 100 kgs of potato chips. In the 100 kgs of potato chips, okay, if you think that the person is peeling off, okay, peeling off the skin, okay, or out of 100 kgs, so 10 kgs are 10 kgs have wasted waste. Okay, 10 kgs of waste. So maybe the potatoes are not good, or they have become green color or blue color or whatever, rotten potatoes. Okay, so 10 kgs are being wasted. So in 110 kgs of potato chips, okay, in 110 kgs of potato chips, 100 kgs of potato chips are made. Okay, 100 kgs of potato chips are made. So in that 100 kgs of potato chips, what do we have in that? So we have oil, making charges. There would be like a labor, okay, labor for making, and oil, stove, gas, okay, and there should be like a machine, or what do you say, that bowl, the big one, okay. So kadai, so simply it is a kadai. So out of all calculating all this, what is the base cost per pack? Okay, considering this operational charges like making charges, labor charges, gas, big kadai, okay, all these considering, total operational cost divided by total retail produced, total retail packs produced. So that for 1 kg of potato chips, what is the cost? Okay, 1 kg of potato chips. For example, the operational charges are, okay, operational charges are like 10,000 rupees. Okay, 10,000 rupees for operational charges. Plus labor charges, for example, let me go for 5,000 rupees for making. So I'll take 15,000 as complete operational charges. Okay, 15K divided by how many packs are produced. For example, 300 packs are produced. Okay, 300 packs are produced. So what do I do? 15,000 divided by 300 packs. So each pack cost 50 rupees. Okay, each pack cost 50 rupees. Okay, each pack cost 50 rupees. So that is my base cost. Okay, that is my base cost. Give me 1 minute, 1 second. The base cost per pack. Okay, base cost per pack for 1 kg it is 50 rupees. For 100 grams, it would be divide by 100. Okay, divide by 10. Not okay. 1 kg it is 50. If we go for grams, divided by 10. So 5 rupees for 100 grams of chips. Or if you go to any chips shop, okay, if you ask him, so if you ask him to give 10 rupees of chips, so he gets it into weighing machine and he gives 50 grams of chips for 10 rupees. So like that, same thing, base cost per pack. So we discussed it till here. We discussed about base cost per pack. Okay, what is this? This is all the main foundation. How much it is costing the manufacturer, the foundation of all prices, because everything else. So here comes the base cost is tells you exactly how much it costs the factory to make one retail pack. How much pack it costs for making one pack. So this is actual factory cost of producing one finished retail pack. Okay, one finished retail pack. Just so what is the next thing? The next thing is that we need to calculate. The next thing is that we need to calculate retail packs production. Okay, retail packs production. So what do we have here? If you observe carefully. Do not miss the concept. So what do we have here? Packs per quintal. It is automatically given from the data. We did not calculate. We have got from the data. Total retail packs produced also we got from the data. So what did we do for calculating total retail packs or packs per ton or packs per quintal? So we calculated by, so what did we need to do? 1 lakh divided by 300. Okay, 300 is the pack value. Okay, 300 ml. So 333.33 is the pack value. Sorry, packs per quintal. But if we go for the grams, okay, if we go for the grams, it is 333 is the pack value. So what do we need to do here? So we need to calculate total retail packs produced. What is the total retail packs? 333, or per quintal it is 34. So we calculated per grams. Okay, we calculated per grams. For quintal it is 34, round figure. Okay, 34 multiplied by produced capacity. Okay, what is that? 12 multiplied by packs per quintal. Okay, what is that? So let me calculate it. Okay, 12 multiplied by 34. 408 is the total retail packs produced. So we only calculated packs produced only. So what do we need to do here now? What is the next thing? Next calculations are like, what is the production capacity by per quintal? What is the expected production quintal? Okay, retail packs produced by the production capacity and expected production capacity. So this is what we need to do. So we already have it is in the quintal and it is also in the quintal. So there is no need of converting this into grams. Okay. What do we need to do? We need to implement all the calculations. But for implementing the calculations, okay, so what do we need to do? We can calculate it. Okay, let me do the calculation again. Okay. After the year, okay, let me put this year into little above. Okay, little above. So we can have all the calculations at the one end. So what do we need to do here? If you want to calculate packs per quintal, packs per quintal. Okay, it is a quintal based. What do we need to do? 1 lakh divided by, okay, 1 lakh divided by, we are getting error because we have missed one comma. So put the comma, 1 lakh divided by, so what do we need to do? B pack size value. Where is that pack size? Okay. If I want to put the pack size value, I cannot directly use pack value. So I need to take completely this one. Okay. Completely this one. Because we want to extract that pack size value. Okay. Pack size value. Then what do? I will go for writing as packs per quintal. Packs per quintal. Okay. I can write packs per quintal. Let me execute this. So did we get the same thing or not? So packs per quintal is 333 packs per quintal. Okay, 333 packs per quintal. So this is what we have it, 333 packs per quintal. But the next thing that we need to do here is total retail packs produced. Okay, total retail packs produced. The next calculation is total retail packs produced. Okay, total retail packs produced. So what do we need to do here? So we can do it by, okay, what is the formula? Produced capacity. Okay, so do we have produced capacity? Yes, we have. Yes. Let me take this one, produced capacity. Okay, produced capacity divided by, okay, pack value. Okay, so what is that? So I need to, this is packs per quintal. So I need to multiply that. Okay, so what is that? Packs per quintal. So if I want to do that, I need to take completely this one again. Okay, I need to take this one. Okay, as total retail packs produced. So let me take this. Total retail packs produced. Okay, let me click on execute. Okay, did we get it? So total retail packs produced, we are getting 0. Okay, why we are getting everything 0? Let me put the bracket. Let me put some bracket. So here also let me put some bracket, close and open and close it. Okay, let me click on execute and let's see whether we have got it or not. So we got it 0. Okay, why are we getting 0? For example, it is like a division by 0. For example, if we have anything 0 over here, okay, if anything is divided by 0, we can get 0 or infinity. So that is the reason we are getting the 0. So what we can do instead of doing this, okay, instead of doing this, what we can do, okay, instead of doing this, we can implement, I mean, every time we need to implement pat index 1000 divided by cast, okay, every time we need to do that. In order to overcome this, okay, in order to overcome this, we have a concept called as CTEs. Okay, we have a concept called as CTE. What is the CTE? It is a temporary storage of the data. Okay, it is a temporary storage of the data where we can use the alias name, we can call the alias name directly in the calculations. How? Let us see that. So let me write. So it starts with CTE starts with command or with function. So I can write some name, okay, with name of the CTE. So what is the name of the CTE? So let me write FMCG. Okay, FMCG CAL, calculation as, open the bracket. Okay, open the bracket. At the end, close the bracket. Okay, at the end. So what do you do? At the end, close the bracket. Okay, at the end, close the bracket. So now what do we need to do? We can write select star from this table. Select star from this table, FMCG cal table. Okay, now let me run this. Now you see it is been running. Okay, this is running fine. Okay, so what do we have in here? So what do we have in here? So select star from FMCG cal. Okay, in this CTE. Okay, in this CTE. Okay, in this CTE, whatever the columns that we have above, all are stored. Whatever the columns are there, these are all stored in the FMCG calculation CTE. Okay, FMCG CTE is common table expression, which is used to handle huge amount of data. So it would run when we only execute the query. We get the output when we only execute the query. It will not be stored anywhere. It is a temporary storage. Now what do we do? Now we can call the above calculations. We can directly call. There is no need of taking all these. I can directly take pack value. Okay, I can directly take pack value. So how do we do that? Let us see here. Okay, let us see here. So let me put it down. Okay, let me put it down. Okay, so here what do I do? So let me take this. So what did we give? Let me give some naming. FMCG calculation. Okay, let me directly call this. Okay, FM. Let me call this as FM. Okay, I'm giving some alias name. AS. So here what do I do? FM dot star. FM dot star, which is like all the columns. FM dot star is like all the columns. Here, what do I do? Now let us go for calculations. Okay, the same calculations. Okay, packs per quintal. Okay, packs per quintal. Now what do we do? 1 lakh divided by. So here, null if is the function. If the column has nulls, okay, if the column has nulls, make it 0. Okay, if the column has nulls, make it 0. Null if it takes two parameters, that is, so let me write fm dot pack value. Okay, fm dot pack value, comma 0. What is null if? What does it do? What does it do? If this pack value has nulls, make it 0. Simple. Null if what is null? Yes, null if FM pack value, if pack value has nulls, if it finds nulls, it replaces the nulls with 0. Okay, it replaces nulls with 0. So that is null if. Okay, close the bracket. Then what do we do here? We can go for writing as packs per quintal. Okay, packs per quintal. Okay, now let me run this. Okay, if you see here, yes, we got it. Packs per quintal is 333. Okay, next calculation. What is the next calculation? The same calculation. Total retail packs produced. Okay, total retail packs produced. Okay, what do we do here? Again, the same thing. So what do we have? FM dot. So let me give the comma. If you miss the comma, we get the errors. Okay, FM dot. What is that what is that column name? Produced capacity quintal by day. Okay. So let me write produced capacity quintal by day, multiplied by the same formula, produced capacity divided by packs per quintal. So what we can do? We can directly go for taking 1000 divided by this data. Okay, this data. And what we can do? So let me take the bracket. Let me add the bracket. Everything is in a single. Okay, as total packs produced. I can directly give total packs, total retail packs produced. Okay, let me execute this, whether it is running or not. So it is 3996. Okay, 3996 are produced from these packs per quintal. Okay, and what is the next one that we need to calculate? So we calculated total retail packs produced. Next one is total retail packs production. Okay, next one is total retail packs production. Total retail packs production. What is that? This is like utilization, complete utilization of the unit. So simple, straightforward. So 100 liters mineral water need to be produced. The capacity is 100 liters, but it only produced 80 liters. So in that 100 liters, 100 water bottles need to be, 1 liter bottle is 100, but we only received 80 liters, 80 water bottles. So here also the same thing. This is the 80 liters. What is total retail packs produced? Now what do we need to do? We need to calculate. Same, let me take the same formula. Okay, here we have the same formula. The only thing is that we need to write production capacity. Okay, production capacity. And here also production. Let me click on execute. You see, when we are implementing the calculations, the query is taking little time to run. Okay, when we are implementing the calculations, the query is taking little time to execute. It took 16, 17 seconds. Okay, this is total retail packs production. Okay, total retail packs production. Next one is expected or estimated production. Okay, estimated production. It's like a target. Okay, so it is like a target retail production. So every company has the target. So that is the reason target. Okay, expected production. Okay, expected production. Okay, expected production. Let me run this. Let me execute this. Yes. So what is that? What is that? So let me show that to you. This is, so this is total retail packs produced, total retail packs production, and this is total retail packs estimated. So let me write it as estimation. Okay, total retail packs target. Okay, total retail packs target. It is not the utilization, it is the target. So what is the next step is, the next step of calculation is base cost. Okay, base cost per pack. Okay, base cost per pack. So let us go from the product produced. Okay, so from the produced base cost per pack. So what do we do here? So we can calculate it, comma. So we can go for FM dot. So we can directly pull the total operational cost. Okay, total operational cost divided by, okay, divided by whatever the calculations that we have from the above, we can give it. Okay, what is that? So did we calculate the total retail packs produced? We can directly get it. Produced capacity. Okay, divide it over here. Give the bracket so that it can easily understand. End it. Okay, as base cost, produced base cost. Okay, so what we can do? So we can name this as produced produced base cost per pack. Let me execute. Yes. So what is the produced base cost pack? 19 rupees. For 19 rupees for 300 ml. What is the product? 300 ml Chaiko ginger tea 300 ml. The base cost per pack is 19 rupees. Okay, everything is in rupees. So the base cost is 19 rupees. Next thing is that, let me directly copy this. The next thing that we need to calculate is production base cost per pack. Production base cost. So here what do we need to do? In place of produce, let me go for production. Production. Okay. So like that also, let us go for expected or target. Okay. Target. So here in place of this expected production quantity. So here let me go for target base cost. Target base cost. Let me click on execute. Let me click on execute and let's see what we can figure it out. Okay. So when you observe the data, okay, when you observe the data, so the total retail packs is 3,996. The total retail packs produced is 3,996. The first example, let us see. First example. Total retail packs production, when we utilize the complete production, 100 liters of the machine, it is 4,995. So there is a difference of 100. And also total retail packs produced target is 4,495.5. Okay. From the produced, okay, from the produced, the base cost is 19 rupees per pack. Okay, 19 rupees per pack. Okay, base cost is 19 rupees per pack. Okay, the same thing, retail packs production. Okay, where is that? I think this is the production only. Okay, it is 15 rupees per pack. Okay, it is 15 rupees per pack. Because when you increase, okay, let me also show it one more. And the last one is total retail target. The target is 17 rupees. Okay, you ignore the point, you ignore the decimal, 17 rupees. Okay, 17 rupees. So what is the difference? So what did we understand? When you increase the production capacity, the base cost is decreasing. Okay, what is the observation you did? What is the observation that we can find? When there is an increase in the production, okay, when there is an increase in the production, okay, the value is 15 rupees per pack. Even if we go for the target, the value is 17 rupees per pack. But due to only produced capacity, it is 19 rupees. So comparing with the production produced versus production versus target, there is a difference of 2 rupees. Only consider first example. There is a difference of 2 rupees. Sorry, sorry. Produced capacity and target capacity 2 rupees. Produced capacity and production capacity 4 rupees. You see how different the prices are. When you produce more, when you reach the production capacity, the base cost is lower. The base cost is decreasing. So that is what we can understand. So you explain the same thing in the interview. What are the findings that you observed from the FMCG production is, so as per the analysis, when the target, when the capacity, when the machine reached the capacity, when it is produced capacity, more production, more produce, lesser the base cost. Okay, the same thing, 1 kg atta. If you take 1 kg atta, okay, if you take 1 kg atta, 1 kg atta, you made chapatis. You made chapatis. In 1 kg atta, what did you do? You made 10 chapatis. Okay. So 1 kg atta price is, for example, let me go for taking 50 kgs. Okay. What did we do? We made 10 chapatis. So for 10 chapatis, it is 50 rupees. Sorry. Rupees 50. For 10 kg atta, the rupees is 50. So absolutely for 10 chapatis, the price is also rupees 50. If you sell these chapatis for 10 rupees, okay, you got 100 rupees. You got 100 rupees. So for 10 chapatis, it is 50 rupees. The base cost is 5 rupees per chapati. Okay, 5 rupees per one chapati. So, so what happened? So if you want to decrease the base cost, okay, the making cost. So what do you need to do? You make 15 chapatis. Okay, you tried something, you added maida into it. Okay, that we regularly see in the hotels. 1 kg atta, half kg maida, or 1 kg. If you take 1 kg atta, in that half kg, 1 kg flour. Okay, half kg is wheat and half kg is maida. So that what happens? The base cost decreased. You get 1 kg of atta for 50 rupees, 1 kg of maida for only 25 rupees. So your base cost is improved. Okay, so that is what the same thing here. The target base cost is decreasing when there is a more production. Okay, when there is a more production. So that is what we have it. So let us connect tomorrow at the same time. So we have other calculations available. Okay, what are all other calculations? We need to go for capacity utilization. What is the difference between produce capacity, production capacity? Okay, let me change the name. Produced and production. Production. What is the difference between produced capacity and production capacity and target capacity? So most of the times we go with target, okay, produced and target. Okay, plan versus actual, target versus actual. What is the difference between these? Difference in the technical terminology, it is called as a variance. In the previous session, we discussed about the calculation part. So what did we discuss? We discussed about the remaining calculations. So what are all the total retail packs production? So target retail packs production, produced base cost, production base cost. So one thing to remember, when you execute this, it will not execute. The only thing is that you click on the whatever the database that we have created, we need to be in that database to execute the query. Yes, now it is getting executed. So what did we observe in the previous? I mean, we did not observe fully. We did not observe the whatever the analysis that we did, but on the top 10 records that we have, which is like top, not top 10 records, whatever the records that we see here. So what did we observe? When there is an increase in the production, okay, when there is an increase in the production, there is a decrease in the base cost. Okay, there is a decrease in the if the production increases, the base cost per unit decreases. That is what we understood in the previous session. So you explain the same thing in the interview, stating that, okay. So I observed that, also inform the same thing to the stakeholders or to the clients. So the production capacity increased, the base cost decreased. So that is what you can explain the same thing in the interview. And also we have seen, so what did we see in the previous session? We have seen the calculation till target base cost pack. Okay, target base cost pack. The remaining calculations are capacity utilization analysis. The remaining calculations are capacity utilization analysis. What is the capacity utilization analysis? Capacity utilization analysis. What is the capacity? So the production is, so what do we have? The production capacity is, the production capacity is 15, but the produced capacity is only 12. So what is the percentage of utilization? Okay, what is that? Percentage of utilization. So how do we analyze that? What is the simple straightforward formula? We generally do that. Simple. The person need to work for 10 hours. Okay. What is the office hours? 10 hours. But the person only worked for 8 hours. Okay. What is the percentage of working? 80%. Simple. So 10 hours is the working percentage. 100 percentage, 10 hours. Oh, the person worked only for 8 hours. So which is 80% of the working. So how did we do that? 8 divided by 10. Okay, 8 divided by 10. So let me open the calculator. You will easily understand. Okay. So when we go for making 8 divided by 10, so it is 0.8. We got the value. When we convert the value into percentage, what do we need to do? Multiply it with 100. So what is the percentage of working of the employee in the organization for 10 hours? It is 80%. So here also we need to analyze what is the capacity utilization of the plant or the unit based on the production capacity and produced capacity. Okay, based on the production capacity and produced capacity. We can do multiple. That is what I'm saying. We can do multiple analysis. So whether the client explains us the same thing or not, but we need to do the analysis. Client doesn't know, but what do you make something out of the data? Okay, this capacity utilization is not included in the documentation that we have, but we are doing, this is additional analysis. So what is that? Same thing. What do we need to do? So the thing is that let us go with the same thing. FM dot, because we need to, every time when we call something, we need to call it by the alias name. Okay, FM dot. We are getting error because enter the comma. We are missing the comma. What is the same thing? 8 divided by 10. Produced capacity quintal by day divided by production capacity quintal by day. Simple, straightforward. That is the only thing that we need to do. So how do we take that? Okay, how do we take that? FM dot produced capacity. Okay, produced capacity multiplied by 100, because we need to take it by the percentage. Okay, produced capacity multiplied by 100, divide production capacity. Okay, divide production capacity. So what do we do? So let me go for taking null if. Okay, null if. because if we have any nulls, we will not be getting any. If we have any nulls, it will be replaced by the 0. FM dot produced capacity. Okay, sorry, production capacity. Production capacity. Okay, O comma 0. Close the bracket. So what is the name of the column? As so we can go for capacity utilization. Okay, capacity utilization. Capacity utilization. PCT represents percentage. Okay, now let me execute this. So what did we get? Let us see that. So we got capacity percentage as 80 percentage, 75 percentage. Okay, some of them are 100 percentage. They are meeting the production capacity and produced capacity. Both of them are same. Okay, so they are running in between 92 percentage. Okay, 100 percentage. Few of them are okay. They are good. So if you want to get any, I mean, more than after percentage also, if you want to see any decimals, okay, if you want to see any decimals, what we can do, we can go for writing round, open the bracket, and here, comma 3, and close the bracket. Okay, and click on execute. Let's see whether we get the point or not. No, we haven't got anything, so we can ignore that. So we got utilization capacity. Okay, we calculated the utilization capacity. So here what do we have? Here what do we have? So we can go for writing one condition. Okay, here we can go for writing one condition. So what is that condition? Okay, case statements. Case statements. So what is the capacity that we see? We see the capacity from 70 percentage to 70 percentage to 100 percentage. Okay, 70 percentage to 100 percentage. For example, if you take our marks, okay, so we have an option in when we were in school days or college days, we have GP, CGPA, okay, some grades, okay, simply some grades. So if your marks in between 2 to 4, you are like C grade, okay, 4 to 6, okay, 4 to 6, B grade, okay, 4 to 6 is B grade, 6 to 8, it is A grade, okay, 6 to 8 is A grade, greater than 8 is A plus, grade. So this is what I mean. For example, I'm saying this is not exactly what it is, but in the CGPA, so if we get something like this, we have got grades. So here also we can go for one case statement stating that, okay, case statement stating that if utilization, based on the utilization, what we can do, if it is less than 70 percentage, okay, less than 70 percentage, so we can go for underutilization. We can say underutilization. And one more thing, less than 85 percentage, okay, less than 85 percentage, we can go for acceptable. Yes, it is working fine. Okay, acceptable. What is that? If the machine is working more than 85 percentage, okay, more than 85 percentage, we can say, okay, yes, it is working fine. 85 percentage production, 85 percentage or 90 percentage of the production is fine, because the company, the business put some target stating that, okay, 85 plus or 95 plus percentage is good for reaching the targets or reaching the production, reaching our target, estimated revenue. Okay, and if it is 100 percentage, so we can go for giving some value. Yes, it is utilized, fully utilized. We can go for stating that fully utilized. So this is what we can go for giving some statements. But how do we write it? Okay, so in SQL we have case statement. In Power BI we have if else condition. So what is that? If in the DAX we have if else conditions. If logical test equal to some condition, result if true, the syntax I'm saying result if true, result if false, simple. So here what do we have? We have case statements, okay, case statements. So let us directly write the case statement. So the case statements comes with the combination of case when condition 1 equal to result 1, then what is the output? Condition 2, again the next thing, else if, okay, else or again when, not we directly get again when. So we go for condition 2 equal to result 2, then. So it goes something like this. At the end, we go for else. What is the name of the column that we want to give? So here, let me go for case. So we need to write the comma. Case when. So what do you say? Produced capacity quintal. Okay, FM dot. Produced capacity quintal by day multiplied by 100. Okay, case when produced capacity divided by production capacity. So I need to get the same thing. Okay, I need to get the same thing. Okay, so let me take this same thing. Okay, so here what do we do? So let me go for taking this. Okay, FM dot produced capacity quintal by day multiplied by 100. Okay, divided by. Okay, then what do we need to do? If it is less than 70, percentage, then what we can do? Let me write it in a capital letter. Then we can go for underutilization. Okay, underutilization. Okay, underutilization. Again, we can go for writing when. Okay, we can go for writing when. So I can take the same thing. Okay, I can take the same thing. So here what do? We write less than 85 percentage. Then, so we can go for acceptable. Yes, it is working fine. Acceptable. And the next one, let me copy the same thing. When less than or equal to, or less than or equal to 100. Okay, then optimal. So I can go for writing optimal. Else we can directly go for utilized. Okay, else utilized. Okay, so here what we need to do? We need to write the column name. Okay, we need to write the column name. End as, what is the column name? Capacity utilization status. Capacity utilization status. Okay, capacity utilization status. Let me click on execute. Let me come down. So if it is less than, okay, if it is less than 85 percentage, it is acceptable. Yes, whichever have the less than 85 percentage acceptable. Or we can also do it in another way. So if you want to go for writing, another condition, less than 70 percentage underutilization. Okay, less than 70 percentage underutilization, because every company takes that it should at least work for 80 percentage. Working hours should be 80 percentage. Same thing, 10 hours if you have 8 or 9 hours. Okay, 1 hour break, 8 hours should employee work in the organization. That is the policy. 8 hours out of 10 hours is like a 80 percentage. Now other companies, they are doing 9 hours. So 90 percentage they made. So if it is less than 70, underutilization. Less than or equal to 85, less than 85, acceptable. Yes, it is acceptable. Less than or equal to 100, Okay, which falls under 86 to 100% optimal. Okay, they are good. Or we can also write it in some other way. Okay, we can also write it in another way. Okay, so what we can do, equal to 100. So we can write equal to 100. Okay, what we can do, we can write utilization. Okay, 100% utilization. We can also name this as another way, 100% utilization. Okay, whichever are equal to 100. So if it is less than, greater than or equal to 85%, so we can go for writing reached target. Reach the target or not the target, or so what we can do, we can go for writing optimal. Optimal. So if it is less than 85 percentage, okay, less than 85 percentage, less than 80 percentage, let us go for 80 percentage. Okay, less than 80 percentage, we can go for the first option that we have, underutilization. Underutilization. Okay, so what does it mean? Which means like I can filter the data in the Power BI. Okay, I can filter the data in the Power BI. So, okay, which plans reach 100%? When I filter the data 100%, yes, I'm able to get all the records of the 100%. Okay, so here I can go for it. Okay, here I can give the condition. Here also I can go for writing the condition where capacity utilization status, okay, equal to, I can go for writing equal to 100% utilization. 100% utilization. Let me write this dot. Okay, let us we get it. Okay, we cannot directly get it. What do we need to do again? We need to go for taking another CTE. Okay, we need to get another CTE to filter the data. So this is, we can go for filtering the data. Okay, 100% utilization. Okay, so this is what we can go for utilization status. Yes, we got it. And what is the next step? Okay, what is the next step? The next step is, so each and every company in the organization, they have like target. They have like target. Also, they will also have target and actuals. Okay, target and actuals. What is target and actuals? Or in another words, it is also called as biz plan versus actual. Plan versus actual. Okay, what is plan versus actual? Simple. Let me take the cricket analogy, so you would easily understand. We get connected to cricket analogy. So what is that cricket analysis? Okay, so we regularly see when we watch the cricket. Okay, if the team maintains, okay, if the team maintains, if the team maintains 5 10 10 run rate, 10 run rate per over, per over, okay, in 20 overs, in 20 overs, in 20 overs, it can reach 200 runs. Okay, in 20 overs, it can reach 200 runs. This is the plan. This is the plan, or it is also called as target. Okay, estimated target. Oh, we can hit. So if you ask the captains of the team, they say that okay, we would, it's a batting pitch, we can easily reach 200 runs. But but the team only scored, team only scored 180 runs. Team only scored 180 runs. What is the difference between the target versus actual? This is called as actual. Okay, this is called as actuals. What is the difference between target 200 minus 180? It is 20 runs. Okay, the difference between target versus actual is 20 runs. Okay, what is the run rate? It is 9 per over. 9 run rate. 9 run rate per hour. How did I say 9 run rate per hour? 9 multiplied by 20, it is 180 runs. Okay, the run rate is 9 run rate per hour. So here also we can go for what is the target and what is the actual. Okay, what is the target and what is the actual? Plan versus actual variance. In the technical terminology, the one which we see 20 runs is the variance. Okay, what it is called as? It is called as variance. Okay, how do we calculate that? Let us see that. So how do we calculate? Let us see that. So let us directly go for taking produced capacity minus expected production quantity. Okay, so we can go for writing fm dot produced capacity. Okay, produced capacity quintal by day minus expected capacity quintal by day, close the bracket. So here also close the bracket. We are trying to find out the percentage, variance percentage. Okay, fm dot multiplied by 100. Okay, multiplied by 100 divided by expected. Okay, null if expected. So let me take this. Okay, so here what do we do? In place of production capacity, I can go for expected. Okay, I can go for expected. So we get the percentage. Okay, we get the percentage. So I can go for writing as production variance capacity. As production variance capacity. Production variance capacity. Let me click on execute. Okay, if you see 11.11 is the production capacity variance. It is changing 12%. Comparing with the expected target, not the production. It is only the expected production. Okay, it is the cutoff by the company. Okay, company doesn't go for 100%. They go for at least 85 to 90%. Okay, did the produce did did the production reach the target or not? Okay, did the production reach target or not? So what do we have here? So we are getting point after point. There are many decimals available. So let us go for restricting the decimals to only 2 points. How do we restrict? Give the round, open the bracket at the end, comma 2 and close the bracket. Click on execute. So we restricted the decimals only to the 2 points. Now you see, we got the production variance capacity. Okay, we got production variance capacity. We can also calculate this. Okay, estimated production. We can also go for estimated. We only calculated for the production, expected production, not the production. Okay, we can also calculate that. Next one. Okay, another one is lost capacity analysis. Okay, another one is lost capacity analysis. What is the lost capacity analysis? Production capacity minus produced capacity. Same thing. Target minus actual. Okay, target minus actual. So what is that? Production capacity, FM dot. Okay, so let me go for taking production capacity. FM dot production capacity minus FM dot produced capacity. FM dot produced capacity as lost capacity. Okay, as lost capacity per quintal. So let me click on execute. So what did we get? Let us see that. Okay, three quintals have lost. So we lost 3 quintals. Okay, we lost 3 quintals. Okay, we lost. We can also do it the percentage. Okay, we can also go for getting the percentage. Okay, how do we get the percentage? Divided by the production capacity. Okay, divided by production capacity. So what we can do, let me take the same thing. Okay, so let us go for taking the same thing. Produced capacity. So in place of expected, let me go for production capacity, and here also production capacity. So here what we can go for production capacity. Here let me name this as expected or target here production. Let me click on execute. Okay, so it is 20 percentage production. Okay, it is 20 percentage production. So what is the target? Okay, what is the production capacity? 50 is the production, 15 is the production capacity. Okay, but last is 3. Okay, so what is the percentage? 3 multiplied by 5, it is 15. Okay, 3 multiplied by 5 is 15. So 20 is the production capacity lost. Okay, 20 is the, so first example, 20 is the 3 percentage lost. So they can calculate, okay, what is the main percentage lost? What is the least percentage that we lost? Okay, here you see only 0. Only 0. 24. 14, 14, yes. There is nothing, no difference between the production and produce capacity. Sometimes it is meeting the capacity. Okay, so this is the variance. Okay, this is in the last capacity percentage. Last capacity percentage. So we can go for, 15. Okay, what is that? What is that? The first one, 12 divided by 15. Okay, so let me get the calculator. Where is that calculator? Okay, 12 divided by 15. Okay, 0.8. Okay, 12 divided by 15. But we are only doing the, what is the percentage? Produced capacity minus production capacity divided by production capacity. Okay, this is production variance capacity. So here we have target variance capacity. Okay, target variance capacity. So are we clear till now? So are we clear? All of you? Any doubts? Any doubts? SN, Komala, Monica, Sandeep, Sayan. Any doubts? Okay. The last calculation, let us do the last calculation. I mean, we can also do it if we get few more. We can also do some analysis, more analysis in Power BI also. Okay. So let us see what is the last calculation that we can do. Okay. What is the last calculation is average monthly production. Average monthly production. What is that? Average monthly production. So one of the interview question. Okay. One of the interview questions in the query part. So how do you calculate average monthly production? How do you, I mean, what is average? What does it mean? So you see manufactured date, there is a manufactured date, and also we have manufactured month. There is that manufactured month. We also have one more column called as manufactured month. Do we have that? Manufactured month. We have the date. Total, yeah, manufactured month. Manufactured date and manufactured month. So what they want, average, how much the manufacturing unit is producing on an average. Okay, how much it is producing by average. Average monthly production. How do we do that? So we have a function called as average, AVG, open the bracket. So now let us take the produced capacity. Okay, FM dot produced capacity. Okay, so let me directly take this produced capacity, close the bracket. Okay, produced capacity, close the bracket. So what do we get? If I click on execute, okay, if I click on execute, so we got one error stating that invalid in the select list because it is not contained in either an aggregate function or group by clause. Always remember, interview question, in the select statement, if you use aggregate functions, what are all the aggregate functions? Sum, minimum, maximum, average, count. If you use select these aggregate functions in the select statement, then you need to go for group by. Always remember, always remember. Okay, when you use aggregate functions in the select statement, use group by. Use group by. Whatever the columns that you used, use those columns in the group by. So it is saying that. So what do we need to do? Average, it is not working, but we can go for writing window function over. Okay, over. Open the bracket. What is the question? What is the requirement? Average monthly production. For example, today something is produced. Okay, today one is produced. Okay, for example, what is that? Day one, 10 items are produced. Day 2, 20 items are produced. Day 3, 30 items are produced. What is the average production of 3 days? What do we say? What is the average production of 3 days? 10 plus 20, 30 plus 30, 60. 60 divided by 3. Okay, 60 divided by 3 and 20 is the average production. 20 is the average production. Okay, the average production is 20. So this should repeat for the whole month. Okay, from day 30, the 20 should repeat. Okay, 20 should repeat. I need to analyze the data. What is the average production of every month? Okay, and here what we can do, it should split. After every month, it should split. How does it happen? Partition. Partition over. Partition. Okay, how do you want to partition? By year of manufactured month, year of manufactured date, comma, month of manufactured date. Manufactured date. Okay, month of manufactured date, as we can go for writing average monthly production. Average monthly production. Okay, average monthly production. So why? What? Okay, let me take FM dot. Let me take FM dot. Sometimes incorrect syntax. Yes. Why? Okay, did we miss to close one more bracket? Yes, we missed to close one more bracket. Okay, that is the reason we got. Okay, let me click on execute. And let us see what is the output that we are getting. The average monthly production of this month. Okay, what is that date? Okay, the date is, where is that date column? In the year 2015. Okay, first month. Okay, 2015 and first month, the average production is 8. Okay, the average production, it repeats for the whole month. 8, 8, 8, 8, 8. For the 30 days it repeats. Okay, for 30 days it repeats, and every month it changes. The average production changes. So this is the average monthly production. So till here we have completed all the calculation part. Okay, till here we completed almost. I mean, if we need to have few more, we can also do it. No worries at all. We can handle it in the Power BI. Okay. So yeah. So what is the analysis that we can do in Power BI? So we can see what is the actual versus versus business plan, business plan versus target. So we can do this analysis in the bar chart. We can see what is the actual, what is the business plan, okay, what is the target. Business plan is the complete production. What is the target? They estimate each and every based on the parameter the business expect. Okay, this is what I need to get in the next year, or from the data it estimates. So out of $1 million, I need to $1 million is the target. And what is the business plan? Business plan is $9 million. Okay, $0.9 million. And what is the actual? $0.8 million. What is the difference between the actual business plan and the target? How far the actual is standing in between business plan and the target? So let us see in the visualization. How do we see the visualization? Control C, Control V. Go to Power BI. Click on new file, blank report. Okay. So what do we do here now? So click on SQL Server. Okay. So expand the advanced option, paste the query. Okay. Paste the query. So what do we need to do? So we need to enter the server name. Okay. Enter the server name. Copy this server name. And also we need to enter the database name. What is that database name? This is the database name. Even though it says optional, we need to enter the database name and click on OK. Yes, now we are able to see the data. Okay, now we are able to see the data. Click on load. Yes, now the data is loading. 80,360 rows have loaded into the Power BI. So go to table view and now you see, yes, we have the unit ID, manufacturing unit state. Okay, so we have the state material, all the calculations are available. Okay, all the calculations are available in this data. Okay, so what do we need to do here? Let me save this file. Let me save this file. Okay, let me save this file as CoolBev analytics dashboard. For now, let me name this as CoolBev analytics dashboard. Yes, it is saved. Okay, it says well and good. First thing we discussed about the joins. Okay, first thing we discussed about combining the fact table and dimension table to extract the dimension information into the fact table. Okay, so joining foreign key equal to primary key. Always remember the thumb rule. Okay, your thumb rule or the database thumb rule to remember is, we often 99% in the organization, in the industries, they use left outer join to get the data from the dimension table into fact table. Okay, why? Because we do not want to miss any transactional information. So that is the reason we go for foreign key first, then equal to primary key, so that we are trying to get the dimension data into fact data. Okay, we joined it. First thing, what did we do? We joined it. Second thing, for implementation of the measures or implementation of the calculations, what did we do? We put everything in a CTE. Okay, why did we put everything in the CTE? What is the usage of CTE? In CTE, okay, so simple way of explaining CTE is like, so let me simply explain. So x equal to 10. Okay, simple way. Y equal to 20. Okay, so I am doing some calculations on the bottom. Addition, add equal to. So there is no need of repeating 10 plus 20 every time. So what I can do, x plus y. Okay, what I'm trying to do, I am calling this x, y in multiple calculations, in multiple measures. Okay, if I go for subtraction, I can go for x minus y, x minus y. Okay, subtraction x minus y. And the next one is multiplication equal to x multiplied by y. So whatever I define in the CTE, okay, so what I'm trying to do, so with CTE, okay, the what CTE name, so it starts with function, okay, with CTE as, open the bracket, you put everything in the CTE, select statements and all, okay, select statements and all, you put everything in CTE. Then at the end, what do you do? Select, then you go for writing the calculation part. So how do you write the calculation? You write everything from CTE. Okay, you write everything from CTE. You get everything from the CTE. So this is the reason we go for using the CTE. So what happens? For anything that we want to repeat the calculations, we use CTEs. Okay, we put everything in the CTE. Okay, we put everything in the CTE. Till here we put everything. For the calculation, what we can do, we can directly call whatever we have it from the above. Okay, we can directly use. So what did we do? We calculated packs per quinta, and also we calculated the total retail packs produced based on the formula. Okay, based on whatever the formula that we have. Okay, based on this formula. Okay, packs per ton. Okay, or produced capacity per ton. So based on the calculations we made, we implemented this calculation in the query. Okay, let me come down. Yeah, here if you see, we went through the 1 ton equal to conversion factors. Okay, 1 ton equal to 1000 kgs, 1 quintal equal to 100 kgs, 1 quintal to gram, so it is 1 lakh. So that is what we are doing here. Okay, that is what we are doing here. Okay, that is what the conversion factors. 1 tens, 100, 1000, 10,000 lakhs. Yeah. So that is what we are doing. 1 tens, 100, 1000, 10,000 lakhs. So we are trying to convert this quintal to grams. So that is the reason we are doing 1 lakh divided by whatever we have the value. Okay. So that is what we are doing. 1 lakh divided by pack size in grams, not kgs, grams. Okay. So retail packs produced. So how much packs we produced? Again, the formula based on this, packs per produced capacity multiplied by pack per quintal. Okay. And the next one is base cost price. Okay. We discussed it till here. What is the base cost per pack? So it is the price, it is the cost, not price. Okay. Do not get confused with cost and price. Cost to the company. Okay, it is like cost to the company. I made a product. Okay, I made, same example. I made one. So I am running, what do you say, chapati, for example. Okay, chole bhature. So I took 1 kg of what do you say, the atta. Same example I'm repeating. Okay, don't get okay, don't worry. So 1 kg of atta. So to understand, so it would be very easy for us to understand. 1 kg of atta. Okay, Ashirwad. So 1 kg of atta. So I produced 10 rotis. I made 10 rotis. So 1 kg of atta, I bought it for 50 rupees. Okay, 10 rotis. So probably like 5 rupees per roti. Okay, it is like making 5 rupees per roti, 10 rotis. So in 1 kg atta, I made 10 rotis. Okay, each roti cost 5 rupees. Okay, 5 rupees, 5 rupees. And I did not add making charges. So I'm putting my efforts. Okay, So let me add each roti, let me add rupees 5 rupees. Okay, I added 5 rupees. So whatever the making charges I'm adding, making charges includes oil and all gas. Okay, all these. Okay, so each roti price. Now it is price. I'm selling in the market. Okay, the price is 10 rupees. How? How 10 rupees? Cost plus making charges. Okay, cost plus making charges. 5 plus 5, 10 rupees. Okay, 10 rupees. So for each cost, okay, for each roti, I'm charging 10 rupees. Okay, so for 10 rotis, cost is 50 rupees. Okay, cost is 50 rupees. Price is price complete for all. Okay, price 100 rupees. Okay, 10 rotis, 10 100 rupees. So I want to calculate what do we need to calculate? What is the profit? Okay, what is the profit? Cost, sorry, price minus cost. So I would get something like 50 rupees is my cost. 50 rupees is my profit. So if I take that into percentage, 50% is my profit. Okay, so this is regular, normal. Even the Pani Puri person also does the same thing. Every day he earns 3,000 rupees. He says that he earns 3,000 rupees, but we do not know that how much he is spending on the flour or what the pani he is making, and so he spends oil and all these things. Okay, that comes into making charges or the maintenance charges or all the operational charges in the technical terminology, operational charges. So here also base cost, we calculated it from total operational cost divided by total packs produced. This is the foundation for all the pricing. Okay, for all the pricing. So the next thing is that X factory price. What is X factory price? This is what? Okay, this is the main thing. Base cost multiplied by 1 plus manufacture margin. So in the previous example, as we discussed, 5 rupees is the making charges I'm putting. Okay, 5 rupees is the making charges. Again, in that 5 rupees, so I'm charging 2.5 rupees for I'm putting my efforts. 2.5 rupees on the oil, gas. Okay, what do we do? Oil, gas, yeah, oil, gas. Okay, so that is what? For the 2.5 rupees, oil and gas. So 2.5 is the labor charges, 2.5 is the material charges. Okay, 5 rupees. Same thing here. Manufacturing margin percentage is also like the making charges plus whatever the sorry, manufacturing margin is not okay, you ignore that. Okay, in the base price itself we calculated that. Okay, in the base price itself the total operational cost has all these making charges, material raw material charges, raw material amount, plant cost, electric power, fuel, and all those comes into total operational charges. Okay, ignore this. So manufacturing margin. Okay, what is manufacturing margin? The manufacturing margin I produced. Okay, so I produced 10 rotis. Okay, I produced 10 rotis. So I am the distributor of, for example, Idle. I think we have seen that company. Okay, what is that company? Idle, which makes the what do you say, parota and rotis, parota rotis. Okay, what is that? Ready to make parotas and rotis. Okay, I gave my 10 parotas and 10 rotis for the margin of 20%. Okay, that Ideal bought. Okay, that Ideal bought with 20% margin, manufacture margin from me, which is like 10 rupees. For example, let me take 100 rupees, the wholesale. Okay, let me take 100 rupees. In that 100 rupees, I'm the maker, I'm the producer. Okay, I'm the manufacturer. I put 20%. Okay, 20% making. Okay, I charge 20% on the products I make. Okay, for that Ideal, I sold it for 120 rupees. 10 chapatis, 120 rupees. Okay, 10 chapatis, 120 rupees. Where is that? Yeah, 120 rupees. He is the distributor. Okay, he is the distributor. So distributor bought it for 120 rupees. Okay, 120 rupees. The next one is retailer. So retailer, he came, the individual shops that we see in our colony. Okay, you open any fridge in your colony, you find that idle rotis and ready to make rotis, ready to make parotas, ready to make the coffee. You get coffee liquids if you go to any marts in your locality. Okay, retailer buy it for 10 to 15 percentage. Okay, 10 to 15 percentage from the distributor. Okay, 10 to 15 percentage from the distributor, probably like 10 percentage. If I go for 10 percentage, 132 rupees. Okay, rupees 132 rupees till 135. Let me go round figurely, let me calculate. 132 to 135 rupees retailer bought. Then he sells, the retailer sell it for some amount. Okay, retailer adds 10 more percentage into it. Okay, retailer add 10 more percentage into it. So probably like 132 plus 13.2, it would be some value 144 on an average. Let me go for 145 rupees. 145 rupees. Okay, there are 10 rotis divided by 10. So the price is 114.5 rupees per chapati. Okay, 14.5 rupees per chapati. But the chapati is, the roti is manufactured, cost is, this is price. This is price. Cost is 5 rupees. Okay, cost is 5 rupees. So considering all, the cost is 10 rupees. So it is selling at 14.5 rupees. So this is the same thing, the same concept that we have it over here. What is manufacturer margin? It is the profit percentage manufacturer charge on the top of their production cost. It is the production cost. Your technical terminology, you need to remember this technical terminology because you need to explain the same thing in the interview. Okay, you need to explain the same thing in the interview. Okay, before selling it to the distributor. Okay, this is the general concept. Whatever the business, whatever the product that you take from the manufacturing company, it is the general concept that every company follows. Okay, and the base cost, for example, the same example, 10 rupees, margin is 25 percentage, 10 multiplied by 1, it is 112.5 is the price they are selling. Okay, how companies decide manufacturer margin in real time? Okay, how do they decide? They decide based on the category, what is the typical margin and why. These are all the reasons. If you go for taking snacks, biscuits, the percentage is 12 to 25 percentage. Okay, why? High competition, low loyalty. Loyalty is like a margin. How much margin you are going to, this is the normal word that we listen wherever you go in any shop. Okay, any distributor. Okay, the wholesale. So they talk, if you ask for the lesser price, they say that no, we do not get it for that price. Okay, if you ask 150 rupees and they say 200 rupees, and if you bargain it for 150 rupees, they say that no, we do not even get that product for 150 rupees. You're asking that product, that price. So same thing. Okay, the margin. Breakfast oats 15 to 25 percentage, commodity plus moderate innovation. Okay, because oats is not taken by the, what do you say, every person in the family. It is only for the higher class. Who would eat oats, man? That's not our breakfast. Okay, so we eat whatever the normal breakfast that we have. Okay, soft drink, this is the typical margin. Energy drink, dairy products, and this is why the model uses food on an average. Okay, on an average in the industry, in the market, Food is 20%, beverage is 25%. This is realistic. You can go and search in the Google, because I took the information from the Google. Okay, I went to the websites of the cool drinks, the topmost beverage company in the world. I went to that website and I took the information from there. Okay, I took the information from there. And the next one is cost structure. Okay, the next one is cost structure. How you are putting your stock, the structure based on the items that you are getting, based on the raw material supplier. So we are getting more. Okay, high margin protection against cost spikes. Okay, if the raw material fluctuate, we see few times when we go to any restaurant, they do not serve onion. 1 year or 2 years back, we have seen such scenarios. So when we asked, they said the onion prices are high. So that's a cutoff. The onions are, they served, what do you say, the cucumber and carrot instead of onions. So that is also the reason based on the price. Okay. And the next one is brand power and marketing position. Brand type, what is the brand type? If you take the brand companies, okay, Red Bull, Tropicana Premium, okay, high margin. Mid range, Pepsi and Coke, it is medium range. Local soda, local chips, very low margin. Because people got, even the people in villages also, they prefer eating the good good chips. Okay, they prefer few brand. Okay, this taste very good. So that is the reason they go for bigger. The brand type is the best brand, higher margin. Lower brand, no. Okay, and the fourth one is competition and market pressure. Okay, so if you see nowadays what they are doing, so if you take the margin must be lower, or product won't sell. Okay, so if you sell it, the marketplace, India like marketplace, whatever the whatever the product that you launch, the best brand in the world, you will not make the same price that we have it in the US or UK market, because the prices should be lower than what they are expecting. Okay, so margin must be lower or product won't sell. Okay, so we have the DAX, we have it in the DAX, but we want to do it in the query. Okay, what is that margin? So overall, food is 20%, beverage is 25%. Okay, now let me go here. Okay, let me go here. Let me run this query. Okay, let me run this query. So what do we have in here? We are able to see manufacturing unit. Okay, this is based on the category, main category. Okay, food and beverage is the main category. Okay, based on this category, this is the percentage, 20% and 25%. Let me check whether we have that main category or not. Okay, subcategory, we have the subcategory. Okay, we do not have the main category. At least do we have that category? Where is that category? Oh, where is that? Let me check. Okay, in the database, in this database tables, where is that category? Okay, right click, top 1000 beverages. Okay, didn't we pull category into this query? Don't we have category? Let me search category. Control F, category. DC dot category. Yeah, we have DC dot category. Where is that category? Yeah. Here we have it. I'm sorry. Okay, I missed it. Okay, but the thing is that it is based on the main category, but we do not have main category. Food and beverages is not there in the main category. But how do we implement that? Okay, let me open. We have one data like, where is that? Complete product pricing. Fact product pricing, manufacturing daily product. Where is that? Cool Bev hierarchy. We have an option called as, yeah, Cool Bev for products business hierarchy. Okay, let me click on this. So based on this hierarchy, we have the data. Okay, so what is the main category? So food beverage is the main category, but we do not have this. But how do we do that? Okay, we do not have this. Okay, let me copy this, go to another sheet, paste it, go to data. Okay, where is that? Go to data. Okay, remove duplicates. Okay, so what do we have? So beverages. When if the category is beverage, then it is beverage. If it is snack, okay, it is food. So what we can do here is we can write the case statement. Okay, we need to write the case statement to get that into our data. So how do we write? Let us go through it. Okay, how do we write? Let us go through it. Just a second. Yeah. So what is that? So let us go through the next. Okay, main category. Okay, main product category. We do not have that column, but we need to create the column. Okay, based on the case statement. Okay, how do we write the case statement? Comma. Okay, comma, case. Okay, case when. So what is the thing over here? Okay, what is the thing over here? Food equal to 20%, beverage equal to 25%. We can't directly implement it. But what do we need to do? Based on this data, okay, we need to implement this. Okay, case when. Okay, fm dot category based on the fm dot category. Okay, fm dot category equal to beverages. Okay, equal to beverages. Okay, then beverages. Okay, what we are trying to say, if it is equal to beverages, then it is beverages. Okay, simple, we can write it in a simple way. Let us go through another way. Okay, again when. Okay, when fm dot category equal to, okay, what do we have the next one? Snacks. Okay, let me copy the snacks. Okay, or okay, or fm dot category equal to, okay, fm dot category equal to next one breakfast. Okay, next one breakfast, or okay, or the next thing is that biscuits. What do we call biscuit? What do we call biscuit? No, biscuit. I'm just kidding. So we can write then. Okay, then food, then food, else others. The last condition, else others. Okay, else other. And here what do we need to do? End as. We want to give the name of the column. Okay, end as main product category. Okay, main product category. Okay, main product category. So let me run this. Okay, let me run this. Did we get beverages? Okay, beverages. Yes, food beverages. Yes, we got it. Okay, you said okay, or you might have got question that why do we need to use three times or? We have one more function, one more operator. Why don't you use it? Okay, did anyone get this question? So we can use when. Okay, FM category. Okay, we can rewrite this in another way. In, we have a operator called as in. Okay, what I can do? Snacks. Okay, snacks, comma. Okay, breakfast, comma. biscuits, comma, close the bracket. Then you can write then food. Okay, then food. So what do? You just make it like this. Okay. Now you see, yes, we got it. Okay. Now, why you're writing there are only two categories? Why do you want to mention this? Okay. Why do you want to mention this? You can directly write in the else condition. Okay. Okay. So take this off. Else you write food. Else you write food. Okay. Did we get? Yes, we got it. Food. Okay. But if you see that you see the data, based on this data we need to build the query. Okay, we only have two conditions. Okay, if category equal to beverages, yes, beverages, else food. Okay, three ways we can write it. Okay, the best way is use in operator. Okay, in operator, whether there is no need of using or many times. Okay, so this is, yes, we have implemented the category. Yes, we got category, main product category table is the column is created. Okay, now let us come to the main calculation. Okay, now let us come to the main calculation. What is the main calculation? Manufacturer margin. Okay, what is that? Now we need to implement the this 20%, 25 percentage. How do we implement that? Okay, so now let me write. Okay, let me write some heading so that we can understand what the query is doing. Okay, manufacturer margin percentage. Okay, so here what do we need to do? So here we need to write the case statement again. Case. Okay, case. What do we need to do? We need to write when category. Same thing. Let me copy the same thing. Okay, let me copy this. Okay, case when. Okay, case when fm dot category, because we cannot, one more thing. Oh, you already written, can't we use this main category in here, fm dot main category? No, we cannot directly call main category in the next step of the calculation. Okay, for that, what do we need to do? We need to create CTE. Okay, what do we need to do? We need to create CTE. Then we need to use the calculation. Whatever we have mentioned in the CTE, we can call it in the select statement. But now we cannot directly do that. Okay, so what do we here? When category equal to beverages, go for 0.25 percentage. Okay, 0.25. When it is in this one, you make it then 0.20. Else 0.0. Okay, we can go for end as manufacturer margin percentage. Okay, manufacturer margin, PCT means percentage. Okay, we calculated manufacturer margin percentage. So let it load, let it load, let it run. Let's see whether we are getting or not. Yes, we got 0.25, 0.25, 0.2. Yes, 0.2, 0.25. We calculated the percentage, but we need to implement in the X factory price. What is that? Let me open this. Where is that formula? X factory formula. Okay, what is this? Let me copy this. For your understanding, let me copy this. Okay, X factory price. What is the X factory price? Base cost multiplied by 1 plus manufacturer margin. Okay, base cost multiplied by 1 plus manufacturer margin. Can we take base cost per pack directly? No, we cannot take. Do we have base cost? Base cost per pack. Yes, we have the base cost per pack. But the thing is that what do we need to do? We need to get it. Where is that base? Produced base cost. Yeah, we need to take this. Okay, we need to take this and we need to calculate. Okay, base cost per pack. Then we need to go for calculating that. Okay. So what do we do? So let me take this. Let me take till here because we need to implement. If we take CTs, okay, if we go for taking CTs, we can go for directly multiplying it. Okay. Now what do we need to do? Multiply. Okay, multiply. Open the bracket. 1 plus. Okay, 1 plus. What do we need to do now? We need to take the manufacturer margin. We can't directly take the manufacturing margin percentage. What do we need to do? We need to take this. We need to take this calculation. Okay, we need to take this calculation. Close the bracket. Okay, so close the bracket. Okay, let me do one thing. End. End. Close the bracket as. Okay, so let me take off the comma. Okay, that is the reason we are getting errors. Okay, end as X factory price. Factory price. Okay, let me run. Yes, we got. Now we got X factory price as 30 rupees for first row. Okay. So what do you need to know about this? What is the produced capacity? You need to know produced capacity is 24 rupees. Okay. Sell X factory including the margin, it is 30 rupees. Okay. The bottle which is produced for 24 rupees, it is added with the manufacturer margin. So the X factory price is 30 rupees. Okay, we calculated X factory price. Okay, yes, we calculated X factory price. But the thing is that, okay, but the thing is that what do we have here? Produced capacity. This is only X factory price produced. Okay, you need to understand the concept. Don't worry, do not get confused. We calculated produced. The next thing is that, okay, next thing is that we need to also calculate production and target. Okay, so let me write produced. Okay, let me copy the same thing. Don't worry, don't worry. Okay, so here what do we need to do? Paste it. It is production. Rename this as production. Base cost per pack production. Okay, what do we need to do? Production multiplied by. So here what do we need to do? Just replace it with production. That's it. Production capacity. Okay, name this as X factory price production. Okay, X factory price production. Let me execute. Scroll right side. Okay, X factory price production is 30, 28. You see, it is decreasing. It is increasing, decreasing. Okay, so this is X factory price production. Next one is target. Okay, next one is target. Target. Okay, so here what do we say? What do we name this as? Target. So here what do? We do not have the target, we have expected. Okay, expected production. And here also, right, we are renaming that expected as target. Okay, now you see, you compare these three. Produced, the price is higher, 42 rupees. Production 31. Oh, there is a difference of 10 rupees. And X factory target, it is 36 rupees. So there is a difference of 8 rupees from the target, 10 rupees from the production. Okay, this is what we need to analyze, and this is what we need to showcase or present it to the client. So what did we calculate? We calculated X factory price target. We only calculated X factory price. What? Okay. So each and every business has a base cost per pack. Base cost is the manufacturing cost. Simply, base cost per pack is the manufacturing cost per pack. Per pack is like if you go to any grocery store and you find the 200 ml of Pepsi. Okay, the cost of 200 ml of Pepsi is 20 rupees, but the manufacturing cost would be 1 rupee or 2 rupees. Okay, that whatever the base cost per pack 1 rupee is there, so that is the manufacturing cost. In this base cost, okay, this is the formula. Okay, this is the formula. 1 plus manufacturing margin. Why 1 plus? Okay, so 1 plus 1 is like 100% here. 1 is like 100%. Okay, in the 100%, we are trying to add 20%. So there is no need of calculating 20% first, 20% first, and adding 20% to 100%. Okay, so directly we are using 1 plus 1 plus percentage. So that 1 is like 100%. Okay, again 20 manufacturing margin 20 is like 20%. So that we get 1 plus manufacturing margin, the percentage. So what we are trying to do here, total operational cost divided by, so this is the formula of base cost per pack. Okay, total operational cost divided by produced capacity per quintal multiplied by 1 lakh divided by. So this is the formula, okay, the one which I highlighted. This is the formula of cost per pack. Okay, packs per grams. This is the formula of packs per grams. So it is like if you want to calculate, if you want to look into one calculation, it is coming from the above. Okay, what is this calculation? 1 lakh, this is pack per quintal, not quintal, it is grams. Okay, packs per grams. And this is total retail packs produced. Whatever we have it above, we used it here in the formula. As per the calculations, as per the formula, we are using it. This is the formula. Okay, and we are
one quintal, one lakh, 10,000, 1 lakh. But null means null if FML. What is this one?
Which one?
Null if.
Yeah.
Yes.
So null if is, for example, if this pack value has null. Okay, so it may not calculate null. When you try to calculate, multiply anything null with anything, okay, blank with anything, blank multiplied by 10, you do not get any value. Null multiplied by 10, you do not get any value. What we are saying, null if, okay, in the pack value, if you have nulls, replace it with 0. Okay, null if, okay, null if, like it is a condition, it is just like a condition. Null if pack value, if the pack value has nulls, replace it with 0. What happens when we replace null with 0? It becomes 0. 0 multiplied by anything becomes 0. But null multiplied with any value, or blank multiplied with any value, it does not make any sense. So that is the reason, in order to overcome the the errors. Okay, in Excel we use if error. In Power BI we use if error, the same function. Okay, if the column has error, replace it with 0. That is what we are saying. Okay, so these are all like the continuation from the above calculations. So that is what we have it. Okay, so we calculated the target price. X factory price is completed only. The next one is wholesale price. Okay, the next one is wholesale price. Let me put this in here. Sorry, where is that? Let me put it here so that when you refer, it would be easy for you to understand. Okay, wholesale price equal to X factory multiplied by 1 plus distribution margin. But the thing is that we have a calculation for distribution margin, distributor margin. Okay, what is the distribution? Wholesale price is the price at which distributor sells the product to retailer. What are all the retailer? Kirana stores, supermarket, grocery stores, wholesalers. Okay, it is higher than X factory price because the distributor adds their margin. Why do they add their margin? Storage, transportation, loading, unloading, warehouse, if they want to keep the products, delivery to retailer, they maintain one vehicle. Okay. I think whether you observed it or not, when you see the grocery store nearby, you see one truck that unloads all the products whenever there is a inventory that the grocery store needed. Sales agent, okay, damage or spillage. If you see one chips packet is got whole when they are trying to transport, that's a loss. That's a loss to distributor only. They can't go to manufacturer and say, okay, I got this. Okay, expiry loss. Okay, there is an expiry, manufacturing date to the expiry date. So if they come across the expiry, that's a loss. Okay, so that is the reason they add distributor margin. First, what do we need to do? We need to calculate distributor margin. Then we need to multiply this. Okay, distributor margin is based on, again, it is based on this condition. Okay, distributor margin is based on this condition. Okay, so how do we calculate? Let us see that. Okay, how do we calculate? Let us see that. From the existing calculation only we can do that. What is this? X factory multiplied by. Okay, what is the x factory calculation? So this is the x factory calculation produced. Yeah, this is the x factory calculation till end. Okay, till end. Let me copy this. I'm doing anything. I'm doing nothing. I'm just following the formula and getting the adding this. Okay, so we added x factory calculation over here. Okay, let me open the bracket and close the bracket after the end. Okay, we added x factory price. Next one is multiplied by. Okay, let me add symbol multiplication. Okay, and again open the bracket. Okay, 1 plus what do we need to add? We need to add the distributor margin. Okay, what is the distributor margin? Distributor margin is based on the condition. What is that condition? Where is that? Okay, beverages 10%, snacks 10%, biscuits 7%, breakfast 7%, 9%. Okay, so that is what the standard category margin. Okay, the standard category margin. So let us add that. Okay, 1 plus. So here what do we do? Case. Let me write case. Case when. Okay, fm dot category. fm dot category equal to beverages. Okay, equal to. Okay, let me copy the spelling. Okay, let me directly copy this. If it is equal to beverages, okay, then 0.10. Okay, again the next one when, again when. Okay, fm dot category. Okay, here we have different. Okay, we can't directly use the in operator because each and every has, what is that? If it is snacks, 10%. Okay, then 0.10. Again when. So let me take this one again, copy this. Let me take breakfast. What is the percentage of breakfast? 9%, 0.09. Then 0.09%. Again when fm dot breakfast. Okay, instead of breakfast we can go for the last one. What is that? Biscuits. Yeah, let me copy the biscuits. What is the biscuits that we have? 7%, 0.09. Sorry, 0.07. Okay, else 0.01, else 0.00. Okay, end. Okay, what we can do? End. So here we can go for writing as wholesale price. Wholesale price. Okay, has wholesale price. Okay, maybe we are missing one more. Yes, let me execute this. Okay, so what we are trying to do, yes, we got the wholesale price. Okay, we got wholesale price. And again, what is this price? Okay, wholesale price is from the produced capacity. What I can do, I can write produced. I can write produced. Again, what do we need to do? We need to go for again. We need to go for produced production again. Okay. We need to go for production. So here, let me write. Okay. Production. So here also the same thing, production. Production. Okay. So here also, let me go for production. Okay. Again, target. What is that target? So if you would ask me, do we really do in the real time? Yes, we will do. So instead of handling in the Power BI, we try everything in the SQL. Okay, there is no need of anything. So why do we handle in SQL? I'll explain that. Why can't we do it in Power BI? This is so little difficult in SQL. Every time we are writing case statement, we can use measure in Power BI. Why can't we use it in Power BI? So I'll explain why don't we use it in Power BI? Why do we go for SQL? Okay, expected capacity. Let me run this. Expected capacity does not exist. Okay, let me take what is that? Expected. What is that name? Expected production. Expected production. Okay, expected production. Let me run this. Yes, it is running. Okay, let it run. So when you implement more calculation, it takes time to run. Okay, previously it took 8 seconds to run, but now it is running 12 seconds. Now you see, now you observe wholesale price 115 rupees. This is produced price. Okay, wholesale price production 99 rupees. Target 93 rupees. Okay, target 93 rupees. So how do you define this? So you must, the price should be lower. I mean, the base cost should be lower. Okay, price you cannot make some changes in the price, but costing you need to make some changes. Okay, this is wholesale price target. Next one. Okay, what is the next one? Retailer margin. Yes, the distributor bought it for some amount. The next one is retailer margin. What is retailer? Again, same thing, 1 plus retailer margin. Retailer margin is the profit percentage the retailer, kirana store or supermarket, hypermarket, earn when selling a product to the final customer. Okay, selling a product to the final customer. It is added on the top of wholesale price. Okay, it is added on the top of wholesale price. The price at which retailer buys from the distributor. Why does the retailer need margin? Again, shop rent, the grocery store you see, oh, with a lot of lights, with the AC, the fruits and vegetables are in AC. We are rich, man. We go to those stores and we buy fruits and vegetables. Okay, we do not go to the market, the fruits and vegetable market, and buy from them. Okay, we go to the grocery stores nearby us. Okay, whatever the fruits and vegetables which are in the fresh AC. Okay, we buy those products and we eat it. Okay, we are paying amount for that AC and that maintenance. Okay, okay, I'm just kidding. Okay, or if we are that much, if we do not go to that grocery store, what do? We just open our mobile phone, we order the products. Within 15 minutes we get the products delivered. Fruits, vegetables, yes, I will order. I paid 20 rupees extra for 20 rupees is the kg tomatoes. I pay 40 rupees. Yes, I want that. Okay, I'm just kidding. Okay. So because the retailer has business cost, shop rent, staff, all these. Okay. So again, the category retailer margin, again, they add some margin on it. Okay. They add some margin on it. Okay. So what do we do? This is called as a pre-tax MRP. Okay. This is called as a pre-tax MRP. What is pre-tax MRP? Before taxation is applied. Okay. Before tax is applied. What are all the tax? GST, VAT, whatever the tax that we have, consumer tax, or what do you say, transportation tax. Okay, before tax, this is the pre-tax MRP, is the price of the product before GST is added, after adding the retailer's profit margin. This is the price the retailer wants the MRP to cover so that they make profits. Okay, it is the retailer's selling price without GST. Okay, because retailer buy it from the wholesaler, okay, or the distributor, okay, or the distributor. What do we need to do? So let me directly take the calculation. Okay, let me directly take the calculation. What is that calculation? Again, the same thing, pre-tax MRP. Where is that? I'm sorry. Pre-tax MRP. Pre-tax MRP is the wholesale price. What is the wholesale price? Whatever we have it over here, this is the wholesale price. Again, 1 plus retailer margin. Okay. So what I do now, I will directly, okay, I will directly copy paste the query. Okay, I'm directly copy pasting the query. Do not get confused. Do not worry about the query. Okay. The thing is that whatever the wholesale price that we have it, okay, this is the formula of wholesale price, the one which we have applied above. Okay. And the next one is another 1 plus. Okay. This is the margin that we see. Okay. And again, this is another one. Okay. 1 plus whatever the margin that we have, wholesale price. Okay. So we apply that and we go for making the things. Okay. Let me click on execute. Okay. So let me click on execute. So let me scroll right side. So this is the amount of retailer price before tax. Again, what do we have? We only have produced. Again, what do we need to do? We need to go for production. We need to go for target. Okay, we need to go for production and we need to go for target. So there are many CTEs. This is the first CTE. Okay, this is the first CTE, and this is the second CTE, third one, fourth one, fifth one. So there are around 5 CTEs in the table. Okay, we created 5 CTEs. So CTEs are used for calling the columns or whatever the data, whatever the columns that we give alias name, we can call directly, so that with the CTEs, the calculation will be faster. Okay, the calculation. So there is no need of writing all these pre-tax MRP produced. What do we have for the pre-tax MRP? So there is no need of writing the formula again and again or functions again and again. So we can directly call from the above CTE. So we created around 5 CTEs, and at the end we are directly calling these data. Okay, PC dot star means all the columns, and these are all the other calculation part. So what is the next thing that we need to do? So full form of CTE is common table expression. So it's a temporary virtual table, so which is used for faster execution. And it is not, we will not be able to see that as a table. So in the Object Explorer, so when I expand the databases, and under the databases, there are many tables. In the tables, we will not be able to see the table, whatever the query that we have. But on top of it, what did we do? We created a view. What is that view? Create view. Okay, create or alter view. Why alter view? For example, if you in future, if you make any changes, so there will not be any creation of new table. So the alter will directly make whatever the changes that we are doing in the created view only. Okay, in the created view only. what is the next step? Okay, what is the next step after building the CTE? So after building the view. Okay, so there are three ways of getting the data into Power BI. Okay, there are three ways of getting the data into Power BI. So I can directly click on the Excel workbook. Okay, click on the get data. This is I'm in Power BI. Go to text or CSV. So wherever the file is existing, okay. If you see in the drive, you have the CSV files. You directly go to that folder and go to dataset and click on the files. Okay, click on all and open that. Okay, what do? I click on open. So what I'm trying to do, I am trying to import the data from the Excel or CSV files into Power BI. Okay, we are trying to get the Excel or CSV files into Power BI. Okay, let me show the first way. Then we will go for the next second way. Okay, so that you will explain the same thing in the interview. I'm explaining it in the, so how do we do in the organization? It's a live. Okay, what is the regular practice of getting the data into Power BI? So what do I do? So let me go to transform data. Okay, in the transform data, we can get the data into Power BI. We can also connect. So let's see how do we connect. Okay, let me click on text to CSV. So whatever the columns, whatever the tables that we need, so let me get those into here. So click on OK. Okay, what we are trying to do, we are trying to get the data into Power BI. So click on again, text to CSV. What is the second one? Category. Okay, so let me pull the category into this table. Okay, yes. And let me click on this again, text to CSV. The third one, so main category. Okay, so let me click on this. Okay, or let me click on again, new source again. So let me directly take the fact table. Okay, it follows the same thing. So this is the fact table. Okay, it is loading. Click on OK. Yes, the data is loaded. So how many? There are around 80,000 records. So if I go to brand family, yes, the data looks good. There is no need of making any data transformation. Category, yes, it looks good. Main category, okay, we need to make the first row as header. Click on use first row as header. So I made some changes. So here there are three ways of joining the data into in the fact table. Click on merge queries. Okay, click on merge queries and click on unit ID. So okay, we pulled the brand. Okay, so what do I need to do? I need to scroll right side for the brand. Where is that brand column? Brand family ID. So CF. Okay, brand family code. Okay, in the fact table it is ID, but in the dimension table it is code. Okay, so let me click on OK. So if you see here in the fact table, there are 26 columns. Okay, there are 26 columns. What we are trying to do, we want to pull brand family into the fact table. Let me click on OK. Okay, let me click on OK. So expand. You see this? Okay, click on the expand left and right arrow. Expand it. Uncheck this. Uncheck use original column name. Click on brand family. Now you see 27th column. Okay, previously we had 26 columns. Okay, 26 columns. What we are trying to do, we have pulled another column into this table. So how many records are there? 80,000 records. On an average, there are 80,000 records, 80K records for 26. So 26 columns multiplied by 80,000 records. Okay, 80,000 records. So it would be some lakhs. And again, I pulled this one. Again, this column has 80,000 records. So, okay, from the category also, I pull the data. I pull one column, 28th column. That 28th column will also have 80,000 records. Okay, again, product category. Another column, 29th column. That column will also have 80,000. Every time, okay, there are around how many tables are there? So there are around good amount of probably like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 10 tables are there. If I pull the 10 columns into this fact table, so 10 columns multiplied by 80,000 records 26 plus 10, 36 columns. Okay. When I load the data into Power BI, okay, what do I do? Okay, what will we do? So let me also pull others. Okay. So let me show how do we do. So you should also know how do we do in the real time. So let me also pull after category, main product category, manufacturing unit. Click on OK. Okay. So let us make use first choice header. And again, let me go for next. Okay. After manufacturing unit, material category. Okay. So let me click on basic comma. Okay. Do we have anything? Okay. Let me click on OK. Again, same thing, use first choice header. Okay. And again, let me click on this text CSV after material tag size. Okay. So let me click on OK. Tag size. Okay. There is no need of use first choice header. Click on this again. CSV. Okay. After pack size, plant manager. Click on OK. Yes, the data is loaded. Again, click on new source, plant manager, product to pack. Click on OK. Okay. And again, let me click on this text CSV after product to pack state. And the last one subcategory. Okay. Last one subcategory. So let me click on OK. The last one is subcategory. Yes. So we pulled subcategory also. Okay. What do I do? So let me do some changes in the options and settings. Not the data source. Not the data source. Let me do some changes, options. Let me disable the relationship. Okay. Let me disable the option in the current file data load, auto detect new relationship. Okay. Now let me close and apply. What does it mean? When we load the data into Power BI, so it will not automatically detect the data type. So that is the option. We disabled it because so we have code, ID codes. Okay. Some tables have ID, some tables have code. So it doesn't make auto detection would not make the relation between the tables. What do we need to do once we load the data into Power BI? So we need to go for data modeling. The second step is data modeling. Yes, the data is loaded. Okay, the data is loaded into Power BI. Okay, go to data modeling. Okay, what do we need to do here? We need to make the star schema. What is the star schema? Fact table is surrounded by the dimension table. So what we are trying to do here? We are trying to make a lookalike star schema. Okay, we need to make some arrangements. Okay, so keep all the tables. Okay, one after the other. Okay, let me put that. So let me pull it down. Okay, so put it over here. Let me take one more table. Okay, put it over here. Let me bring it little down. Let me put one more table above fact table. There are two more tables. Okay, let me pull these two tables also. Okay, let me put it over here. Okay, so what did we do? Oh, we also have other tables. Okay. Okay, there are many tables available here. So what do we need to do? We need to make like look-alike star schema. Okay, so let me decrease the size a little bit. So let me pull it down, pull this little down, move this up, here also up. Okay, so now if you see, this is the fact table. Okay, the one which we see, this is the fact table. Fact table is surrounded by the dimension table, and we make the relation between them so that the data travel in between all the tables. Then it is called as a star schema. Okay, then it is called as a star schema. So this is fact table. Okay, this is fact table. So what do we do now? So now let us go and make one by one. Brand family ID, brand family code. Okay, let me brand family ID, brand family code. Just drag and drop. Click on OK. Okay, click on OK. So what to remember here? So make it both the direction so that the data travel, or it can filter the data. Okay, it is used for filtering the data. Manufacturer ID. So we have manufacturer unit ID. I think unit ID. Okay, manufacturer unit ID, one to many. Okay, let us go for many to one. Okay, where is that manufacturer unit ID? Make it both. Okay, so plant code, sorry, product. Okay, where is that cat code? So we also have category code. Yeah, cat code. Drag and drop. Make it both direction. Okay, we made it. So what is the next thing? Package UOM ID. So where is that unit ID? Not unit ID. So let me check in the fact table. How do we make? So it is not, where is that? Okay, we do not have UOM ID, unit of measure ID. Okay, ignore it. So here in the state, we have state code. Okay, in the state, we have state code and the state code, I think. Okay, state code, yes. Okay, main product category ID. Okay, main product category ID. Let me go. Where is that main product category ID? Yes, main product category ID. So make it both. Click on OK. Okay, and again plant manager. Where is the plant manager? Plant manager ID. Plant manager ID. Okay, plant manager ID. Where is that? Okay, PM ID. No, it is not the same. So it is ID. Okay, we need to check that. Okay, so okay, we have product ID. Where is that product ID? Product ID and product ID. Product ID, PPI ID. Yes. Yes. I think we all, except to pack size, we made all the relation between the tables. Okay, we did not made subcategory ID. Okay, many to one. Always remember from fact table to dimension table, make it both. Yes. So out of 10 tables, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Okay, 10 tables. Okay, 5 tables. And again here also 5 tables. Okay, out of 10 tables, 10 dimension tables, 9 dimension tables are being made the relation between the tables. Okay, yes, we made the relation between the tables. Now what is the next step? Next step is DAX, data analysis expression. I think we already made all the, what do you say, we created all the measures, calculations in the SQL data itself. But the thing is that, okay, in the fact table, so whatever you see with the summation symbol, okay, these symbol, okay, these symbol, these are all the calculations or the number data type or the values or the measures that we received from the data set. Okay, we received from the data set. These are all called as implicit measures. Okay, these are all called as implicit measures. So what is the next step? Okay, what is the next step? We need to create explicit measures. Okay, what do we need to do? We need to create explicit measures. Okay, what is implicit measures and what is explicit measure? Implicit measures are the columns, number columns, okay, value column, okay, that we received from the data set. Okay, so when we pull the data set into Power BI, we need to create explicit measures so that These measures are reusable dynamic calculations. Okay. So what do we need to do? Expected product quantity, right click and click on new measure and create sum of expected production quintal day. Okay. So what do we need to do? Expected production quintal by day. Okay. Equal to sum of expected. Close the bracket, click on enter. Yes, we created. These measures will be used in the visualization. Okay, instead of using implicit measures in the visualization. So when we use implicit measure in the visualization, okay, we get an option called as, so if I pull implicit measure, okay, we get options. Don't summarize, some, average, minimum, maximum, count distinct, the standard deviation, variance, median. Okay, but if I pull the same thing, okay, when I expand, okay, we will not be getting any options like that. It will always be a summarization of the implicit measure. Okay, whatever the measure that we create, it's a summarization of the implicit measure. So that is the reason we create explicit measure. What is this? What is the mode? So how do you check the mode? The mode of the storage mode or the mode of the connectivity mode? Okay, go to model view. Okay, go to model view, expand the properties. In the advanced, you find, okay, not the category. Okay, when I click on this, okay, so the storage mode is import mode. If you see, okay, it is grayed out, but the storage mode is import mode. Okay, the storage mode is import mode. Okay, so let me click on edit. For example, let me click on edit. Do we have anything? No, it is not for import mode. Okay, so this is, we can, this is the import mode. Okay, this is the way we get the data into Power BI. The first way is import mode. No, the second method is building the semantic model, one of the most important interview question, and also most of the companies follow. Okay, what is that? Building the semantic model. Okay, let me remove this. So let me click on, okay, do not, okay, let me go for blank report. Okay, so in the interview, if you get a question, what is the data source or what kind of a connectivity mode did you use in your organization? So you should say that we sometimes we go for import mode if the data source is Excel, but if the data source is SQL database, and if you want to handle huge amount of data, we go for the direct query mode, or we build the semantic model. So what is the agenda right now? Building the semantic model. Okay, what is that? So we are building the semantic model. What is a semantic model? Okay, you heard it. You heard about the semantic model. Okay, previously 6 months back or 1 year back, this semantic model was called as a data set. Okay, data set. What is a data set? When we do some analysis by pulling the data into Power BI, and at the time of publishing the report, okay, we have an option called as publish the report. Okay, in Power BI service, the data set will also, whatever the data that we are using behind for building the report plus data set will also be published into the Power BI service. Okay, data set, whatever the data set that we have, that is called as a data set, the data that we used. Now, this data set is turned into semantic model. Okay, how do we get the data? How do we connect it to the semantic model? Okay, so click on get data, click on SQL Server. Okay, what we are trying to do, we are trying to get the data into Power BI. Click on advanced option, expand advanced option, go here. There is no need of copy pasting this query. Okay, why? We already built a view. What do we need to do? Just connect to the view. That's it. What is that view? Analytics underscore new. Okay, so let me expand the view we created in the previous session. Okay, we created in the previous session. This is the view. Okay, master underscore main underscore new underscore data. It is the view. Let me copy this. Go to Power BI, paste it over here. What do you do? Select star from. You type select star from. The next thing, server name. We need to enter the server name. What is the server name? So this is the server name. When you click on the correct, you will get the server name. Paste it. Database, even though it is saying optional, we need to enter. That's also mandatory. What is the database? DBSU, what is this? This is the database. Okay, paste it over here, database. Okay, click on direct query mode. The important thing is that direct query mode. Okay, click on this. Click on OK. So it's loading, let it load. Why it is taking much time? Yeah. Yes. So let me click on load. Okay. So let it load. Okay. The data is loading into Power BI. Yes. The data is loaded. So what did we do? We have connected to the direct query mode. Okay. Let me rename this. Okay. Rename this as the view. Okay. So we have got, let me expand it. So we have got all the columns available in this table. So let me go to model view. Okay. So you see that there is no table view. Okay. If I go to untitled, okay, we have the table view, we can see the data. Okay. We are able to see the data. Okay. If I click on brand family, yes, we are able to see the data. This because this is in the import mode. In the import mode, okay, when we also connect to the what do you say, to the SQL server in the import mode, we can see the data. But when we connect to the direct query mode, we will not be able to see the data. Okay, if I hover over here, okay, name of the view is storage mode is direct query. Data source type is SQL Server database, server name and the database name. Okay, server name and the database name. You see, storage mode, direct query mode. If I click on this, do we get anything? Under the advanced, you see direct query mode. I can change it. I can also change it into import mode. But the thing is that when you try to change it to the import mode, this will not be reversible. You can change direct query mode to import mode, but you cannot change import mode to direct query mode. Okay, so this is, so let us not make any changes. What is the next step? What we are trying to do, we are trying to build a semantic model. Okay, what is the next step? In the next step, in the semantic model, what we can do? So first step in the semantic model, data modeling, we can go for data modeling, that is making relation between the tables. Okay, making relationship between the tables. Okay, making relationship between the tables. But there is no need of making relation between the tables because we already joined the data. We already joined the tables in SQL query. We handled it. We handled the data modeling in the SQL server itself. Okay, you can also connect. If you want to connect, click on the SQL server. Okay, SQL server. So what do you need to do? Advanced option. There is no need of going through the advanced option. What do you need to do? Click on this. Go to Object Explorer. You can copy paste directly. You can select the tables. Okay, let me copy this. Paste the server name. Sorry. Paste the database name. Okay. And what do we need to do? Server name. Control C. Control V, click on OK. There is no need of copy pasting the tables. Okay, there is no need of doing that. So I can click on the tables. I can get the data from Power BI from SQL to here. Okay, from SQL till here. So what we can do after getting the data, so we can directly go for direct query mode. So there is no need of selecting. So paste the database. Okay, server name. Okay, what is the database? So this is the database. Paste it over here. Okay, click on OK. Okay, click on OK. So let me select only two tables, three tables. Okay, category, okay, brand family, manufacturing unit, and let me get product. Okay, instead of taking subcategory, let me take the subcategory and click on load. Okay, I'm trying to load the data into here. Okay, the first and foremost thing that we can do is make the relation between the tables. We are trying now. What we are trying to do now? What is our agenda? Building the semantic model. What semantic model can have? Okay, so here if you see, so direct query mode, what we can do, subcategory code, subcategory ID. So where is the subcategory ID? Subcategory ID. So I'll make the relation between the tables. Okay, so let me make it both, save. Okay, one more table, category code, category code. Where is that category code? Category code and category code. Okay, let it load. Many to many. Oh, so we have multiple data in category code. Cat code, cat code. Okay, I think we have multiple. Do we have multiple data? Beverage, beverage. Okay, brand family. Huh? What is this? Okay, this is not the category code. This is the brand family, brand family. Many to many. What is this table? Oh, we are sorry. That is not the table. Okay, where is another one? Yeah, here it is. Okay, so that is fact. We are trying to make the relation between two views. Okay, that is not right. Okay, brand family code, brand family. Where is the brand family? Brand family ID, brand family code. Okay, brand family, brand family. Okay, so click on make it both and click on save. Yes, we made the relation. What is the first step? Make the relation between the tables. Okay, first step is make the relation between the tables. Yes, we made the relation between the tables. Second step in semantic model. Second step is data analysis expression. Okay, implement the calculations. Implement the calculations. Okay, second step is implement the calculations. You can create a measure. Okay, but you cannot create the calculated column. We have the limitations. Okay, so we have some uh, issues. Okay, and the third one is publish this. Okay, publish this model. Okay, publish this data set. Now it is not called as a data set, it is called as a semantic model. Okay, so then open the Power BI report again, connect to this direct query mode. Let us see that. How do we do that? Let us see that. Okay, you remember this? Okay, you ignore this. Okay, you ignore this. Now our focus is to work on this. Okay, work on this. So let me expand this view. Okay, what do we need to do? We need to go for writing all the calculations part. Okay, so we need to go for writing all the calculation part. Okay, all the calculation part. So what do we do now? Let us go one by one. Okay, let us go one by one. Okay, let us implement the calculations. Okay, so first and foremost calculation is average. Okay, average monthly production. Okay, what do I do? There are many calculations available, so I'll just copy paste it. Okay, I'll just copy paste the query, the measures. Sorry. Okay, right click. Where is that? New measure and paste it over here. Okay, average monthly production. Okay, underscore new, yeah, average monthly production. And the next one is base cost. Okay, next one is base cost. So we will create one by one. So if you see average monthly production, capacity utilization percentage, let it be like that. Distribution margin percentage, let it be like that. X factory production. Okay, X factory production. X factory X factory price. Okay, so let me get X factory price. Control C. Okay, we can also do it in another way, but let me right click, new measure. Okay, paste it over here. Click on OK. Okay, click on OK. And let me also go for another way, another one. Production, X factory production. Right click, new measure. The next one is production. Okay, click on OK. Next one is X factory target. Okay, X factory target. New measure. Control V. Okay, X factory price expected. Okay, it is target. Okay, we can go for making like target. Okay, so we made changes. Okay, we made changes. But the thing is that what do we need to do? We need to write for all. So there are many. Okay, there are many calculations available. So what do we do? So I already implemented all these calculations. Okay, I already implemented all these calculations. Let me show that to you. Okay, let me show that to you because there are many calculations. Yesterday night, the whole night, yesterday from yesterday morning till evening, till night, I worked on all these calculations. Okay, so what I did, so I made grouping of the calculations. Okay, so that you explain the same thing in the interview. Okay, what is the first way? First method is making the relation between the tables. Okay, doing the data transformation. So we cannot do any data transformation if our connectivity mode is direct query mode. Okay, if our connectivity mode is direct query mode, we cannot make any. We cannot go to. We can go to Power Query Editor, but we cannot make changes. Yes, if we can make changes, but it asks us to change it into the import mode. Okay, it asks us how. Let me also show that to you. At least you get some information. Okay, so you can handle the interview. So this is the semantic model. Okay, this is the direct. I don't know whether what is the type of data source that we create that we made. Okay, let it load. So let me make some changes. Remove, duplicate the column. Yes, this is not the direct query mode. Okay, so what is the direct query mode? I think we already used it. The one which we are using. Okay, this is the direct query mode. Okay, go to transform data. Go to transform data. Okay, let me make some changes to the data. Right click, duplicate the column. What I'm doing, I'm just duplicating the column. Now you see we got one message. This step results in a query that is not supported in the direct query mode. What it is asking, switch all tables to import mode. We will not be able to see this data transformation step on the direct query mode connectivity mode. Direct query connectivity mode. Until and unless we switch all tables to import mode, we can see this transformation changes. Okay, we cannot make any changes on the direct query mode. If you want to make any changes, make it in the SQL server, SQL query. Okay, make it in the SQL query. So what do I do? Let me close this. Do not apply. Okay, do not apply. So what do I do now? So we need to implement all the calculations. Okay, we need to implement all the calculations. So let me implement all because others we do not have that in that as a. So where is that? This is not a direct query mode. So that is the reason we need to implement all the calculations, all the measures. Okay. Yes, let us implement one by one. Be patient. Okay, let us go one by one. Okay, let us go one by one. So first thing, let me implement all the calculations. Okay, so first let us go with capacity quintal. Okay, expected production capacity quintal. So let us go from there. New measure. Okay, paste it. Okay. Okay. So discard changes. Okay. So what is the next thing? Last capacity. Okay. So we already have a column called as last capacity. So let me right click, new measure. Okay. What do we need to do? We need to create something like whatever the measures that we are creating. Let us create a group folder, not the group folder. Okay. Let me name this as capacity quintal. Okay. So go to data modeling, model view, select one measure. Okay, you in the properties you will get the name. Okay, a display folder capacity quintal, click on enter. Okay, capacity folder, click on enter. Last capacity, enter the folder again, click on enter. Okay, because we are trying to create all the measures should be created under, not all the measures, the required, whatever the related measures that we are creating on the quintals. So let it go to that so that we can refer in the future. Okay, we can refer in the future. Produced, the next one is production. Okay, so whatever we are trying to segregate this, separate. Okay, so production will be the capacity measures will be in the capacity quintal. Okay, the capacity quintal is completed. What is the next thing? Maintenance cost by day. Okay, this is maintenance cost. New measure. The maintenance cost we added. The next thing is that the capacity it is added. Capacity is added. Okay, the next thing is that MRP measures. Okay, MRP expected. Okay, so let me create, right click, new measure. MRP expected. Why MRP expected is not there? MRP target. I think we made some changes yesterday, so that is the reason you are getting some naming changes. MRP produced. Okay, MRP produced. Right click, new measure. Next one is MRP production. MRP production. Click on OK. Okay, so we created MRP. So what do we need to do? So let me put it in a single folder. Okay, what is that? MRP. Let me go for typing. MRP. Yes. So these three measures fall under MRP folder. Okay, these three measures fall under MRP folder. Plant cost by day. So let me create a measure, plant cost by day. Okay. So why plant cost? Okay, we only have plant cost. Okay. Next one is plant working hours. Okay. So new measure, plant working hours. Okay. The next one is pre-tax MRP. Okay. So what we are trying to do, we are trying to create all the measures. So let me go for creating pre-tax measure. Okay. Pre-tax expected is the target, I think. target. Okay. Next one is pre-tax produced. New measure, pre-tax produced. Next one, pre-tax expected is already used. Okay. Produced. Okay. Next one is production. Okay. Next one is production. So what do? We can go for writing it in a single folder, that is pre-tax. Okay, what is that? Pre-tax MRP. Okay, the display folder. So it all falls under pre-tax MRP. I think in the price X factory, where is the price? X factory price. Where is the X factory? Yeah, these are all fall under X factory. Let me copy the name X factory. Display folder X factory. Okay. And what is the next one? So we have production variance. So let me save this. So if we do not save, we may lose the data. Browse this. Okay. So here, let me save this as what is the name? Manufacturing unit performance metrics. Okay. Manufacturing unit. Okay. Performance. Sorry. Or we can directly go for giving the name. Okay. Cool Bev Analytics. Okay. Analytics. Metrics. Okay. Let me go for writing analytics metrics. Okay. Apply later. Click on discard. Okay. So we created this. Okay. Next one is profit. So what do? So let us go for creating the profit. Right click, new measure. Profit target. Profit produced. New measure. Produced. Next one is profit production. So why do we need all these? Because we can compare the data. So what is the difference between produced production and target? Okay, produced production and target. In the technical terminology, it is called as a actual versus plan versus target. Okay, so let me put all these pre-tax, not pre-tax, profit in a folder. Okay, in a folder, that is profit. Yes, we created measures for the profit. Okay. Next one, total retail packs produced. Okay, packs per quintal. So whatever we have. So new measure, pack per quintal. So let me give the name as display folder, total retail packs. Okay, where is that total retail packs? Yeah. So here we can go for creating another one, that is total retail packs produced. New measure. Okay, total retail packs produced. Next one, production. New measure, production. Next one, target. So let it load. Next one, new measure, target. Okay, yes, we created it. Okay, we created all. So we also have the variance. Okay, we also have wholesale price. Okay, so let us go with the wholesale price. Then the next one we will go for the variance. Okay, new measure, Okay. So it is not the expected, it is the target. Yes, we created new measure. Click on OK. For the production also, let me create. Yes. So these are all fall under wholesale. So let me make this as wholesale. Wholesale. Click on OK. Yes, we created all. So we can also go for creating the variance. Okay, the variance. So what is variance? So in the previous session, yes, we discussed what is the variance. Okay, variance, it is a statistic concept. What is a variance? So variance is like a difference between difference. Okay, difference between two numbers. Okay, two numbers from target. So how much variance? Okay, how the produced, okay, how produced, okay, is deviating from production or target. So it is like how actual is deviating from the business plan or the target. How produced quintal by day, okay, is deviating, is difference, okay, from the production and the target. Okay, that is variance. So let us see that. So how do we find the variance? Okay, right click, new measure. Okay, variance is like a difference. It is a subtraction. Okay, which is a difference between produced and production. Okay, produced quintal by day minus production quintal by day. So that is variance produced. And the next one is with the target. Right click, new measure. So this is with the target. And we get the number. From this, we get the number. But we also want to have the percentage. Okay. So if you want to see the percentage of the deviation, we can use the percentage formula like, so divide produced capacity minus production capacity divided by production capacity by quintal. Okay, it is like seeing the growth. Okay, what is the growth formula? Okay, what is the growth formula? Produced capacity, okay, minus production capacity divided by production capacity. So we have a formula like sales growth. If you want to find out the current year minus previous year divided by previous year, divided by previous year. So this is the formula of growth. Okay, this is the formula of growth. Whatever the domain that you work, finance domain, commercial domain, or supply chain domain, HR domain, whatever the domain that you work, the growth percentage or growth formula remains same. Current year minus previous year divided by previous year. Or we can also go for Googling the formula. Okay, go to Google and search for the year on year growth. Okay, year on year growth formula. Okay, what is the year over year growth or year on year growth formula? So it is the measure over two comparable periods such as current and prior period. Okay, if I go for divided by prior value, okay, current value minus prior value divided by prior value. Okay, so that is the formula of the year over year growth or month on month growth or sales growth. Okay, so that is the formula. So what happens? So we can see, we can compare our data with last year data. Okay, what we can do, we can compare our value with last year value, or here, what is here, we can compare it with production and produced. So new measure. Okay, so let me click on OK. Okay, yes, we created that. So let me give the naming as variance, the folder name variance. Okay, let us also put the same thing, the percentage in here. Where is the percentage? So both of them also should go into the variance. Okay, we created the variance. Okay, what is the next thing? I'm checking the next calculation part. Okay, so we also have base cost per pack calculations. Okay, so let me create that. Right click, new measure, produced base cost. The first thing that we need to calculate, produced base cost. Produced base cost. Okay, so let us put directly into that folder, produced base cost. Where is that base cost? Yeah. So other, so let us go and create others. Right click, new measure, paste it and click on OK. Yes, we created that production base cost. Next, target base cost. Okay, so you need to remember everything because you need to handle interview. Okay, target base cost is completed. So what is the thing? The next thing that we need to do, variance of the base cost. Okay, what is the next thing? Variance of the base cost. We need to look into the variance. Okay, so let me copy that variance. Right click. Variance is the difference between the produced and production. What is the base cost from the produced? What is the base cost from the variance? Okay, not from the variance, from the produced and production. Okay, so this is target produced. Okay, and also we can go for the percentage. Standard formulas. These are all the standard formulas. Okay, do not think this as a dummy formulas. Okay, you will not find the data set anywhere, GitHub, Kaggle, okay, or repositories. Any repositories, you will not be able to find out the data set. I prepared the data set. Yesterday, I tried changing the data set because yesterday night I worked. Okay, to explain you, yesterday night I worked. So we created almost all the calculation part. Okay, we created almost all the calculations. Okay, we created all the calculations. But when we go through the uh, date information, okay, when we go to the date information, so when we implement, if I want to see the prior year or previous year sales, previous month sales, or if we want to implement some date add function, same period last year function, or parallel period function. So when we try to implement these date functions on the date column, okay, what is the thumb rule to remember? The thumb rule is you should have a complete date. Data should have complete date. So what does the complete date means? So whichever the year you take, okay, 2025, okay, every month it should have certain. So if you take January, it should have 31 days. The transaction should be 31 days. If one day is missing, you can't implement date add parallel period or same period last year. Okay, for example, in our data, we are missing few transactional dates. Okay, so in January we missed one day, February we do not have a few days. Okay, based on the month. Okay, based on the month, Jan should have 31 days, February should have 28 or 29 days based on the leap year. Okay, March should have 30 days, okay, based on its month. But if I mean, the transactions, probably like transactions, it should have the transactions. If one or other day is missing, the transaction is missing, we will get blank or we will get some issues in the values when we implement the date functions. Okay, how to overcome this? Okay, how to overcome this? Another interview scenario. Okay, we need to create, we need to have, we need to have the date table. We need to have the date table. Okay, we need to have the date table. There are three ways of creating the date calendar table. Okay, there are three ways of creating the calendar table. Okay, first way. What is the first way? First way is creating. First way is creating calendar table. Okay, it takes the range of dates. Okay, date 1, date 2. So start date, end date. Simple start date, comma, end date. Okay, start date, comma, end date. So we can create it. After creating it, what do we need to do? We need to make the relation between the tables. Make relation between date columns. Between date columns. What happens? If it is a manufactured date, relation with the date. Okay. So this date, okay, in our visualization, in the calculation, we can use the column from date table, the calendar table that we created. We can also use these date columns in the visualization also. Whatever the date that you are using for the when this date is with the manufacturing date, then this is called as a manufacturing date. Manufacturing dates. So you can pull the month, year, okay. You can pull year, month. This is a date. For example, you have another column called as order date. Okay. When you make the relation from order date to date relationship, whatever the date from the calendar table becomes order date. Okay, you can pull year, month, quarter, day. You also have one more date called as sales date, the day you are selling the products, and you made the relation with the date column in the calendar table. This calendar table, okay, becomes this calendar table becomes the sale date. This calendar table becomes sale date. So you can pull year, month, day, quarter. Those year, month, day, quarter are the sales dates. Okay, and this concept is called as uh, time dimension. Time dimension rule. One of the interview question. Okay, one of the interview question. When I attended the interview for the second company, this is the question that I got. Okay, how the role? What is the role of time dimension? Okay, it is like Dashavatar, one single Kamal Hassan. Okay, the same Kamal Hassan, he can act like a, what is that in the Dashavatar movie? He can act like a taller person. Okay, so same Kamal Hassan, he can act like a George Bush. The same Kamal Hassan, he can act like a Chinese person. Okay, so it is like when you connect your table has order date, and your order date is connected to the date column in the calendar table, then that becomes order date. When you pull the dates from the calendar date, that becomes order date. You have the sale date. Okay, you made the relation from sale date to the date in the calendar table. That date becomes sales date. Okay, and same thing manufacture date. Okay, it is like Kamal Hassan is playing. Okay, Hassan also acted like a lady. So the same. Okay, like that. So this is about. So what do we need to do now? We need to create the calendar table. Okay, because we need to overcome that problem. Okay, you would ask me, okay, there is no year column in this table. Do we have year? Yes, we have year. I think we pulled to the year. I think in the query, I think we pulled it. Do we have the year? Control F, year. Yes, yes, we have the year. FPM dot year. Okay, but if you want to have the quarter, month, day, so what do we need to do? We need to get it from that table. So how do we create? Click on the new table. Okay, we are creating the calculated table. Okay, we are creating the calculated table. Okay, let me minimize this, the properties. Let me minimize this and let me click on save. Okay, apply later. Okay, so what do we need to do? Click on new table. So what we are trying to do, we are trying to create the date calendar table. Okay, let me write date table equal to. So how do we want to create? We calendar table takes the minimum start date and the end date, but we want to get the dates considering the table. Okay, considering the we have a manufactured date column in the fact table. But whenever we should not be creating the data from 2010 to 2030. Dynamically, the date should add in the date table. How do we do that? Okay, so let us see that how do we do this. Variable, I'm creating the variables. Okay, variable minimum date. It is called as a minimum date equal to. Okay, so minimum. So what is the function? Minimum from the manufacture date. Okay, from the manufactured date. Manufactured date. Okay, from the, we need to take it from the this table. Yes, we created. Again, variable. Okay, max date. Max date equal to max of the same column. Let me copy paste the same column. Okay, let me copy paste the same table. Shift enter for the next line. So we need to return. Okay, return. Add column is the function where we can add the columns. Okay, it takes table comma name comma expression. Returns a table with new columns specified by the DAX expression. Okay, so let us implement the function calendar. What is a calendar function? We will get the range of dates based on the start and end date. In the start date, let us add the minimum date, the variable we created, comma. In the end date, we can add the max date. Max date. Okay, close the bracket, close, shift enter. Name one comma expression. Okay, so in the calendar date, okay, understand the concept. Concept is important. In the calendar date, we need date column, comma, date column, year column, month column, year month column. We can do it. We can also do it in another way. Okay, how do we do it? So let me take off this. Okay, let me copy this. Control A, X. Okay, or Control Z. Oh, Control Z. Yeah. So let me click on it. Okay. For now, let me click on OK. Okay, it does not work, but let me go for new table again. We can directly create. How do we create? So let me go for calendar table equal to, okay, calendar is the table name. So we can get the start date. What is the start date? So min of the manufactured date. Okay, manufactured date. Okay, manufactured date, comma, close the bracket, comma, max of, again, manufactured date. Okay, close the bracket, click on enter. So what is the output that we are going to get? Minimum date from the manufactured date, maximum date from the manufactured date. When there will be a transaction in the fact table, we will also get it in here. So we received the date. Okay, we received the date column. So what do we need to do again? If we want to extract year from this, I need to click on new column, extract year by using the year function, equal to year of, okay, date. What is that? Calendar table date. So if I want month, I need to create. If I want year, month, I need to create that. Instead of creating again and again, implementing the calculated columns, what we can do, click on the new table, Control V, add column creates the table. We can add the number of columns. Okay, shift enter, double quotes, year. So this is the name. Okay, this is the name of the column. Now we need to enter the expression. What is the expression? Year of date. Okay, year of date. Okay, comma, shift enter. Again, what do we need to do? Month number, comma. So month of, okay, month of date. Close the bracket, shift enter. Okay, the next one. So that one is month number. So here month, Okay, so we can go for formatting. We need to get the short month. Okay, so date, comma, double quotes, MMM, short month we will get. Close the bracket, comma, shift enter. Again, year month. Okay, year month. This is used for the line chart. If you want to go for trend line analysis of the data. So how the data is, how the sales are from the last 10 years, how there is an increase or decrease. We usually find it in the gold price. If you search for the last 1 year gold price, you find the line chart that is going up and down, up and down. Okay, in the gold, there is no down. It is always up. Okay, format, date, comma, so double quotes, YYY, okay, MM. So we get date and month. Click on enter. Okay, so why? What happened? Oh, date table is already existing. Oh, okay, we already have it. I'm sorry. Okay, let me copy paste it. Okay, click on OK. So we got it. Okay, what is the next step? Okay, what is the next step? Where is that date table? Yeah, here we have the date table. So what do we need to do? We need to make the relation between these two tables. Okay, where is the manufactured date? Manufactured date and the date column. Okay, so make it both and click on OK. Yes, we made the relation between the tables. Date, let me make it into where is the table? So now you are able to see the date column. Okay, in the date, discard changes. So make this into date into only date format because time doesn't make any sense. And make it into short date. Always remember, make it into short date. Yes. And calendar date, let me delete this. After this, what do we need to do? Okay, after this, what do we need to do? We need to create. Okay, so let me publish this. Okay, what did we do? We created all the calculations. Okay, let me click on publish this. Click on save. Apply later. Let us not apply anything. Apply later. Okay, so let it load. Yes. So in Power BI service, okay, in Power BI service, app.powerbi.com. Okay, so we need to create a workspace. What do we need to do? We need to create the workspace. So here I already created CoolWave Manufacturing Analytics platform. So let us publish the report to the same CoolWave Manufacturing Analytics platform. Click on select. Yes, this one is published. So let us go through there. Click on this workspace. Okay, CoolWave Analytics Metrics. Okay, this is what we published. Okay, now let me open another report, blank report. Yes, I opened blank report. What do we need to do? Click on get data. Okay, what we need to do, what is our agenda now? Whatever the data set, sorry, it is not the data set, that is called as a semantic model. Okay, this is called as, okay, this is called as semantic model. You also see that what it is called? It is called as semantic model. Okay, this is called as semantic model. Semantic model contains data modeling. Semantic model contains the calculations. Semantic model contains all the data transformations. And we publish that semantic model to the cloud, Power BI service. From Power BI, we connect to that semantic model. Okay, connecting to that semantic model. Click on Power BI semantic model. Okay, what is that semantic model that we have that we need to connect? Cool Web Analytics Metrics. Click on connect. Okay, click on connect. Yes. Now we have got, now we connected to the semantic model. What do you see here? Connected live to semantic model, the name of the semantic model. Okay. So it is asking us make changes to this model. No, there is no need of making any changes. We got all the tables. Go to model view. Okay, go to model view. Hover over any report, any table. Okay, let me hover over because we are working on this view. Let me hover over it. You see the name of name, data source SQL server, server name, and Cool Web Analytics is the database. Okay, and we have connected to SSAS, SQL Server Analysis Service. Okay, okay. So do you want to make any changes to the data modeling? Click on this. Okay, expand the properties. No, you cannot change anything in the semantic model. You cannot change the data modeling. You cannot change the calculations. For example, we created all the calculations. Let me expand it. Average monthly production. If I click on this, no, you will not get anything. You can't see the calculation part. X factory price. Click on this. No, no, you are not able to get the formula bar. Price, no. Okay. This is called as connecting to the semantic model. Okay. So this is called as connecting to the semantic model. Okay. You explain same thing in the interview. It's your job to explain the same thing when they ask, walk us through your project. Okay. What is a semantic model? So did you ever use semantic model in your organization? What are all the connectivity modes did you connect? So these are all the questions. How do you handle huge amount of data in Power BI? Does Power BI handle huge amount of data? Okay, these are all the questions related to whatever the concepts that we discussed till now. Okay, for example, you want to get, so let me do one thing. Let me show that to you. You follow the same thing. Okay, so here the difficult part is the fact table only, because I found difficulty in getting the data into SQL. Others it is so easy. Okay, others it is so easy. So click on, okay, download this first. You download this. Okay, it is downloaded. Okay, it is downloading. Okay, where do we have it? Download. No, it is not still downloaded. Where is it? It is downloaded. Okay, so go to SQL Server. So you create the database first. Without creating the database, you will not be able to get the data into any database.
Any blank database I need to create?
Any database. Create a database.
Yes.
Name of the database.
Yeah.
Then again use the database. Okay.
Yes.
Go to Object Explorer. Right click on the database. You have an option called as import to flat files. In the task, okay, in the task, click on import to flat files. Okay, import to flat files. Click on specific input location. Click on browse. Go to that download, whatever the path. Okay, it is in the download, but if you have any specific path, go to that path. Okay, one more thing to remember, SQL only takes, the SQL server only takes, SSMS only takes CSV format. Okay, only CSV format. Click on open. Go to preview data. Okay, it is saying that, where is that? Okay. It is saying that name is already existing. Let me go for making it into testing. Go to preview data. Okay, you can see the format of the data. Okay, this is the view of the data. Okay, go to modify columns. Do not make any changes. Okay, do not make any changes. Go to summary. Okay, click on finish. Before 3-4 years and what is happening now. Okay, before 2022, okay, there is a ETL tool, ETL team. Okay, what is ETL team? SQL developers, okay, database developers, database engineers. Okay, so they look at data warehousing, and also they look at ETL data transformation. Okay, in the Snowflake, they are building the models, they are building separating the dimension, fact table, and all those things from 2023. Okay, and previously it was like, so they're like BI developer, only BI developer. What is the role of BI developer? He needs to develop the reports. That's it. Okay, get the data from the ETL team, get the query from the ETL team, develop the reports, data visualization, DAX and all, and also look at the administration, Power BI admin. Okay, his role is meant for developing the reports and Power BI admin. So looking at the Power BI service, accessing, requesting. Okay, so monitoring and managing the reports in the service, that is Power BI administration. From 2023, companies are also asking the developer, BI developer, okay, to also know about the SQL, okay, database. So it is like database plus reporting. So in the technical terminology, I'm saying database plus reporting, that is data analysis. Okay, now now it is changed from 2026. Okay, from 2026 there will not be like database plus reporting. Okay, cloud cloud plus database plus reporting. Okay, I can simply say Fabric data engineer. Okay, so why do we need to go for Microsoft Fabric? It is like an emerging technology. Okay, if you want to look after your safety of your growth, your career for another 5 to 10 years. Okay, for the data there are three emerging technologies, that is data engineering, data analysis, and data science. Okay, these data engineering, data analysis, and data science are under a single platform, that is Microsoft. Okay, so I do not want to explain more about it. Okay, so let us go through the project. Okay, so what did we do in our previous session? So let me open the documentation. Yeah, anyone, would you like to speak? Anyone, would you like to share what we discussed in the previous session? Come on, let it be interactive. It's Sunday. No office. Yeah. So in the previous session, we discussed about gathering information. Yes. Joining all the tables. Yes. Calculations we implemented. Yes. CTEs we implemented. Yes. Data governance. So we built the view so that all the data of the FMCG is within this view. There is no need of someone else. There is no need of client to go and search different tables. Everything is in here. Okay, and the next step is pulling the data into Power BI. Yes, we went with the direct query. Okay, DQ. Okay, direct query. Okay, direct query, and the connectivity mode also we discussed. Okay, so what do? We connect it to the semantic model. What is a semantic model? Semantic model, okay, contains the data, contains the connectivity mode that is connected to the direct query mode. Okay, so in that semantic model, we will have the data modeling. What do we have? We would have the data modeling. So what do? We make the relation between the tables, and we also implement all the calculations. Okay, we also implement all the calculations. We create calculated measures and all. Okay, so what do we have? We have the data modeling plus all the calculations. So it is simply like preparing the data set. Okay, preparation of the data set. So this is semantic model. So what do? We publish this semantic model without implementing any visualization. We publish the report to Power BI service to the cloud. And one more thing, it is not called as a Power BI service. It is a fabric. Okay, it is a fabric service. Fabric. So we connected. So what do we do again? Yeah. Any doubts? So let me mute all. So it is not called as a it is not called as a Power BI service. It's a fabric service. So we handled all the calculations in the SQL. Okay, and we built the semantic model, and we also connected from Power BI. We connected to the semantic model. Okay, till 10th point we discussed. Okay, till 10th point we discussed. So, but the thing is that I faced yesterday, I tried to do some data visualization, but due to some gateway issue, I'm not able to. Okay, so what do? Click on get data, click on Power BI semantic model. Okay, what is that? Manufacturing unit. No. We created cool bev analytics metrics. Okay, this is the semantic model. Okay, this is the semantic model. So click on connect. Okay, so we connected to the semantic model. Yes, we got all the tables. So go to report view. So go to model view. So there is a relation. We cannot edit any relationship. Okay, we cannot make any changes to the data. No data transformation in the semantic model, the one which we pull into Power BI. Okay, whatever the changes that we need to do, we can make those changes in the semantic model only. Okay, so I cannot do any data transformation. But the thing is that what I'm facing, so this is my personal laptop. So what we are facing due to some issues, I'm not able to get, due to gateway issues, I'm not able to add the data into here. Okay, I'm not able to go for the analysis. So we are receiving one error. So what is that error? No gateway. Okay, there is no gateway. Okay, so that is the reason I'm not able to get the data from Power BI service to Power BI desktop. So how do we resolve this problem? Okay, how do we resolve this problem? We can resolve this problem. Okay, we can resolve this problem directly. So let us go and make Coolbev analytics. No. Not this. So what we can do? We can directly connect. We can directly use whatever the semantic model that we built for the visualization. Okay, whatever the semantic model that we built, let us use the same thing. Where is that cool bev semantic model? This is what we created. Okay, let me click on. Okay, I think the same thing. Okay, so what did we do? So I just opened the whatever we have it. So we whatever we created in the previous session. So I opened that. So what do I do now? Let me delete the three tables. Okay, let me delete the three tables. What are all the tables? Dimension, brand. So these three tables. So how do you delete the tables at single go? Okay, go to model view. Okay, select the tables, right click and delete. Oh, we do not have the option to delete. Why? No, we do not have. So what do we do now? the first and foremost thing when you present it to the client, okay, always remember when you present the visualization or the report that you developed, okay, to the client, that you want to showcase it to the client, present it to the client. So first thing is, so let me make it as manufacturing unit, manufacturing unit overview. Okay, so what does the overview means? So this page would contain the overview, okay, complete information about the project, okay, complete information about the project. So what do we do now? So let me go to insert. So let me insert the shape so that I can put some title, okay, and enter the text box. Okay, in the text box, let me write manufacturing unit overview, the title of the page, okay, title of the page. Let me increase the size, make it 20, make it bold, make it center. Okay, move this into that, okay, move it into that. Okay, so we are not able to get it. So what we need to do, go to view, okay, go to selection, you just shift little bit above. Okay, okay, let me go to effects, background, turn it off. So manufacturing overview. Okay, so manufacturing overview. So let me go to effects, no background. Yes, now we got. So we put the manufacturing overview. So what do we need to do? So write the text and make this into the white background. Okay, make this into the white background. So yes, we created our title, manufacturing unit overview. What is the next thing? Okay, what is the next thing? So we need to showcase the KPIs. Okay, whenever you work on the Power BI report development, you need to showcase the KPIs. So KPIs are like key performance indicators. Okay, so KPIs are like key performance indicators. So what are the key performance indicators? Okay, what are the measures or what are the columns that is impacting the business? Okay, that is completely impacting the business. So here, if you see here, okay, in here, so what are all the measures or what are all the impacting for the business? So now let me take the first and foremost one is plant working hours. Okay, plant working hours. So if you observe, I do not know whether you observed in the recent times or not. Do you see the card visual? So here, Microsoft every month releases the update. Okay, Microsoft, go to options and settings. Sorry, click on about. Okay, click on about. So what is the version that I have in my desktop? Okay, immediately you go and check your desktop's version. So it is November version. Okay, it is a November version. It is the latest version. Whenever Microsoft releases a new update, automatically my system gets the new update. From the November version, one of the interview questions, that is what was the last update that the Microsoft released in Power BI. Okay, to check whether you are updated or not. Okay, so the last update from the Microsoft is they slowly removed the card visual. Okay, there is no card visual. You see, there is no card visual. But how do you use the card visual? So whatever I worked on the previous, so let me copy that. Copy the card visual. Okay, there is no card visual, but let me copy the card visual. Okay, I copied the card visual. So here it is. The plant working hours is 14,000. Okay, some number. So this number is from the overall. Okay, it is from the overall, the complete. Okay, this is from the overall. So this is planned working hours. So what do you need to do? You need to put the comma so that we will get it in the readable format. Yes, some number, ones, tens, 100,000, 10,000, lakhs, 10 lakhs, 14 lakhs, 25,000 is the planned working hours. So let me copy this. So there is no need of others. So I can have the visual. So Control C, Control V. Okay. The next thing is that plant cost per day. Plant cost per day. Okay. So let me go for plant cost per day. The plant cost per day is some value. We are getting some value. So let me make it into comma. Or we can also go for make it into dollar. Okay, we will get it dollar. But we are working for the Indian. So there is no need of dollar or something like that. Okay. So this is what we are getting huge amount. We are thinking that it is a huge amount. So for that, what do we need to do? So we can get a year filter. Okay, we can get a year slicer. Okay, so let me go for the new slicers are added. Okay, the new slicer is added. So that slicer is button slicer. Okay, button slicer. So let me add here from the date. Let me add here. Okay, so it is taking sum of slicer. Okay, let me. What is that? What happened? Okay, so now we have got the slicer. Okay, so but we are getting in something we need to make some changes. Okay, multi-button layout. So it is 3 rows, 3 columns. Increase. Okay, increase. Okay, so let us have everything in a single row. Okay, let us have everything in the single row. We need to make some other changes. Okay, so go here, selection. Yes, make it a single select. Call out value if you want to have any layout. You can make some changes. Value. Okay, let it be the value label. Okay, background. No, let me selection icon. Yeah, let us have the selection icon. Buttons. Advanced. No. I think we need to take off the year. So how can I take off the year? General, take off the year. Yes. So we removed year. Okay, we removed year. So if I click on 2025, okay, let's see whether it is changing or not. Yes, it is changing. Okay, yes, it is changing. For now, let me put it on the 2025. Okay, for let me change some. Go to effects. Okay, go to effects. Change the background color. Okay, go to more colors. Okay, if you have any hex colors, okay, hex color. So you can get the hex color number, hex color code. Okay, let me get the hex color code. Copy this and paste it over here. Yes, we got total plant cost. Okay, so the next KPI is maintenance cost. What do I do? Control C and Control V. Okay, the next one is maintenance cost. Maintenance cost by day. So let me add, because why do we need maintenance cost and all? Because the first project that we are discussing is plant maintenance. Okay, the first project is manufacturing maintenance. Let me go and check here. Manufacturing unit performance. Okay, this project will only have about the plant maintenance. Okay, plant manufacturing unit performance. Okay, so that is the reason we have it. So make it into comma separated. So we will get some value. Okay, this is the plant maintenance. Okay, so what do we need to do? So let me get the hex. Okay, let me get the hex. Go here, go to effects, sorry, general effects, change the background. Okay, we change the background. Now what do we need to do? The next thing is that another important thing is that production. So how much capacity is it is producing every day or every month or whatever it is. Okay, so that is what we need to do. Let me decrease the size. So let me make it 18. Okay, manufacturing unit overview, and let me also decrease this. Yes. So let me click on shift and select, and you can drag 3 visuals at a time. Okay. And again, let me also copy all these, Control C, Control V. Let me put it aside. Okay. Let me put it aside. So let me decrease this a little bit. Okay. So let me move this little bit so that we can fit. Okay. The other visuals can also fit. Use your arrows and you can go for fitting the visual. Yes. Okay. We got it. What is the next thing? The next thing is that production capacity. Okay. Next thing is that production capacity. Okay. Sorry, produced capacity. Okay. So let me type capacity. Where is that produced capacity? So let me remove this produced capacity. So we get produced capacity. So as we connected to the direct query mode, so that is the reason, or we connected to the database where we are dealing with good amount of data. So that is the reason it is loading. Okay, so let me make it into comma separated. Okay, so it is produced capacity. Okay, let me check. Okay, we can go for three things. Okay, so we can go for production capacity. The first one is production capacity. Okay, we can also go for production capacity. Next one is produced capacity, and the next one is expected production capacity. So it is like target. Okay, so let me go for renaming it. So let me take off the quintal by day. Already we know that everything is in quintals. So let me make it comma separated. So that whenever the client comes to this page, he can easily understand, okay, what is going on in the business. So he can directly select the slices and he can go for analyzing the data easily. Okay, expected production or target production. Simply, I can call it as target production. Okay, so what do we do now? Now let us change some the color coding. Okay, the color. Let me copy the color coding hex. Okay, let me copy the color coding. So go to General, Effects, paste it. Okay, and the next one, produced capacity also. Let me copy the color coding. Yes. And the next one, let me also copy the color coding. So why do we need? So this color coding can be used for in the next visuals also we can use the color coding. Yes. So we implemented the color coding. So let me save this. First of all, let me save this. Okay, let me save this so that it would be easy for analyzing the data. So let me give the naming new folder. Okay. So manufacturing unit performance. Okay. Performance. Okay. So let me click on enter. So here also let me make it manufacturing unit performance. Okay. What is the next thing? The next thing is that we need to create a table visual. Okay. Let me go for creating a table visual. So what we can have in the table visual? So we can have, okay, in the table visual, we can add all the required columns of the manufacturing unit performance. So let me pull it little above. So I can increase, decrease or increase the size, type the font. Okay. Do we have any font? Yes. I can increase or decrease the size. Yes. Okay. So that I can pull it. Okay. Okay. All right. So what do we need to do here? So let me add unit ID. Okay. Let me add unit ID. Okay. Unit ID. Yes. That's well and good. And the next one, let me add the name of the unit ID. Okay. So we got the name. So we have some issue. Okay. It is auto size enabled. So let it be like that. Okay. Now let me add state, state, state code. Okay. And the next one is manufacture date. Okay. So let me add manufacture date, or I can directly add the from the date, I can add the date hierarchy, or I can add the manufacture date. Okay. So date is in the date and time format. Let me make change it into date format. Okay. Date format and make it into short date. Okay. Make it into short date. So if you remember from the points of the import mode, direct query mode, and live connection, performance would be little slower when we work with the SQL server. Okay, it loads. Okay, it loads. And what is the next thing that we need to add? Plant manager. The important thing is that plant manager, because we are that is our main objective. We are discussing about the plant performance. Okay, and the next one. Okay, and the next one is plant working hours. Plant working hours. Plant cost by day and maintenance cost. Okay, maintenance cost. Next one is important, that is the one which we have: production capacity, produced capacity, and expected produced capacity. So now let me go for capacity. So here let me add one by one: produced capacity, production capacity, expected production capacity. If you would like to add the last capacity is like a difference between the produced and I think production. Okay, we need to look into the SQL query again. Okay, we got it. Okay, we got it. So what is the next thing? Okay, after adding all these, what is the next thing? Variance. Okay, let me also add the variance. Okay, so what is the variance? Variance between the produced and also target, so that we can get to know. Okay, variance is it is in the number. Let me make it into percentage. Okay, so that we get some percentage. Okay, some percentage. And let me also add here percentage. Okay, this is the variance. Okay, few of them are variance. This is the variance. Okay, we added whatever the required. Okay, we added all these. Okay, whatever it is required, we added. So what do we need to do? Go to format your visual. Okay, so let me add the column header color. Okay, good looking color. Okay, so let me pick the same color. Okay, let me pick the same color. Where is the color? Okay, I think we have the fill color. Fill. Okay, or we can do one thing. Okay, I can also use the background color. Okay, let me do one thing. So here let me use the same color. So where do we find in the style fill? Yeah, so let me use one of the colors that we used. Okay, let me use one of the color. Here also let me use in the column headers, go to background color, this one, make the header alignment to the center. Okay, and also, so I want to see. Okay, and one more thing, text color to white. Text color to white. If you want to make it bold, yes, we can make it into bold. Yes, now it looks okay, good. Next thing is that let me uh, let me go for decreasing the size. Okay, so what we can do, if you want to decrease the size, give some space. Manufacturing unit. Okay, so I made some space, I can put it down. Okay, and also manufacture date. Okay, let it be plant working hours. Okay, let me do something like this: plant cost, maintenance cost. Okay, produced capacity. Okay, let me scroll right side: production capacity. expected production capacity. Okay, percentage of variance produced versus production, target. Okay, so you see the values are going right side in the produced production. Okay, so what do we need to do? Go to specific column. Okay, click on plant working hours. Okay, select the totals also, make it into alignment to the center. Okay, next one, plant cost, select totals also, sorry, make it alignment center. You see center. Maintenance cost. Okay, maintenance cost also same thing, make it center. Same thing for, so we need to apply like this. Okay, okay, next one, alignment. Next one also same thing. Next one also same thing. Okay, so if you have option, please fast forward this video. Okay, all right. So this is what we have it. Okay, what we are trying to do. So when client came, okay, client visited this page. Okay, so he can check. Okay, in the 2024, yeah, this is what we have it. The planned working hours is 1,30,000. This is daily. Okay, this is daily. And the plant cost, maintenance cost. Okay, the production capacity, produced capacity, expected. And what is the difference from the produced versus production? 11.76 percentage minus. Okay, 11.76 percentage minus. And the variance from produced and a target 14.2629 percentage. Okay, if I go to 2019, okay, I can get to know what is what. Okay, 2019 it is too heavy, 30 percentage, 36 percentage. Okay, 2018, 2018. So let's see, let it load. 25 percentage. So I can get to know, okay, I can get to know what is going on. So this is in the table view. Okay, this is in the table view. But what do I need to do? So few people, few of them like to see it in the table format. Okay, and another interview question. How many tabular reports that you built? Okay, another interview questions. How many table views or tabular reports, tabular visuals that you built? Okay, and or did your organization use the table visual also, or how do you present the visuals in your organization? You can say it's a combination of table view, tabular view, and also other data visualization view. Okay, so first visual we completed, first page. Okay, you would ask me what are all the observations that you did. Okay, now I cannot say. In the table view we cannot say. Okay, what are all the observations that you did. Okay, so I can simply say that. So I can click on 2015. So 2015 the produced capacity is some value. Okay, so what is the produced capacity? Let it load, so we can compare the data. 6. Okay, produced capacity is 6. Production capacity is double. Okay, so produced capacity, comparing the production, produced capacity is 50% lesser. I can give this analysis. You see, how did I say? I can see the number or I can see the variance. 50% lesser than the production, 55% lesser than the expected production. That is target. You see, there is no need for you to present it to the client. As a client, I can understand. Okay, as a client, I am the end user. I do not know much about the Power BI, but when I click on the selections, I can easily understand. Okay, we are mainly focusing on the produced production and expected production. Okay, from 2015 I can understand 50%, more than 50%. 2016 also 50%. Okay, 2017, let me click on 2017. 2017 it improved, so probably like 20 to 30% it improved. Okay, so we have come to 20 percentage. 2019 18, 2019 36, again it increased. 2020 2020 it decreased. 2021 it changed. 2022 it is changing. Okay, it is decreasing. So what is decreasing? The produced capacity is closer to the production and expected production. Okay, 2023, 2024, 2025, you see, it is plus. Oh my God, you see, it is not minus. Only few, it is minus. It is more than that. Produced capacity is more than the production, but little lesser, 3%, only 3%, you see. So here it is 18% more than the target. Oh my God, they improved. Okay, this is what the analysis that we can give. Okay, the next page is, okay, the next page is the main thing that we are going to compare. That is actual versus plan versus target. Okay, let me click on this. Right click, duplicate. Why do we need to go for duplicate? So there is no need of building the card visuals again, giving the title again. So I can have it in a single page. Let me delete this, remove this page. I can have the formatting. Okay, let me go for making this as actual, oh sorry, actual versus, which is actually is a produced versus plan. Plan is like a production versus target. Target is like a expected production. Okay, so if now what do we need to do? Okay, now what do we need to do? So now let me remove this. Yes, enough. Table view is enough. I'm not able to understand much. Need to compare it. Okay, we need to compare it. How do we compare it? Okay, there are many visuals available. How do you compare the data? Okay, for comparison of the data, okay, we have bar chart. For comparison of the data, we have bar chart. If the dimension data is lesser, we have pie chart and donut chart. Okay, we have pie chart and donut chart. We also have gauge chart. Gauge chart is used when we have the minimum value, maximum value, and the target. We'll see that. Let me add it. Let's see how does it look like. Okay, so and also when we want to compare something against, okay, these two visuals are available. So we can have, it is a combination of line and bar chart. These two visuals are the combination of line chart plus bar chart. So we can have x-axis, y-axis, secondary y-axis. Okay, so x-axis. Let me click on. Okay, what we can do? So let me click on line and clustered column chart. Okay, line and clustered column chart. What do we need to do here now? Okay, so let me add date. Okay, let me add date table in the x-axis. Okay, date table in the x-axis. In the y-axis, as we are comparing in the previous manufacturing unit, we saw the numbers. Okay, we saw the numbers, but we want to see the trend. What is the trend? Okay, what is the trend? Trend line. Okay, simple example. Okay, in the trend line, simple example. Let me show that simple example. Okay, so as we are the India is the state country where we watch cricket more. Okay, we are India versus, for example, Australia. Okay, Australia batted already. Australia scored 300 runs. Okay, these are all the, so I put this is the runs scored by Australia. Okay, we regularly see in the IPL also we see. Okay, these are all the overs. Okay, 5, 10, 15. Okay, it is 50 overs. Okay, in the 50 overs. So this is the 45th over, for example, you think. It is all out. In the 45th over, it scored 250. Okay, 250 for 10 wickets. Okay, 250 for 10 wickets. So we see some dotted lines. Okay, we see some dotted lines which are like a fall of wickets. In particular over, it is a fall of wickets. Okay, these are all the runs. For example, 10 runs. Okay, 50 runs. Okay, 100 runs, 300 runs. The top one is 300 runs. Okay, we will have the gap of 50. Okay, 50, 100, 50, 100, 150, 200, 250, 300. India is batting next. India is scoring something like this. Okay, it is going something like this. Okay, whether it is reaching or not. Here now we are in 45th. Okay, so it is 230 score. Okay, so what we are trying to do, this is the target, this is the one which is reaching line chart, we are trying to compare it, and also we have some bars. Okay, fall of wickets, something like this. Okay, so you see how it is important. IPL, if you see in the IPL, okay, if Dhoni scored 50 runs, more than 50 runs, the match is winning. Okay, if Dhoni scored more than, if Bhuvaneshwar took, if Shami took 3 wickets in any match, that match is won by Gujarat Titans. Okay, something like that. Those are all analysis is based on whatever we are discussing now. Okay, I mean, in the analysis part or in the visualization, this is what happens. In the column y-axis, let me add, okay, in the column y-axis, let me add the capacity. What are all the capacity that we have? Capacity. What is the capacity? So produced capacity, production capacity, and the expected production capacity. Okay. So let me take off the 2025. Okay. Now we will get all the years from the starting year. We get all the visual. Okay. Yes, we got it. Okay. Wonderful. Now what do we need to do? We need to make some changes to the color. Go to visual. Oh, sorry, this one. Go to visual, expand the columns. You have all expand produced capacity. So produced capacity, let me give the color from the same, whatever the color that we used. Okay. Let me take this color, produced capacity. Production capacity, let me take this color. Okay. And the expected production, let me take this color. Now you see how it looks okay. It looks good. Or let me go for production, change it into some other color. What is this color? Let me change it into this color. Okay, let me change it into this color. Okay, now it looks good. So now we need to enable the data label so that we can understand what are all the values that we have. Okay, what are all the values that we have? What do we need to do now? So in the line y-axis, I can add something called as planned working hours. I can add planned working hours. Okay, planned working hours in the line y-axis. What we can understand from the line y-axis. So go to line. Where is the line? Okay. You see the solid. Yes, let it be the solid. Round. Let it be the round. Linear. Make it step. Now you would see it in the step. Okay. So let us try something new. Okay. So line. So in the interpolation, I took linear is the normal general thing that is being taken care by all the businesses. Okay. Now let us go with the smooth. Sorry, step. So what we can understand. Okay, so what we can understand, planned working hours. So this is based on the year. So what do we can do? Let me go for the next level. Okay, let me filter the data first. 2025. Okay, let me filter the data, and let me go to the next level of the data. Okay, next level of the data. What we can understand in the next level of data. Okay, the planned working hours. What are all the planned working hours? Let me make it into focus mode. Let me disable this. Okay, minimize this. The planned working hours in the January, it is 11,041. Okay, in when the plant worked for 11,041 now. Okay, the produced capacity is 9,920. Okay, 9,920. Okay, probably like 10,000 quintal is the production. Produced, not the production, produced. Okay, next one, plant working hours is 9,978. So plant working hours in the January it is 11,000, but in the second month it worked for the lesser and it produced 8,900 only. Okay, so what we can understand from this, when the machine is worked for the less, okay, the production produced is less. Okay, produced is less. Okay, the produced is less. And the next one, let us go through the next one. 11,067. Okay, so previous one, January it is 11,041. Okay, March it is 11,067. And produced is 9,920. Same, it is producing same. Okay, so we can understand something like this. Okay, we can understand something. We can present it to the client or the stakeholders. When there is a more planned working hours, okay, produced is more. Production is already set. It is set based on the working hours. It is set. 10 hours the water plant need to run. So in that 10 hours, 1,000 liters of the water is purified. It is fixed. 10 hours. Every hour it purifies 100 liters. It is fixed. But when you run due to some power cut or due to some machine issue, okay, due to some labor issue, labor did not come on emergency, labor left at 8 hours only. Okay, 8 hours it produced only 800 liters. Okay, there is a issue of 200 liters. Okay, that is what we need to analyze. Okay, actual versus target. Okay, actual versus target. We also have one more like utilization. Let me check whether we have utilization or not. No, we do not have it. Okay, we do not have it. Okay, we do not have it. Let me pause for a minute. Okay, let me unmute you. How are you feeling? So are you able to understand? Abhishek, Del, Dinesh, Lopa, Mahesh, Monica, Sayan, Srikant, Sri Lakshmi. Comfortable, feeling good. How are you feeling?
Yes, sir.
Feeling good?
Feeling good.
Good. Able to understand?
Yeah.
Okay, good. So in the second page, what we are trying to show, others, how are you doing? Opening Facebook, Instagram. Okay, let him explain. Let us scroll. We have the most working fingers in our body. Okay, the most working organ in our body is our thumb finger. Okay, so which is used for scrolling in the Instagram. I'm just kidding. Okay, all right. So let me mute you all. Let us continue. Okay, let us continue. The new page. Let me go to the new page, or let me copy, duplicate this. So okay, I can have the format. Let me remove this. Now we discussed about planned working hours. Okay, so I can put it as like a based on the working hours. Okay, working hours. I can give the title something like this: target based on the working hours. Third one is variance. Okay, third one is variance. Variance. What is the variance? How much we are deviating the produced. Okay, produced is deviating from the production and also from the target. Okay, production and from the target. So what do we need to do here now? Okay, so there are two ways. Okay, two things. The first one is there are two things in the variance. Okay, if I type variance, okay, there are two things in the variance. We have the variance number, okay, and also percentage. So we want to show both. Okay, we want to show both in a single visual, in the single page, not visual, single page. Okay, we can also show it in a single visual also. Okay, we will discuss that. Okay, so here what do we need to do? Let me expand. In the y-axis, let me take off this. In the y-axis, let me add variance produced and variance production. Okay, so we are getting, okay, not here, sorry. So let me add it over here. Okay, so variance produced. So this is in 2025. So that is the reason we are getting like this. Let me take off 2025. Okay, let me drill up. Okay, let's see how we are going to see. Let me change the color coding of the variance. General, go to general, not the general column. Columns, okay. Last variance. Let me go for taking some other colors. Okay, let me get some darker colors. Okay, so what do you see here? Okay, if I go for focus mode, okay, what do you see here? What do you observe here in this? Okay, so in the year 2020, 2015, the variance is 28,000. Okay, 28,000, 30,000, 18,000. It decreased in the 2020, 2017. Again, it decreased in the 2018. 2020 is the best one. Okay, it decreased. Okay, and again 2021, again it increased due to some COVID. 22 again, 24 or 23. This is 23. 24 it improved from 24. Okay, because of 24 no COVID, nothing at all. They are producing well. Okay, so 24 and 25. You see from here it is slowly improving. Okay, it is slowly improving. Okay, it is slowly improving. So this is what we can give some information to the client. Okay, so this is what we can give the information to the client. Okay, this is variance from the production. Okay, variance from the production, and also the darker one is from the target. So you see target is lesser. Okay, production is higher. This said. Okay, this is what we can observe. And what is the next one? We need to showcase the percentage also. How do you do that? Okay, we need to showcase the percentage also. Okay, now let us go through the bookmarks. Okay, in the same page we want to show the two visuals based on the buttons. Okay, how do you show? Go to insert. Okay, sorry, view, go to view, expand the selections and also bookmarks. Expand the selection and also bookmark. Let me copy Control C. This is the produced capacity. Okay, let me change it into normal variance. Okay, normal variance, just variance. Okay, Control C, hide it, Control V. Okay, Control V. So what do I do? Go to visualization. Okay, take off this in the line Y chart. Okay, let me paste it variance. Oh, I'm not able to variance. Okay, here in the line Y axis, let me add the percentage. Okay, let it load. Okay, let it load. Yes, the line is going up and down, up and down. Okay, so variance, this one, let me go for giving percentage. Okay, percentage and click on enter. Yes, we created. What is the next step? In the bookmark pane, click on add. What is the first one? Let me name this as variance. Second one, okay, percentage variance. Percentage variance. What? The only thing, so simple, straightforward. Okay, when you hide anything, okay, variance is hidden. Now we are able to see. Do not click on the bookmark. Click on the three dots and update. Now you disable the percentage variance, enable the variance. Do not click on the bookmark. Click on the three dots and update. For checking, let me click on variance. Yes, now we are able to see the percentage variance. Click on the variance, normal variance. Yes. Okay, we created bookmark. We want to show this. How do you show this? Okay, we can show this by creating the buttons. Okay, let me take off this. Okay, let me take off this. So what do we do? Just give me 1 second. Just give me 1 second. Let me turn on the light. Okay, so let me create the button here. Okay, but for creating, what do I need to do? Let me change the naming convention. Okay, let me take off the quintal by day so that we can have some. Bookmarks is one of the interview questions. Yes. How do you show the visuals? Okay, multiple visuals in a single page. Quintals by day. Okay. Okay. All right. So let me go to insert. Click on the buttons. Blank button. Okay, we got the blank button. Let me put it over here directly. Okay, let me put it over here. Okay, Control C, Control V, put it over here. So what do we do now? Let me name this. Expand style, expand the text. Okay, write variance. Okay, make it bold. Again, the same thing. Here, let me go for enable percentage variance. Percentage variance. Okay, make it bold. Yes. What is the next step? Okay, next step is enable the action. Okay, click on the type as a bookmark. Now you map the bookmark that we created. Okay, enable the action. In the type, make it as a bookmark, and in the bookmark, make it as a percentage variance. Check. How do you check? Control and click. Control and click. Yes. When I click on it, control and click. Yes. Control and click. Now let me also change it over here. Okay. So here, let me take off the quintal by day. Okay, let it load. Quintal by day. Quintal by day. Yes. Okay. Let me give the effects. Add the visual border. Okay. So that it will be rounded corners. Okay. It will be in the rounded corners. So let me pull it little down. Yes. Now you see. So we created bookmarks. Yes, it looks good. Okay. You can also go for giving some rounded. Okay. Whatever the changes that you want to make, you can make it. Okay. So when I click on variance, yes, now I'm able to see the variance. Okay. When I click on variance, percentage variance, yes, I'm able to see the percentage increase or decrease in the thing here. Okay. Let me click on save. Let me click on save. The last thing that we need to create, the last visual that we need to create, last page that we want to represent is capacity utilization. Let me go for a duplicate. Let me create a capacity utilization. Okay. Here, the thing is that I'm going to explain you one thing. Okay. I'm going to explain you for the one thing. Your work is to do some little bit of assignment. Okay. Do little bit of assignment. Here, let me take this off. Okay. In the second page, I think we are not giving the name actual versus target versus. Okay. So here, what do I do? Actual versus plan versus target. Yes, the title I changed. Here also variance. Okay. Let me go for copy this. Okay. Here, let me go for pasting it. Okay. Variance. Variance. Okay. Variance. Okay. Variance. Okay. Make it 16. Okay. Variance. Okay. Good. The next page is capacity utilization. Capacity utilization. Okay. What is the capacity utilization? How much it is utilized, how much it is produced. Okay. So that is what we need to analyze. Capacity utilization. Okay. So let me take this off. Let me delete this. So let me delete this. This one also let me delete. Let me delete. Let me expand this to the right side. Okay. So we can use one by one. Okay. What do we need to do here? Okay. What do we need to do? The fascinating thing, the one which you need to focus, every company is focusing on, okay, every company is focusing on comparison of the, in the interview you are definitely going to get comparison of the data. Okay, any KPI, what is the comparison? Okay, what is the comparison? In the technical terminology, okay, this year is called as a current year CY or current period CP. Okay, this year in the calendar, okay, we have two types of calendars. Okay, we have two types of year. Calendar year, which is from January to December. Financial year, that is depends on the country to country. Indian financial period or Indian financial year starts from the April to March. Okay, April to March. So which is from 3 months. Okay, 3 months from the calendar period. Okay, so if I want to compare the current year, okay, what is the current year? 2025 current year sales. Okay, I want to compare the current year sales with the previous year sales. Okay, previous year, which is in the technical terminology, in the financial terminology, it is called as PY, that is prior year, or LY, last year. So I want to compare my sales with 2024. Okay, I want to compare my sales with 2024. So how do I compare? Okay, 2025 quarter 4. I want to compare 2024 quarter 4. What is a quarter? Each and every year has 4 quarters. Each quarter has 3 months. Jan, Feb, March, quarter 1. Okay, like that we are in quarter 4. November, okay, October, November, December is the quarter 4. So wants to compare 2025 quarter 4 with 2024 quarter 4. How do we compare? What are all the functions that is been one of the interview questions? How do you compare the data? So there are 2-3 functions available. Okay, first function is date add function. Next function is parallel period function. Third function is same period last year function. Okay, and again there are the difference between these 3 functions. Okay, there are difference between these 3 functions. Again, I do not want to discuss those. One of the interview questions: what is the difference between date add, parallel period, and same period last year? Okay, I do not want to discuss. Okay, how do we implement this? How do we implement this thing? Okay, let us discuss about the first thing, that is, okay, let us discuss about first thing, that is total produced. I would like to discuss about only one thing, that is total produced only. Okay, what do I do now? Let me create, okay, right click, create a new measure. Okay, create a new measure called as current period produced capacity. Okay, current period produced capacity equal to, so we already created produced capacity. Okay, produced capacity quintal by day. So what I'm trying to do, I am trying to put this produced capacity quintal by day measure in the current period produced capacity. Why? We will see that. Why? We will see that. So let me take a card visual again. Okay, let us not use the same card visual. Let us try with a different way. Okay, so let me go to general and take off the background color. Okay, take off the background color, and let me take off, instead of plant working hours, let me go for let me add the current, whatever the current we created, current period. Okay, current period. Let me go for okay, so let me go for let me take off this, and here let me go for making in the title, enable the title. In the title, let me write total produced capacity. Total produced capacity. So what do we need to do? Yes, we have written that in the effects. Let me turn on the background, but let me make it into white. Okay, what text color? Black. Not this one. Value. Let me search for the value. What is the value color? Yeah, value color. Let me make it into black. Yes, now we are able to see the value. Let me make it into comma separated. Okay. Let us change the title. Okay, text title color, general proper title. Change the text color into the blue one. Okay, make it into horizontal middle. Okay, we created. Okay, and effects. Let me take off the border. Okay, what did we do? We created the total produced capacity. What do we need to do? We need to create the prior period capacity. Okay, prior period capacity. Okay, right click, new measure. Okay, so what do we need to do? Prior period capacity. Okay, prior period capacity. Let me go for produced capacity equal to calculate is the function. Okay, here what do we do? So we have directly produced capacity, comma, shift enter, date add function, date add. It takes the date table. So let me directly take the date table. Okay, date table date, comma, -1, which shift, okay, into the previous year, previous day, previous quarter. Click on enter. Okay, so we created that. So what do we need to do? We need to present it. Okay, let me take the same card visual, Control C, Control V. Okay, here let me do some changes. Let me take off this. Okay, here let me add prior. Okay, prior capacity, prior produced capacity. Here what do we need to do? Let me click on 2025 so that we will get what is the prior capacity. But here I want to show this prior capacity in a different way. I want to add PY. Okay, I want to add PY into it. So how do I add PY into it? Okay, how do I add PY into it? We can create one more visual, display, new measure. So I want to display. You will understand. Okay, you will understand. Okay, with the example, you will understand. Prior period, let me take off this. Here, let me add double quotes, PY, double quotes, and symbol. Okay, let me give some space. Okay, shift enter. Again, and symbol. Okay, double quotes, space, something like this. Okay, something like this. So here, let me take this off. Here, let me add this. Okay, go to general, turn off this. Okay, now we got it. Okay, now we got something previous year. PY means prior year. Change the color, text color. How do I change the text color? Let me go to visual, call out value. Color, let me change it into some other color. Okay, so let me decrease the size to 12. Okay, so here, let me go here and let me put it over here. Let me decrease the size. Okay, put it over here. So this is previous year. Okay, what do you see here? This is the previous year. Okay, let me decrease the size. Call out value 16. Okay, let it be. Okay, let us not make changes. What is the next step? Okay, what is the next step? Yes, we created that, but we need to see whether it is increasing or decreasing. Okay, what do we need to do? Yes, it is increased. We want to show it with the triangle. Okay, we want to show it with the triangle. Yes, it increased with, this should be green color. If it is decreased, okay, this triangle, ulta triangle. I want to show it in the red color. If it is increased, I would like to show it in the green color. How do I show that? Okay, how do I show that? We can show it by making the capacity trend icon. Okay, we can go for making capacity trend icon. Okay, so what do we need to do? We need to create a capacity growth. First, we need to create capacity growth. Okay, right click, new measure. We are trying to find out the difference between current year and previous year. Okay, we will find out the difference between the current year. Okay, let me go for writing capacity growth equal to, okay, so current capacity minus prior period capacity. Click on enter. So what it holds? It holds the difference between the current year minus prior year. Okay, what is 1,16,800 minus 1 lakh some value. Okay, next thing that we need to do here is, okay, next thing that we need to do here is, so we need to create the capacity trend icon. Okay, capacity trend icon. So we have some, so let me directly take copy paste it. Okay, we have some icons that we can create. Okay, let me paste it over here. So based on the capacity growth, we are trying to return switch if the G is greater than 0. Greater than 0 represents should increase. Unicare 9650. What is Unicare 9650? So if I go for Unicare 9650, this is the symbol. Okay, Unicare 9650 is the symbol. Okay, this is the symbol. Upward pointing symbol. Unicare 9650 is the symbol. Okay, less than is 9650, less than 0 is this one, this symbol. Okay, so we are using the same thing. Okay, 8212 is no change, another symbol. Okay, so what do we need to do here? We need to go for creating icon. Okay, we created the icon. So what do we need to do? Create the next step is, so we need to implement it in the growth display. Okay, we need to implement. So did we create the percentage capacity growth percentage? Okay, we need to create the capacity growth percentage. Okay, nothing, we need to multiply it with 100. That's it. Okay, new measure. Okay, new measure. What do we need to do? Capacity growth. This is for showcasing one thing. We are using how many multiple measures. Capacity growth percentage equal to, divide is the function which is used for dividing capacity growth, comma, prior period capacity. Prior period produced capacity. Okay, close the bracket, multiply it with 100. So we get the 1. Now what do we need to do? We need to display this. Okay, we need to display this. How do we display? So let it load, let it load. Right click, new measure. Okay, so capacity growth display equal to shift enter, format. Okay, format. What is the value? Capacity growth percentage. Okay, comma. I want to show it in 0.0 in the percentage. Okay, 0.0 percentage. Close the bracket. Okay, give the space. Okay, and give the space, and we go for capacity. Sorry, we missed the quotes. Okay, and capacity trend icon. Click on enter. Okay, click on enter. Okay, so let me Control C, Control V, and let me add the icon here. What is that? Display. Okay, growth display. Yes, it will be uploaded. Why of the type number? Okay, we have used in the capacity growth. I think we used one thing, the capacity growth prior period. Okay, in the space we need to give the space. Okay. Yes, now we will get the icon. Okay, we will get whether it is increasing or decreasing the arrow. Sorry, the triangle icon. Okay, we will get the triangle icon. Yes, we got the icon. Okay, we got the icon. But the thing is that, so we need to get it in a different way. Okay, we need to get the color. Okay, we need to make the color changing. So how do we make the color changing? So for color changing, let me go for writing one more copy paste the measure. Let me directly explain you. If the capacity growth, okay, greater than 0, so this is the green color hex code. This is the red color hex code. This is the gray color. If it is equal, let me click on OK. Okay, let me click on OK. So here, go to catalog. Okay, click on FX. Click on FX. In the condition, okay, in the condition, we need to go for giving. Okay, we need to go for giving the color. So let me type the color. So here we need to select the field value, color, click on this color and click on OK. We will get the green color. Okay, we will get the green color. Yes. So there is an increase of 637% in the year 2025. I don't know whether it is right or not, but the percentage is too high. Why it is too high? Let me do some sanity check. I think maybe if we are doing some calculation wrong, we will get it. Okay. So current year minus 116,800 minus 116,800 minus 109800. 109800. 7,000 divided by prior year. 116,800. Okay. Okay. It is 0.059%, but we are getting more. Oh my God. We are getting more. Okay. Let me click on 2024. Oh, sorry, we did a mistake. Okay. Capacity growth. Okay. We need to go for, we need to divide it with, oh, I'm not able to get it. I don't know. Yesterday also I faced the same thing. I'm not able to get, okay. We need to divide it with 100. Okay. So it would be like 7.46 percentage. Okay. 7.46 percentage. Okay. 7.46 percentage. So this is what we have it in the capacity utilization. Okay, let us continue for, how are you doing all? Able to understand? Dinesh, Lopa, Mahesh, Monika, Srikant, Lakshmi, Abhishek.
Yes, but I have one doubt. So instead of using this many measures, can we use this visualization which is in fifth row?
No, I'm not able to understand. Please be louder.
So instead of using this many measures for this up arrow and down arrow, can we
Yeah.
use this visualization which is in fifth row?
Which is in the fifth row.
Yeah, where we can see triangle red and green.
This one, the KPI?
Yeah, yes.
No, I mean, we cannot use it. We cannot directly use it. Let me check.
Yeah.
So let me add prior year. Let me use prior. Prior, this one. Target. Well, let it load. Let's see. No, we did not get anything. We need to add in the trend axis, I think. Okay, let me add total produced. Not produced, produced. The trend axis doesn't take the dimension. I think it takes, let me go for taking year. Okay. So we got, when we have taken year 10900 years, good. Previous 102200, yes. Plus 7.77. Absolutely wonderful. Yes. So who is that? Who is that? Who suggested? Who suggested that?
It's me, Srikant.
Yeah, good. Srikant, good, good, good. So, yes, good. So we can also use this. Okay. So we can also use this. Yes, it is increasing. Okay. 7.44 percentage, it is increasing. If I click on 2023, okay, 2023, so we can go for, okay. So let's see whether we are getting yes, 27 percentage increasing. So let me go for 2017. 32 percentage, it is also increasing. 28, 2018. Yes, it is increasing. Okay. So what we can do it over here is, okay, what we can do it over here is, so it is only the produced capacity. Okay, it is only the produced capacity we are testing. Okay, we are looking up with the same produced capacity. So here, what do we need to do? So in place of value, in place of target, we can go for production or also the target. So we will get how much is the difference between, yes, we can directly put it over here. I can go for call out value, target label, trend axis, icons. So I can have it. Okay. Title, let me take off the title. Yes. Now you see, so I can directly put it over here. Okay. Either ways we can do it. If you want to see the arrows, we can go for arrows. So for example, in place of target prior year, prior period, so let me go for taking production capacity. Okay. Production capacity. Sorry. Production capacity. Yes, it is minus. 40% minus from the production capacity. 25. Okay. 19%. Okay. We can utilize this. Okay. Yes. Good. Shrikant. So I'm feeling hungry. Okay, I'm feeling hungry. So we are almost done. We need to create few more visuals only. We are almost done. Okay, you can play around with this. Okay, KPI visual. So you can add value current period and the target production or based on the year trend axis year or whatever the dimension data that we have. I mean, most of the times we go for taking the date only. Okay, we can add it so that you can easily understand. Okay, now what do you need to do here is by plant manager whether it is increasing or decreasing based on the year whether it is increasing or decreasing. That is what we need to do. Only 3-4 visuals are available. 3-4 visuals are there, and we also have one more concept called as field parameter. Okay, we have field parameter. So field parameter, how can we dynamically change the visuals parameter. Okay, so let us connect tomorrow. I'll inform you. Okay, only we completed one project. The first project is completed. Hi all, welcome to Data Analytics and BI. In the previous session, we discussed about the project. So we discussed about what is the variance. Variance is how much is the deviation of actual from production or produced from the production and also from the target. So that is what we have seen. And also we created the bookmark. Okay, we created the bookmark. So if I click on variance, okay, let it load, it is taking time to load. So when there is a huge amount of data that we are dealing with, and especially when we connect it to the direct query mode, so it takes a little time to load the data. So in the starting session, if you remember, what are all the difference between the import mode, direct query mode, and live connection? So performance wise, when we connect it to the direct query mode to the SQL server, so the performance would be little slower because we want to get the data directly from the database. Okay, directly from the database. And also one of the interview questions is like, what is the difference between import mode and direct query mode? Import mode, we get the copy of data into Power BI. We can see the data. Okay, in Power BI in the table view, we can see the data. Okay, we can see the data. But in direct query mode, we cannot see the data. So import mode is like copy of data into Power BI. Okay, we are copying the data into Power BI. Direct query mode, we do not use the data in Power BI. Okay, we do not use the table in the Power BI. We are directly connecting to the data source, that is database, in the direct query mode. If the data is updated in the Power BI, okay, if the data is updated in the database, okay, so what we can directly see, and we can directly see the updated data in the Power BI desktop and Power BI service. So that is the difference between the import mode and direct query mode. And also there is another point. What is that point? So for the updation of the data, import mode, the data is not updated, but in the direct query mode, we can directly see the updated data. Okay, 2 points that what is the difference between the direct query and import mode. What do we need to see here? In the first page, we have seen manufacturing unit. So in the manufacturing unit, we see the complete information about the project. Okay, when the plant manager, okay, this project is specially for the plant managers. When the plant manager opens the first page, he can get to know that, okay, what is happening in the plant manufacturing unit. And if I go to the actual, and also this is in the table format, table view, tabular view. Okay, it is also called as tabular view. So in the table, he can directly see the data, complete data, complete project information in the manufacturing unit overview. And the next one is actual versus plan versus target based on the working hours, against the working hours. So we can change the title if you would like to go to the title. This is the automated title. So I can go for writing actual versus plan versus target. Okay, against working hours. Okay, against working hours. So in the number of hours, how much it is getting produced. So that is actual versus plan versus target. Next one is variance. Okay, if I click on control click in Power BI desktop, if I click on this, in the same visual, in the same page, we can change the visuals by using the concept called as bookmarks. So here, when I click on variance, I'm able to see the variance number, how much it is getting deviated. If I click on percentage, we can see the data in the percentage format, how much percentage it is getting deviated. Now you see 28K is the variance from the production. The next one is 25,000 from the target. And if you see the line from 2023, okay, the variance changed to positive. So what is that? What we can understand? So the production, if we compare produced versus production, it is more than that. Okay, so it is more than that. 10,599 quintals are being produced, more than the production. Okay, more than the production. And comparing with the target, 15,858 quintals are being produced more than the target. So it is increasing. Okay, it is increasing. The line, the variance is increasing. If I click on the same thing on the percentage variance, we can see it in the percentage. Okay, how much percentage it is increased. 15.57% it is increased in the 2024, and 19.87% increased based on the production. So that is variance. Next one is capacity utilization. So how much capacity are we utilizing? Okay, based on the data, how much capacity are we utilizing? So what do we need to do? So we can see, okay, we have a visual called as KPI, key performance indicator. So what do we have in the KPI? So we have value, the next one is trend axis, and the last one is target. Okay, so what is the use of this? Okay, so we can understand what is the current year. Okay, what we can understand? We can understand what is the current year production, current year produced versus previous year. So here I can add the production, or we can go for adding the production. Okay, so production and in the trend. So how do we want to check it? Against what year? Okay, in the trend axis we added year. So this is 51,100 is based on the 2019 produced. Okay, 51,000 is produced. Okay, 80,000 here is the production. 80,000 here is the production based on the year. And how much percentage is lesser? Minus 36.82% is lesser than the production. Okay, so we are lagging minus 36.82. For example, if I click on, now it is red color. Red color represents, okay, so what do we have in here? So you see target label, we also have a lot of information in here. Okay, expand the icons. Okay, not the icons, trend. Okay, in the trend, what do you see? Good color is red, green color. Okay, green color represents it is positive. Red color represents it is negative. For example, if I click on the 2025, okay, when I clicked on the 2025, whether we have increased our production produce, I mean, whatever the actual is increased or not, let us see that. Okay, let it load. Yes, now if you see 1,16,800 quintals are being produced in the year 2025, and the goal is like production. Okay, when I compare current year or 2025 of produced versus production, 19.87% it is increased. Okay, what is that? 19.87%, 87% is increased. So that is KPI. Okay, that is KPI. I can go here, I can go to format. So do we have in the general? Okay, not in the general. I can enable the title. Okay, what is that title? Produced versus production. Okay, produced versus production. Okay, this is produced versus production. Green or whatever the number, first number represents produced. Whatever the goal that we have, that is production. Okay, but this is not what we need to look into this. We do not want to compare produced versus production. We want to compare it with the previous year. Okay, in the target, what do? I go for prior. Okay, I go for prior. Prior means previous. Let me take this off. Prior produced. Okay, so let me put it in the target. Okay, I think this one. Okay, prior is the how much we can compare what is the current year and what is the previous year produced. So let me give the name as total produced capacity. So it is total produced capacity. Okay, total produced capacity. Let me copy this. Yes, it is 6.38% comparing with the previous year. Let me put it over here. Okay, let me put it over here. Okay, let me move this little up so that we can increase and decrease some size. Okay, let me put it left side, drag it left side. What is the next thing? Next thing is that plant cost. Okay, so plant cost. Let me take off the plant cost. Okay, remove this plant cost by day. Okay, and let me take this off. So we want to calculate prior year. So how do we calculate prior year period? So let me copy that. Okay, let me copy this. So prior year, if you want to calculate any question that you get, okay, any question that you get based on the prior year or previous year, okay, what do you need to do? What is the function that you are going to use if you want to see the last year sales, previous year sales? Okay, you need to inform, you need to answer that we use date add function or parallel period function if we only deal with this period. Okay, last year only year, last year we go for same period last year function. Okay, same period last year function. And also another important interview question, what is the difference between date add and date add function and parallel period function? Okay, date add function and parallel period function. So what do you see? Okay, let me add this plant cost. Okay, let me click on enter. Oh, sorry, the name is already existing. Prior period plant cost. So let me name this as plant cost. Let me click on enter. So date add function can go day level also, but parallel period cannot go till day level. Okay, if you see the interval, there are like year, quarter, month, day. Okay, year, quarter, month, day. But here it doesn't go in parallel period, it doesn't go to the day level. Okay, now if you see, so what is the, so we can go for adding the plant cost. Okay, total plant cost, total plant cost. So whether it is increasing or decreasing, the plant cost is increasing or decreasing. Okay, it is increasing. So comparing with the previous year, 2024, 2.7% is being increased in the plant cost. So it increases. If you see the tomato price last year, the tomato price is 20 rupees per kg. This year, the tomato price is 25 rupees per kg. There is an increase of 5 rupees. Okay, there is an increase of 5 rupees. So when we take it into percentage, we can get some percentage. Okay, current year minus previous year divided by previous year. So that is what we go for calculating the formula. Okay, the growth. So if you want to calculate the growth, okay, another interview question. So how do you calculate the growth? So 25, current year 25 minus previous year. Okay, 5 divided by current year. Let me check with current year. There is an increase of 2%. Okay, there is an increase of 2% in the price. If we take the tomato price, for example, okay, current year minus previous year divided by current year. Okay, that is the formula, sales growth or any growth percentage. So we got total plant cost. Okay, total plant cost. So next one is maintenance cost. Let me copy this, paste it over here. So let me put it over here. So let me go for taking this off. Okay, here let me also take this off. What is that? Manufacturing cost. So let me type cost. Oh, sorry, not manufacturing, maintenance cost. Okay, maintenance cost. So what do we need to do? We need to calculate again the same thing, prior period. In place of prior period, let me put right click, new measure. So here we need to add, in place of plant cost, we need to add maintenance cost. Okay, let it load. Okay, maintenance cost, click on enter. Okay, we need to rename it. Okay, so let me click on OK. Yes, we got prior period maintenance cost. What do we need to do? So in here, we need to add prior period. In the target, we need to add prior period maintenance cost. So here, let me go here, go to general and change the name as maintenance cost. Okay, so we can add maintenance cost. Maintenance cost, yes. So the maintenance cost is also 2%. Okay, so it increased 2%. The maintenance cost also increased 2%. Okay, so So the next one, okay, what do we discuss? The next one is production capacity and expected production capacity. And we also have operational cost. Okay, if you want to go for the last one, let me put the last one. Okay, let me put the last one, that is operational cost, total operational cost. Total operational cost. Total operational cost. What happened? Don't we have? Okay, we need to. What do we need to do? We need to create a measure. Total operational cost. Let me click on this. We haven't created measure. Total operational cost equal to sum of total operational cost. So after you go for in the semantic model, you need to add all the measures and calculations, whatever we have it. So total operational cost equal to sum of total operational cost. Click on enter. Okay, let it load. When the data is huge, okay, when the data is huge, so it takes a little time to load. So let me go for adding what is that total operational cost. Where is that total operational cost? Okay, let it load again. Where is, oh, sorry, we made a mistake. The name is total. Okay, yeah. So let me add it over here. And here, let me go for prior. So here in the next one is prior. So this is current. Prior is previous. When we go for date add function, in the minus, it goes automatically to the previous year. Even when we drill down, okay, next level of the data, okay, year, quarter, month, okay, we will also get it. Let me click on new measure. So here in the prior period, maintenance cost, sorry, operational cost. Okay, so let me go for operational cost. Operational cost. Total operational cost. Click on enter. So here in the target, we need to take off that target and add total operational charges or cost, so that we can understand whether we get how much percentage that it increased. We will get to know that. The next thing is that we need to look into the plant manager information. Okay. So here, let me go here and go to general, write operational cost. Operational cost. Total operational cost is, okay, prior period operational cost. Okay, let it load. It is loading, but it is giving huge amount. Oh, sorry. Yeah, 2.58%. Okay, so it is 2.58%. So what do we need to do? We need to go for making it as a comma separated, so that we get. So we can also get a comma separated. We can easily understandable. Okay. Yes, let it be the same thing. Okay. So this is enough. Okay. The plant manager can easily understand. So what do we need to do here? We can also add production and expected production, but let us not add right away. So now let us go for checking by state. We haven't checked it by the state. Okay. So let me go for, this is completely for the managers, plant managers. Let me take the line and clustered column chart. Okay, let me take line and clustered column chart. So here in the line and clustered column chart, so let me add state, x-axis state, okay. Y-axis, let me add total operational cost, and here let me add produced capacity, okay, produced capacity. So in the line y-axis, let me add produced capacity. So it is loading, let it load. So in general, in the title, let me go for state. Okay, let it load. Okay, it is loading. Okay, so what do we need to do? We need to go to enable the data labels. Okay, enable the data labels. So we are getting everything same after. So from Telangana, everything it is getting same. 5,840, 5,840. I don't know why it is 5,840 only. Okay. Analytics underscore new. Yeah, it is same. Analytics underscore new. Okay, you can ignore that. Okay, you can ignore that. Okay. So this is, so let me go to general. Okay, let me go to underscore under column. Let us go for changing some color coding. Okay. So this is total operational cost and produced capacity quintal by state. Okay, quintal by state. Let me increase it. And also in the general, in the effects, turn on the visual border. Okay, turn on the visual border. Okay. So we got total operational cost. Next thing is that by plant manager. Okay, by plant manager. Let me copy this. And let me add it over here. Okay. Let me add it over here. So here what we can add the state, sorry, plant manager. In place of state, we can add plant manager. Plant manager. Where is that plant manager? Yeah. So I can add the plant manager. So everything is same. Okay. Why it is everything is same? Let me click on refresh. Okay, let it load. I think it looks same. Okay, let me check the data. Okay, let me check the data. Don't worry. So it looks similar. Okay. So what is the next thing? Okay, what is the next thing? So we can go for adding plant manager. Okay, either we can add a matrix. Okay, we can add the matrix. So here what we can do. Okay, here what we can do. We can add in the rows x-axis. We can add the plant manager. Okay, we can add plant manager. Okay, yes, we have added plant manager. So here, okay, after that, in the values, we can add whatever the values that we want to have. Plant working hours, okay, plant cost by day, and the next one is maintenance cost by day, and the next one is produced capacity, production capacity, okay. So we can also add average monthly production, okay, average monthly production, okay. So I think here we are getting the average, I think, average monthly production, produced capacity. Okay. So let me ignore average monthly production. I think it is giving average monthly production. Okay, 5,800. So here, let me add the produced capacity. Where is the produced capacity? Okay, produced capacity. Okay, it looks same. Okay, it looks same. Production capacity. Production capacity is changing. Okay, production capacity is changing, and expected production capacity. Where is that expected production capacity? Expected production capacity. Yes. So here we have all the information. Expected. What is the expected production capacity, and what is? So here we have all the information. So if you want to add state under the plant manager or state, okay, you can add state. Okay, you can expand it. So you are getting under it, you can go to layout, make it tabular or outline so that you will get side by side. Okay, you will get it side by side. If you want to change any color coding to the background of the header, you can also change it. Text color, make it white and also make it bold. Okay, and also you can go for alignment, header alignment, title alignment. Okay, all these. Okay, we got, what did we see? We got all the information about the capacity utilization, and also you can add a capacity utilization percentage. Okay, if you want to see the growth, okay, you can also add the growth. Okay, what is the growth of the capacity? Okay, you can also see the growth, capacity growth percentage. Okay, so you can also see the growth percentage. Everything is same. Capacity growth, prior period capacity. Okay, no problem. I'll check that. Everything looks same. So this is what we can do in here. Okay, we can also go for capacity percentage or capacity utilization percentage. We can also go for capacity utilization percentage, make it into the percentage. Okay, so this is what we are getting, huge number. Okay, we are getting huge number. Let me ignore that. What do we need to do? We need to create the measure again. Okay, to understand about the capacity growth. Okay, so let me add capacity growth here. I mean, everything we are getting 5,800. So that is the reason it is getting the same number. I think we are using version 2. Okay, I think we are using version 2. So what we can do in the home, okay, let me save this. First of all, let me save this. Go to transform. In the SQL, we are using version 2, I think. Let me open the SQL. What is the data that we are using? What is the thing that we are using? We can easily understand. New data. So I think we are using underscore V2, I think. Underscore V2. Let me click on OK. Okay, we do not have that. Okay, we do not have that. Okay, let it open. So what is that? Databases. Under the databases, this is the database. Under the views, I think we are using version 2. Okay, this one we are using. Okay, let me check that. V2. Okay, let me click on close and apply. I think now it changes. Hope it would change. Okay, we lost a few things. Now it is changed. Okay, now it changed. Plant cost per day, maybe the naming convention. Okay, the only thing is that if we have some name changes, okay, so plant, if I click on plant, okay, if I go for plant cost per day, okay, so it is new. Why it is not changed into version underscore new? Okay, so let me go here, plant cost. Okay, plant cost per day. Okay, there is no space in between these two. So that is the reason we are getting error. Okay, so let me add in here, let me add plant cost per day. Okay, now you see, so now it is changing. Okay, the values are changing. What is the growth? What is the thing? Okay, and also I don't know whether you heard about the field parameter or not. Okay, so in the field parameter, you see the capacity growth. Now you are able to see 2.86%. So what I can do, we can go for changing this capacity growth into percentage, so that you will get it in the percentage. Okay, it is already in percentage. Okay, but the thing is that we need to either we need to take off the 100 and make it into percentage. Okay, take off the 100 and make it into percentage. It is already in percentage. The title itself says that percentage. Okay, we can assume that it is a percentage. Okay, assume that it is the percentage. Okay, this is the percentage. It has grown. What is the next thing? Okay, what is the next thing? Go to modeling, click on the new parameter. No, I mean it is static. Static means, okay, I only use the set of columns in here. Okay, only I'm able to see it by the state. In the column y-axis, I'm only able to see it in the total operational cost. Line y-axis only produced cost. If I want to see, instead of total operational cost, I want to see it in a some other measure. Okay, or produced capacity, I also want to see the production capacity. How can I see that? Okay, how can I see that? So we can do it by new parameter. Click on the field parameter. Okay, the good thing is, so we can, let me go for giving the name it as row parameter. Okay, we can add the rows. Rows in the cells are measures. Okay, not only, okay. We can add the dimension data in here. Okay, so let me add the category code, not the category code. Okay, no. We are not discussing about the category. We are discussing about the plant. Okay, so what do we need to do? We can add the pack size. How many pack sizes are getting? And also I can also add a pack unit. Plant manager. Okay, I can add plant manager. Okay, so product pack is the end product. Okay, let me add the state. We are not adding other dimension data because we are discussing about the plant information only. I can also add here. Okay, here. So it is asking us whether do you want to add it as a slicer or not. Let me take this off. Okay, or let me add it as a slicer. Okay, let me add it as a slicer. Now you see this is the automated steps that we got. Automatically, we got the query, we got the measure. Okay, so what is the, how do we deal with it? Let me go to visual slicer setting, make it as a drop down. Okay, make it as a drop down. Let me click on drop down. Let me decrease the size and let it be in here only. Let it be in here only. Okay, let me click on this. Okay, instead of state in the x-axis, okay, instead of state in the x-axis, what we can do, we can add that parameter. Okay, what is that parameter? We can add that parameter. Okay, so what I can do, okay, I can go to parameter, I can click on any one of it. I can click on plant manager. Okay, when I click on plant manager, now you see everything is changing. Okay, everything is changing. Good. So here also what I can do, instead of x-axis, I can go for adding row parameter. Okay, I can see. Okay, here instead of state and plant manager, why do we need to do that? Let me add the plant. Let me add this. Okay, let me add this. Okay, so I can add accordingly. If I want to see the data, I can add. Okay, let me change the slicer header color. Slicer header background color. Okay, how can I get it? Yeah, slicer header background color. Yes, I added. Font color, make it into white. Oh, no, let it be black. Yeah, now you see I can add whatever the data I want to see, I can add it. If I want to see the state, yes, I can see the data by state. Okay, for the rows, it is well. Okay, you would ask me another question. Okay, for the row, yes, I'm good. Okay, I can take off the 2025. For the row level data, I can see it. Now you see the exponential growth. You see, how do you see? The line you see, the exponential. It is growing. There is no decrease in anything. From 2016 onwards, the production or whatever the data that we added, what is the total operational cost is exponentially growing. Okay, but I want to see instead of operational cost, I also want to see some other. Okay, some other. How can I do that? So we can also now you see here in here also in the what do you say in the KPI also you see the background. I can click on the focus mode. You see this the area. Okay, you see the triangle over here. Okay, it is also increasing. You see this one right angle triangle. I do not know the exact name. Okay, so we have that. So it is also increasing the area. Okay, the area is also increasing. Okay, the area is also increasing. So if you would ask me, how can I dynamically change the measures also? Okay, you would ask me, how can I change that dynamically? How can I change the measures also? I want to compare dynamically. I want to compare my data. It is static. So same thing. Go to modeling, click on the new parameter, click on the field, whatever the measures that you want to see. Okay, let me go for adding values, parameter values. Expand this. Okay, what do you want to see? Okay, from first onwards, average monthly production, let me add. Okay, capacity growth percentage, capacity, current period produced capacity. Okay, and let me expand. X factor, no, we are not dealing with any price. Okay, we are only looking into the plant cost, plant working hours. Okay, prior period maintenance cost, prior period operational cost, prior period plant cost, prior period produced cost. I do not want to add this because this one is a text data. Okay, the next one, total retail packs produced. You expand it. Okay, expand it. Packs per quintal, total packs produced, total packs production, total packs target. Again, expand the variance. Variance, how much variance that you are able to see percentage. Okay, so we added all the data. We added all the measures. Okay, you expand it. What is the base cost? If you want to see the produced base cost. No, we are not dealing with the cost. Okay, we are only dealing with the plant maintenance capacity. Okay, only the capacity. Okay, X factory price. No, we are not dealing with the price. MRP. No, we are not dealing with the MRP. Pre-tax. No pre-tax. Okay, profit. No profit. No, we are not dealing with it. Okay, total operational cost. Yeah, let me add total operational cost. Okay, so now we added all. Okay, what it is saying, do you want to see it as a slicer? No, yeah, let us add that slicer, create. Okay, we created it. What is the next thing that we need to do? Go to general slicer setting, make it a drop down, parameter value, parameter row. So what do we need to do? Let me put it over here, parameter row. Okay, and this one also, let me put it under the values. Under the values. Let me put it over here. So somewhat we are facing some issue with the size. Okay. So what do we need to do? Just let us decrease a little bit. Okay. Let us decrease the size a little bit. Okay. Pull it down. Pull it a little bit down. And this one also, if you would like to increase, yes, you can increase. And this one also, pull it down. If you want to apply the same edits in the parameter also, you click on Format Painter and click on this. Okay. So we are not able to get it. Okay. So click on this. Go to column, general. I mean, we can go through the selection and make some changes. Okay. We can just put it above. Okay. We can go to effects, background color. So change the background. Oh, no, not this one, not this one. Where we can go in the slicer headers. Okay. Background. It is a slicer header. Okay. It is a slicer header. But why we are able to see this background? I change the effects. Okay, let me make some change. Oh, background color. Reset to default. Yes. So we can go for resetting it to default. Okay. Go here, text values, background color, make it this. Yes. Now we are able to see it. So what do we need to do here? So if you want to change anything, okay, if you want to go to values, okay, in place of here in the column y axis, take this off. Okay, column y axis, take this off, add the values. Okay, you can add it, you can play around, you can play with it. Again, in the y axis also, you can add the values. Oh, sorry. In the y axis also add the values. What happened? Yes, you can add it. But the thing is that you need to select. Okay, how do you want to compare the values? Okay, or let me take this off. I think we selected, we only have the production capacity. So if you want to see the production capacity also, you can go for adding something. But now let me go here. So take off the title. Okay. Why error fetching the data? So let me only single selection. Okay. Average monthly production. Okay. Average monthly production. So let me make some changes. So here also let me click on this total operational cost. If you want to see, let me take this off, add value. Okay. What is the average monthly production? 57,200 is the monthly production. Okay. So in the year 2024, and again it is increasing. We can go for changing anything, capacity growth. If you want to see the capacity growth every year, here it is every year. So here we have something else. Okay, we can see that. Yes, it is increasing. So in the opposite way also we can do it. Okay, and again there is no need of this. Okay, so you would ask me again, you would question me, why do you need these many visuals? Okay, why do you need these many visuals? Okay, so you can take it off. If you do not want all these visuals, you can take it off. Okay, you can remove it. Capacity growth, yes, it is increasing. Capacity growth is increasing year by year. So you can also go for current period produced. Okay, current period produced. You can also create one more parameter. Okay, you can also create one more parameter stating that prior period. Okay, in the value you can add it. Okay, in the value you can add it another one. Okay, or you can also create values, another duplicated values, and you can also add it in the line y axis. Okay, what you can do, we added all the values. Okay, go to modeling. Okay, instead of new parameter, field parameter. Okay, so let me go adding it into y axis. Okay, values, y axis. Okay, so here I can also go for the same thing. Okay, the same thing, capacity, quintal, expected capacity, lost capacity, maintenance cost, produced capacity, production capacity. Let me take this off. Okay, current period capacity. So you want to compare your data with current period, again the last period. Click on this plant cost. Okay, prior period. This one you can add it, you can add it, you can add it. Prior period, profit, no profit, total operational cost. Variance, yes, you can add it, variance. Okay, let us only use, okay, only use two visuals only. Okay, only use two visuals only. So let me take this off, remove this, let me pull it down. So here let me make it as a line chart so that we can easily understand. We can add against, Okay, if you want to see something against, okay, let me put it over here. How do you compare it? Okay, how do you compare the data? So where is that formatting painter? Click on format painter. Okay, click on this. So we get line y-axis. Okay. So what do we do here? In the line y-axis, secondary y-axis, let me add. From here, let me add. Okay, let me add something here. So we can compare. Okay, what we can add: current period produced and capacity. Okay, current period produced and capacity. What is the capacity? Okay, so how much are we deviating? Okay, current period produced. Plant cost per day. Okay, you can click on any year. Okay, any year. And you can see, okay, how it is going on. Okay, in here, do not, you go for state. Each and every state, how it is going on. You will get something. Okay, you will understand something. You can compare it with the data. So here, if you see, you are comparing the data state, okay, state, and the y-axis you have produced the capacity. Okay, in the dimension you have the state. Okay, this is state. Now you see you are able to compare it. What is the produced capacity? Plant cost by day. Okay, but here plant cost by day. Okay, I think we haven't added here. Okay, plant row, so we added it. Y-axis values, plant cost. Okay, we have added. Why are we getting more plant cost by day? Prior period, prior. Why are we getting many? We only added single. So you can go for make it single selection. Okay, in the slicer setting, selection. So only single select only. Only at a time you can select single one. Single select only. Okay, only single select capacity growth. Okay, so you make it as a drop down, not the vertical drop down. Okay, you can select. What do you want to see? Yeah, now you see. Now you got something like you are trying to compare plant cost versus capacity growth. Okay, you can see what is the observation that you can do. If we increase the plant cost, whether the capacity is growing or not. Okay, whether the capacity is growing or not. If you see the plant cost is something, the capacity growth is something. Okay, so not the capacity growth. Let me go for, we can compare the current period. Okay, I can go here plant cost, not the current period produced. Okay, I can also add prior period produced capacity. So I can add it. So I can compare my data. Okay, I can compare my data with current period and the prior period. Okay, I can compare my data with current period and prior period. Okay, now you see. So what we see, what is the current period? Okay, 8,004,8410. Okay, and the prior period 8090. So there is an increase of 400. Okay, 404 capacity for the Maharashtra, it increased. You see, it is decreasing. The topmost is Maharashtra. Second one is Madhya Pradesh. Third one is Uttar Pradesh. Okay. Fourth one, Rajasthan. So it is decreasing. Now you see, it is decreasing. Okay, you can say this. Okay, here also the same thing. It is decreasing. You can compare your data. You can compare your data against anything. Okay, you can take off year, or here you can go for instead of current, you can go for year. For example, the year is not added in the value. So how do you add it? You go to field parameter. Okay, you see here it is added. Okay, now what do you need to do? Give the comma, shift enter. Okay, shift enter, open the bracket. Here you write year. Okay, name of if the function which take the parameter. So let me go for adding year. Okay, comma, close the bracket, comma. You need to enter the number. After 18, we can have the 19. Close the bracket, click on enter. So at the 19th position, we are adding year. Okay, at the 19th position, we are adding year. Let me go, no, not here. Let me go here, current period produced capacity. Instead of current period produced capacity, we can add the year. So how it is performing every year. Okay, and also you can see the total produced capacity. I can also add year. Let's see whether how do we get the year. Okay, in the values, how do we get the year? Okay, are we getting? Okay, so year wise we are getting year wise. I think it is not working. Okay, year should only go for the dimension data. So it's a dimension data. You can compare. Okay, in one you can compare. You can only get you can fix something in here. The second one you can compare some data. Okay, the second one, first one can be static. Second one can be you can have it. Okay, this is how you can compare your data. Okay, what we can do after that? We need to publish the report to the service. Okay, what we can do? We can publish the report to service. How do you do that? Okay, you want to publish the report. Okay, so completely into Power BI administration. Let me do one thing. Go here. Okay, so let me go. This is what it is connected. So what do we need to do? app.powerbi.com. Click on enter. So once if you want to publish the report, we need to have the workspace created. Okay, we need to have the workspace created. Okay, what do we need to do? So let me create another workspace. Click on new workspace. Okay, in the capital letter, let me write CoolBev. Okay, CoolBev manufacturing analytics platform. Okay, CoolBev manufacturing analytics platform. Okay, capital letter represents. Okay, not available. Please edit. What's happening? Why it is not available? Doesn't it? It doesn't take. CoolBev. Okay, so let me put some manufacturing analytics platform. Okay, not platform. Okay, yes, the name is available. Previously the name was not available. Okay, here let me put manufacturing. So at the end let me write CoolBev. Okay, CoolBev. So what is the license mode that we need to select? Make it as a Fabric license. Let me click on apply. Okay, we create the application. So we created the workspace. Workspace is like a group. Okay, let me go here. So first project, manufacturing unit, performance analytics. So what did we have calculated, or we have shown to the client, or we build the report in such a way that so the managers can easily understand what they are doing and how much produced production and total production, estimated production, and what is the capacity utilization, what is the operational cost, plant cost, maintenance cost. So these are all included in that project. So what is the variance from produced to production, produced to target, variance percentage also we discussed. Now let us look into the manufacturing cost and production analytics. The second project, let us go through the second project, that is manufacturing cost and production analytics. So this is where we are. So what do I do? So let us go through. I think in the previous session we have connected to so what did we connect? We connected to the direct query mode. Okay, we connected to the direct query mode. So let me open that report only. So let me open that report so that we can also continue the same thing in that report. So where is that manufacturing unit performance? Okay, so in general, what do? We connect it to the semantic model. Okay, we connect it to the semantic model and we go for building the report for separately for manufacturing cost and production analytics. But here, due to the gateways, so the semantic model, we are not able to connect it to the semantic model and build the report for another project. So what do we do now? So let us directly work on the data set that we have connected to the direct query mode. I think did we? So let me see that. Okay, let it load. Okay. So yeah, it loaded. Let me go here. Yeah, this table cannot be shown because it is not in the import mode. Yes. So we have connected to the direct query mode. So let us go and see what did we discuss. So we have discussed about the manufacturing unit overview, where we have all the information about the complete project information in the table visualization and also the KPIs. So what are all the KPIs? The plant cost, maintenance cost, produced production, expected production, and what is the total operational cost. These are all information available in the card visual. Okay, these are all information available in the card visual. So let us go through the next one, actual versus plan versus target working hours. So how much based on the working hours, so how much it is getting produced. So what is the production and what is the target? And also we discussed about variance, actual versus plan versus target. And the next one is capacity utilization. We discussed that, the capacity utilization. So what do I do? So let me right click and go for the duplication of the page. So for now, let me save this as, okay, let me save this as, save as manufacturing cost and production analytics. Okay, so let me go for manufacturing cost and production analytics. Production analytics. So let me click on save. Yes, it is saved. So for now, what do we do? So let me remove all this. Okay, let me remove this. Let me delete this. Okay, so if you want to see optimize, go to optimization and see the performance. Okay, performance analyzer. Okay, let me click on start recording. So it is taking time. So let's see what is the measure or what is the calculated column or what are all the calculation it is going to take. Okay, how much time it is taking. You see the card visual. So it is taking some time. So let's see. Okay, let me click on sort descending. Okay, we will get to know how much time it is taking to load. So if you see actual versus plan versus target, so it is taking. Okay, DAX query it is taking 18,000. So some milliseconds. Okay, direct query it is taking some visual display. Others it is taking. Okay, so this is for what is this actual versus plan versus target. Okay, so it is still loading. Okay, it is still loading. Let me close this, stop this. Okay, let me stop and take this off. So but what we can understand, what is the measure or what is the calculation. Okay, it is taking a lot of time to load. Okay, that is what we can understand. So let me delete this and let me also delete this. Let me also delete this and let me also delete this page. Okay, so here what do we have? What do we do now? Manufacturing. Let me rename this manufacturing cost and production overview. So that we can see all the data in single page. Okay, so let me delete this and let me also delete this. Okay, so let it be in here so that we can utilize this, or let me delete this. Okay, let me delete this and let me also delete this. Okay, so what here manufacturing unit. So let me copy this, Control C. Let me paste it over here and decrease the size to 14. so that we can have it. Okay, again, let me also decrease a little bit. Yes, make it 16. Yeah. So what do we do now? So let me click on this. Okay, now let us go here and have all the visuals or KPIs added. Or let it be like this: a total produced capacity, total plant cost, maintenance cost, operational cost, or we can copy paste. Okay, whatever we have, let me copy paste the information or the visuals that we have it in other. Okay, let me do one thing. Let me delete this. Okay, let me delete this. Okay, from here, let me add whatever the visuals that we are using. Okay, let me copy paste it over here. Okay, so we got all the information. Okay, we got all the information here. So it is working. So what did we add? Let me explain you. Okay, what we are adding, let me explain you here. Okay, what are we adding? So produced capacity, the card visual we added. Okay, produced capacity, how much it is produced. So if you want to see the data, let me click on, let me make the color into white. Okay, so that we can see. And also, where is that? In the general title, let me also make it into white. Yes, the produced capacity. So click on the format painter, apply the same thing into the next visual. Okay, for such thing, so go to view and click on the selection. Okay, so where is the shape? Yeah, where is the shape? Yeah, it is the shape. Okay, you can ignore this. So click on the produced capacity and go to format your painter. Okay, yes, it is working fine. Format painter. Yes, it is working fine. Format painter. Yes, it is. Format painter. Okay, so let me click on this. Gross profit is missing. Okay, what is missing? Gross profit is missing. So let me check what is the calculation for gross profit. Okay, the gross profit calculation. Okay, if we go through the calculation part, what is, yes, we are at the gross profit. Okay, the gross profit calculation, this is for the percentage, gross profit percentage. Okay, but actual gross profit calculation is MRP produced minus profit per pack produced, so that we get how much is in hand salary. It is just like in hand salary. Okay, it is just like in hand salary. So what do we do? Let me go here. Okay, go here, right click. Okay, right click, new measure. Okay, new measure. Okay, so here let me go for writing gross profit. Gross profit equal to, okay, MRP produced minus profit per pack. Okay, profit per pack. Okay, let me click on enter. So that here we get the value of the gross profit. What is the next thing that we need to look into? Gross profit percentage, gross margin or gross profit percentage. Gross margin or gross profit percentage, both of them are same. Okay, both of them are same. So what do I do? So let me create gross profit percentage again here. Okay, right click, new measure. Okay, so let me go for gross profit percentage equal to divide. Okay, let it load just a second. Okay, divide. So what is the numerator? Profit per pack. Okay, profit per pack produced, comma, and MRP produced. Okay, MRP produced, comma, the alternate result is 0. So that what is the amount or what is the percentage that we got? 0.47. Well, let us make it into percentage. Okay, so that we are going to get it in the percentage. Yes, we received. So what do we do now? So let me make the same changes. Okay, let me make the same changes. Okay, 47. Okay, let me drag right side. Okay, and let me also decrease the size. Let me move it a little bit above. Okay, but here we have some small. So what do? I'll just move little down. Yeah. Okay, so this is what it looks like. But if you see, the color is completely white. I'm not able to, it doesn't look good, but let me go and change the title color at least. Okay, make the title color to black. Yes, at least it looks good. Okay, the black and the values are in white. At least that looks good. Or what do we need to do? We can take off the, okay, if we do not want to see, we can take off the background color. If we do not want to see the background color, we can take off that. Yes. Now we got all the information available. So the production, the cost, production is available. And what is the base cost, X factory price, maintenance cost, pre-tax MRP, what is the MRP? So we have seen this. Okay. In the query, we have developed all these. Okay. In the query, we built everything, whatever it is required. What is the next thing that we need to do? Okay. So let me take the table visual. Okay, let me take the table visual and add each one of the column that is required. Okay, the first thing, let me add the unit ID. The first and foremost thing is that let me add the unit ID. And the next one is manufacturing unit name. Okay, and the next one is what is the state. Okay, state code and the state. Let me take off the underscore in the state code. We can also rename it. And the next one is manufacture date. Manufacture date. Yes, we added manufacture date. And the next one is plant manager. Plant manager. Plant working hours. Yes, plant working hours. Plant cost by day. And the next one is maintenance cost. Maintenance cost. Next one is produced capacity. So here we will go for produced capacity. Okay. So produced capacity. Okay. Where is that produced capacity? Yeah, here it is, produced capacity. Okay. And the next one is production capacity. Where is that production capacity? Production capacity and expected production capacity. Where is the expected? Yeah, expected production capacity. And the next one is cost. Okay. Till here we have all information about the production. Okay, about the plant. But what do we need to have? Next, we need to have the cost. Okay, next we need to have the cost. Produced base cost, production base cost, target base cost. Yes, the cost we have added. And what is the variance? Okay, either if you want to have the variance, yes, we can add the variance. Let me go for clicking on it. Yes, we added the cost. And what is the next thing? X factory price. Okay, so let me go for having the X factory produced price, production price, and what is that? Target. So we have issue with the target. Let me go for X factory. X factory expected, yes. Okay, so I can add X factory target. Okay, X factory target. So you would say, okay, you would say instead of adding all these columns, okay, I need to scroll right sides to see all the information. Oh, this is what we have it. Variance base cost, variance, okay, X factory price produced, production, target, and all these information. I want to make it dynamic, automatic. Okay, instead of going each and every time I want to go for, okay, I want to go for the dynamic or automatic. Whenever I click on the option, I need to see that, okay, X factory price. And after that, after X factory price, we need to go for wholesale price expected, produced, and production. Okay, but I want to add all the columns again. If I need to go for maintenance, pre-tax MRP, profit per pack, gross profit, all this, but I can't do that. Every time I can't do that. Okay, instead of doing it, so what we can do, we can add the field parameters. Okay, we can create the field parameters. So what are all the field parameters? Let me do one thing. Let me delete the existing parameters. Okay, delete from the model existing parameters so that we can create the parameters fresh for only this project. Okay, we can create for only for this project. Let me delete that. Okay, rows, let it be for the rows. I think rows, what do we have in the rows? Okay, we only have the limited. Okay, so let me also remove this, remove from the model, delete from the model. Let us create freshly. Okay, go to modeling, click on the new parameter, field parameter. So what is the parameter that we need to add? The parameter is adding to the rows. Okay, add it to the rows. So dimension data. So completely dimension data. So let me add the category. Okay, let me add the category. So let me scroll down, material category. Okay, manufacturing date. Main category, main product category, manufacturing date, or we can add year. I think we have the year. So manufacturing unit name, material category. So let me scroll down, pack size, pack unit, plant manager. Let me come down, product pack. Yes, product pack, state, subcategory, and yeah, year. Okay, year. And also we have manufacturing month. Where is that manufacturing month? Manufacturing month. Or no, I mean, there is no need of manufacturing month. So let me click on create. Okay, let me click on create. Yes, we created the rows. Okay, yes, we created the rows. So what do we need to do now? So let me pull it little down. Okay, let me pull it little down and click on this. Okay, click on this. Go to formatting visual, slicer setting, make it drop down. Okay, make it drop down. And in the selection, yes, we can select multiple, select all, take this off. Okay, so let me put it over here. So let me do one thing, general effects. Okay, visual border, turn this on and increase the size of the rounded corner to 5. Okay, rounded corner to 5. And let me put it over here. Okay, let me put it over here. So let me also decrease a little bit this one. Okay, let me put it here. Okay, yes. What do we need to do next? Okay, Control C, Control V. Okay, here we can do, here we can give the date. Here we can give the parameter. Yes, the rows we have created. Now we need to create the create it for the measures. Okay, so go to modeling, click on new parameter, fields. Okay, let us add all it. Okay, make it values. Let me expand this. Okay, average. From here, let me add all the information. Variance, okay, whatever the columns that is required. Okay, let me add all the measures. Okay, all the measures into this data. current produced capacity and X price. Okay, gross profit percentage. Let me come down. MRP, let me add all the MRPs. Okay, we have some issue with the expected. Okay, so let me add it. No worries, we can make some changes. Let me come down. Pre-tax, let me add. So we need to fix it. Okay, maybe we need to change the measure naming into expected. Okay, measure name into expected. Profit, yes, let me add the profit. Come down. Total operational cost. So that whatever the client require, he can select. The client, stakeholder, business holders, business owners, they can select all the information. Whatever the measures are required, they can select. Yes, we added all. Let me click on, do not create any slicer. Click on create. Yes, we created that. Yes, you see, everything we have created it. Let me close this. Here, in place of rows, let me add values. Okay, let me add values. If I expand it, okay, we can see it. So what is the thing that we need to do here? Instead of adding all these, okay, instead of adding all these, I can take this off. I can take this off. From the rows, I can add, okay, we can turn this into matrix. From the rows, we can add rows in here. In the values, we can add the values into the values. Okay, we can add values into the values. But the thing is that we are getting some error. Okay, we are getting some error. Let me click on anyone. Here, let me click on. It will let us go for making some selection. Okay, category. So let me go with it. So we got some errors. So when we looked into the capacity, I think for the target, we have some issue. Okay, so let me expand. Let us see wherever we have some issues. Okay, expected. Here, let me go for taking this off. Okay, MRP expected. Let me click on yes. Yeah, it is fixed. Okay, same thing with the pre-tax. Yes, we have issue with the pre-tax. Okay, so take the target off. Okay, add expected. Yes. So let me scroll down. So let us also check it in the profit expected. So here, let us go for expected. Yes. Yes, we also made changes into the profit also. Okay. Do we have any other total retail packs produced variance? No, no change. I think yes. Everything we have changed everything. Okay, we changed all the information. So if you want to make some changes, go to general effects, not in the effects, I think in the slicer header. Let me change the background of the slicer header. Okay, some color. Same thing for here. Some light color, not the dark one. Let us go for changing it into the light color. Yes, we added. Okay, whatever we add. Okay, if I add product category, okay, we will get the product category. Multiple things we can select. So if you want to see multiple things that we can select. Okay, so what is the average monthly production for the 2022 year? Okay, average monthly production of 2022 for the main product food and beverage. You see, out of 71,780, okay, both of them look same. Okay, both of them look same. I think did we make any changes last time? Okay, in the produced base cost, it is changing. Okay, I can go for adding any others. Okay, we can also go for multi-select. So here, let me go to visualization, go here. In the general effects, let us have the visual border. okay, visual border, so that it will be separated. Yes, now you see we have got what is the produced base cost, what is the target base cost, and what is the variance that we want to check, for example. Okay, so we can also add the variance. Now you see the variance is also added. You can ignore the average, okay? You can ignore the average monthly production. So what is the target? Okay, you see 16% is the variance. Okay, what do we need to do? We need to change some variance. Okay, if it is not in the percentage, change it into the percentage. Change it into the percentage. Yes, you see 15.61% from production to produced to the target. Yes, we change it. Let me also go and change the color coding background, this, yes, and the text color to white. Okay, make it bold. Yes, now we are able to see it. Okay, this is perfect. But let me change the color into the above color. Okay, this color. Okay, style. Okay, this is the color. Let me copy this, and same thing here in the column header. Let me add, change it into that color. Yes, now we are able to see it clearly. Okay, whatever that we want to add, okay, under the product category, I want to see the material category. Okay, what we can do, I can expand it. Okay, I can expand it. So let me click on expand it to the next level. Okay, expand it to the next level. Now if you see ingredients and packaging, I think I do not want to go for ingredients and I think main material category. Let me go for product pack, the last final product. Okay, in the year 2022, we will get, let me click on next level. Now you see, we are able to see what is the percentage of the, okay, what is the percentage between, okay. So comparing with the beverages, okay, so food is more, okay, food percentage is more than the beverages. Okay, food percentage is more than the beverages. So let me go to format your visual layout, change it into compact in the layout, make it into outline. Okay, make it into outline so that we get everything side by side. Okay, we get it in the side by side. So whatever the changes, whatever the column that we want to add, we can add it easily. Okay, we can add it easily in here. So this is about the overview. So the client can easily understand what is going on in the organization. Okay, so this is about the manufacturing cost and production overview. So let us go to the next. Okay, let us go to the next one. Okay, actual versus plan versus target. Actual versus plan versus target. So what is not actual versus plan versus target? So let us go here. So let us go here and let us work on the retail pack versus base cost. Okay, let us go here and work retail packs versus base cost. Retail pack versus base cost. So we are trying to work on the or compare the retail packs, how much it is producing, and what is the base cost of the retail pack production versus base cost. Okay, so let me do one thing, Control A, Control C, let me copy all these so that we can have the format. So here, yes, we got the format. So what I would like to do, let me delete all these. Okay, or if you want to have it, yes, we can have it. Okay, if you want to have it, yes, we can have it. So here, let me delete this, remove this. Okay, so get line and clustered column chart. Okay, line and clustered column chart. Yes, we added it. So what do we need to do now? So let us add in the x-axis the date. Okay, let us add in the x-axis date. Yes, we added date. Okay. After the date is added, what do we need to do? We need to add the produced, production, and target. Okay. So let me add produced. Where is the produced? Yeah, produced, production, and expected production. So this is for the year 2022. Okay, this is for the year 2022. So let me directly go here and change the color coding. Okay, change the color coding. So go to not general, columns. The first one is produced. Let me copy paste the hex code. Hex code. Okay, let me copy paste the hex code. So this is for the next one, production. Okay, next one, production. Yes. And the next one is expected or target. Expected or target. Yes, we added it. Yes, we added. So what do we need to do now here? Okay, so we can add the next one is variance. If you want to see the variance, we can add the variance. Okay, so if you want to see the variance of the base cost, we can add the variance of the base cost. Where is the variance of the base cost? Okay, variance of the base cost. Okay, and also variance of the produced versus base cost. So this is what we can add, or we can also go for having it in the line y-axis. Okay, line y-axis. Let me take off the 2022. Okay, let it load. Okay, or let me click on filter. Okay, when we are trying to filter the data, we are able to see it is working quickly. Okay, now I can see. So go to formatting your visual, expand the lines. Okay, data labels, expand the data labels. Yes, now we are able to see the data labels. So you can see what is the lines, solid lines, line. Yeah, I think it is in the marker. Yeah. So now we are able to see the marker also. Okay, what is the produced and what is the production, and also the line. Okay, variance is 22%. Okay, variance for base cost. Okay, here it is 70%, 17%. Okay, 17%. So that we can understand. Okay, this is what it is going on with retail pack versus base cost. Okay, retail cost versus base cost variance. Or you can also find something against. Okay, you can also find something against. Okay, produced capacity, production capacity, expected production capacity. No, you do not want to see the variance. You want to see base cost. Okay, for example, you want to see the base cost. What you can do? Okay, a produced capacity, and you want to see the base. Okay, base cost. So what is the base cost? Produced base cost. Okay, let me add produced base cost. Okay, this is the produced base cost. 86, 89. Okay, produced base cost. Okay, so what you can do here? Okay, what you can do after the production? Okay, after the production, or only you want to analyze only on the produced and production. Produced. Okay, only two things: how much it is produced and what is the base cost. Okay, you want to analyze only two: how much it is produced and what is the base cost. Based on the variance, if you want to see the variance, okay, so you can also add the variance. Line y-axis, you can add the variance. What is the variance of produced, okay, and production? So in the Q3, it is dropped to 17%, 17.01, and again 17.36. Okay, in the Q4, 17.36. So this is based on the variance. So if you want to see, or only if you want to compare. Okay, again, okay, for example, you want to make it dynamic. Okay, you do not want to see it all. You want to make it dynamic. What you can do? You can add in the column y-axis, okay? In the date, you can take off the x-axis, okay? In the y-axis, okay, in the y-axis, if you only want to see the variance, okay, line y-axis, if you only want to see the variance, what you can do? Okay, simple method, go to modeling again, click on the new parameter, click on the field parameter, okay, what do you say? Line y-axis, okay, line y-axis. What do you do? Only add variance, only add variance. So you will get to know what are all the variants that you have. Only variance, okay, only variance. Okay, add slicer, yes. Let me click on, okay, create. So we are trying to automate something, okay. Let me show how do we work on it. You can explain the same thing in the interview. Okay, let it load. So let me go here. Let me click on this format painter and apply same thing over here. Okay, so go here, make it like a vertical drop down. Let me put it just aside. Okay, so what do we do now here? So let me take off x-axis. Okay, let it be the x-axis. Or if you want to take off the x-axis, you can take this off. In the x-axis, what you can do, you can add rows in the x-axis. Okay, take this off in the y-axis, add values in the y-axis. Okay, take this the line, add, where is the y-axis? Yes, add it over here. Okay, so let me go here, general, disable the title. Okay, you will be able to see what is there in here. In the multiple, select the category, only the category. Okay, so here we have multiple values. Do not give the multiple values. Select only whatever it is required. Okay, select only whatever it is required. Okay, let me take this off. Let me take the variance. Okay, produced and target. Okay, produced capacity and target capacity. And what is the, so here in the line y-axis, select only produced variance. Okay, produced versus production, so that you will get easily, you will understand easily. Yes, now you see, let me give the general effects. Okay, turn on the visual border, make it 6 or 5. Now you see, okay, let me minimize this. Okay, let me go for focus mode. This is, we are looking into the year 2022. In the 2022, so if I go here, okay, the product pack is Aqua Pure 1 liter. The produced base cost is 29. Okay, some value. Okay, and what do we have? 26. Okay, target is 26. And what is the variance between the target and produced? 26.66%. Okay, and it is increasing, decreasing, increasing, decreasing. Okay, you see, for the tasty crisp tomato tangy chips. Okay, so the last one is, okay, so there is a 21.53% the variance. Okay, and if you see here, the highest one, okay, what is this? Otigo high fiber. Okay, Otigo high fiber oats 1 kg, the produced is 48k, production the target is 40k, and if you see, there is a difference of 21.94%. Okay, let me click. This is the produced. Okay, this is the target. Okay, this is the target 40, and there is an increase of 21.94% from the produced. So this is what you can understand. If I click on drill down, you will also get more information. Okay, so this is, okay, this is produced. Okay, this is produced, and this is target. So we have more than that. Okay, 21% more produced from the target. Okay, this is what we have it in here. Okay, this is what we have it in here. We can analyze the data like this. Okay, we can analyze the data like this. So let me go for drill up. Okay, you can do more analysis, more kind of analysis. Let me go to the new page. Okay, let me go to the new page. So what do we do now here? Okay, so let us go for variance and variance. Okay, there is a separate page. Okay, variance, actual versus plan versus target. So we want to see what is the variance. Okay, as usual, we need to have the year. So what is that? Year slicer. Okay, let me copy this and paste it over here. Okay, let me go up. So what do we do now? So let me select the line and clustered column chart. Okay, line and clustered column chart. Here, let me add the date again. Okay, so here, so what do we need to add? Expected production. No, we do not want. We have. I think we have already seen it. Okay, we have already seen that. Okay, so let us do one thing. Okay, let us do one thing. So we want to see some. If you want to see some production variance and performance bridge. Okay, so if you want to see something else, okay, we can go for waterfall chart. Okay, waterfall chart. So what is the waterfall chart? So let me add the data. You will understand it later on. Okay, so let me go for adding produced capacity. Okay, so let me add the category into the breakdown. Okay, category into the breakdown. So here let me add produced capacity. Okay, produced, where is that? Produced capacity into the y-axis. Let me take off 2022. Okay, let it load. Okay, you will understand. Okay, you will understand easily. Okay, let me go for focus mode. Let me go for focus mode. So what is this? So we are doing it by the category. What do we have in the category? So beverages, biscuits, okay, all this information in the category. From 2015, we are getting the data. So let us select 2023, 2024, and 2025. From 23, let us select. So what is waterfall? So waterfall, we can get to know whether there is an increase or decrease in the sales, or increase or decrease. Okay, so what does it do? It compares with the previous. It gives the value plus percentage. How much percentage there was a decrease, and what is the percentage? What is the percentage of decrease from the previous? Let me hover over it. Okay, what is this? The produced capacity is 75,392 in the year 2023, because it doesn't give. When we select to 2022, we will get to see the previous data. Now let us go one by one. You will easily understand. Okay, let me go here. Okay, what do we see? So here we see, okay, here we see, you observe carefully. For the beverages, 23 it is 40,000, 24 it is 42,000, and now you see it is giving some value. 1442 is the difference between 23 and 24, and there is an increase of 3.52% for the beverages. Okay, 3.52% for the beverages. Let me go to the next one. Green represent there is an increase. So there is a difference of 852 in the biscuits. Okay, 852 quintal, 7.42% increase. Next one, 5.15. But for the snacks, 24 produced is 11,388, but 23 it is 11,641. If we go for minus, so minus 253, there is a decrease of 253 quintals comparing with 2023. So it is minus 2.17% decrease in the snacks. And the total, we are able to see the total. Same thing in the breakfast. Okay, same thing with the breakfast. So 4.769%. If I click on 22 also, okay, control and select 22 also, we will get what is the decrease in the breakfast. So what it is influencing, okay, out of all the data that we are able to see, okay, for example, let me also go for 21 also. 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Okay, comparing with the 20, okay, let us compare from 2020. Okay, comparing with the last 5 years of data, 5 or 6 years of data. Okay, breakfast is the least produced. Okay, breakfast is the least produced. Okay, in the food, biscuits, we got a drop down. Okay, we got a drop down. Again, here also the breakfast. Again, the category is food. Again, here it is snacks. The category is snacks. Again, the main category is food. In the breakfast, again, breakfast. Okay, breakfast repeated. There is a breakfast. Yeah, breakfast in the year 2023, breakfast in the year 2025, it has decreased in the production. Okay, the production is being decreased in the year 2023 and 2025. And what is most impacting out of food and beverages? Food is impacting in the production, in the produced. Okay, food is impacting. Okay, this is what the analysis that we can make. Okay, this is what the analysis that we can give it to the client. Or if I take off the slicer, let me take off the slicer. Everything is good. From 2015, we are able to see what is the least produced. If you see the pattern, okay, snacks are the least produced. Okay, snacks again, 2017. Here it is biscuits, snacks again. Okay, breakfast. Okay, food out in the food, snacks and breakfast are the least produced. So what we can do, we can give the name as production variance. Okay, production variance and performance bridge. Performance bridge. Oh, you would say again, so can't we automate this again? Okay, yes, we can do that. How we can do that? So we can go here. Okay, so let me add rows and the values. Okay, rows and the values. Let me paste it over here. Okay, it is asking to sync slicer or not. We will discuss that little later. Okay, so we want to automate it. So what do we do? So in the category, okay, let it be the date. Okay, let us work on the main thing, category date. Okay, in the rows, let me select category. Yes. Okay, multiple selection. No, let me take off this. Here, instead of category, let me add rows. Okay, let me add rows. Let me add rows. Yes, the rows are added. Instead of y-axis, let me add the values. Okay, we need to select single. Okay, we should not try to select multiple. Only produced capacity, produced base cost. Yeah, we selected produced base cost. Let me go here. Now you see a lot of changes. Okay, now you see a lot of changes. Okay, now you see there are a lot of changes in here. What did we take? Category, produced base cost. Okay, let me go for taking only the last 3 years of data. Okay, 23, 24, and 25. Okay, now if you see the snacks, okay, comparing with the 2023, there is a decrease of 5.09% in the base cost. Okay, the base cost is decreased. If you want to see, this is by category. Let us go for product pack. Product pack is the end product. Okay, end product. Now you see we have something called as others. I don't know what is this. Okay, so product pack others. So we have some changes, 0.41% changes. Aqua Pure, yes, it is increasing. But in the year 2025, we have got good amount of changes in here. 10% decrease in the OT Go Nutty Crunch 350 grams pack. Fresh Sip Mango Delight, there is a decrease of 7% in the cost. Base cost decreased again. Here also the base cost decreased 17%. The last one, 10%. Out of all, what do we have? Okay, 17%. Honey Crunch, there is a decrease in the base cost. And you can go and you can change anything if you want to go for changing. In here you can change whatever the thing, X price, for example, if you want to go for X price. Okay, only single selection. Okay, only single selection. Same thing here. We got something X price changed. Okay, this is the production variance and performance bridge. Okay, production variance and performance bridge. I mean, we can have it at the end. Don't worry. So let us go through the last one. Okay, not the last one. This session, the last one. Base cost variance. Okay, base cost variance. So how much is the variance between the base cost? So what do I do now? Let me directly copy. Okay, and let me directly explain in here. Okay, let me copy this, Control A, and let me paste it over here. Okay, you can easily understand. Okay, so you got the point of understanding what the project deals about. Okay, what the project deals about. What do we need to do now? Analyze it. The next step is analysis. Okay, next step is analysis. So if you see here from 2016 we have the data from 2015. So what did we add in here? Okay, in the visualization, what did we add in here? So we added base cost, production produced, and we have added the variance of the base cost. How much the variance that we have it from here. So what do we need to do? We need to add the year. The slicer is important. Without the slicer, we get the overall data. Okay, let me add the slicer. Don't sync. Okay, now let me go for here. So we selected 23, 24, and 25. Okay, we selected 23, 24, and 25. So we can understand what is the deviation that we got of the variance from the produced production and target. So this is what we have it. Okay, let it load, let it load. So let me add the title, base cost variance. Okay, let me add the title, base cost variance. So now you see, if you see the base cost, the produce, now you see it is the base cost, okay, it is 22%, 22.74%. Or we can also do it in another way. Okay, you can create the bookmark. So if you would like to create the bookmark, you can also create the bookmark. Instead of adding the variance, okay, what we can do for easily understanding, so let me go for variance. Okay, instead of adding the percentage, let me add these two so that we will get the bar beside the value. Now you see, now you observe the data. So it is in the million. So what do we need to do? Data labels, go to the last one, expand the value, display unit is auto, make it none. Okay, we will get the value, or make it 1000. Okay, same thing here. In the value, make it 1000. Okay, now let us see what we are able to understand. Okay, let me put it on the focus mode. So from here we can understand that there is a 60,000, 62,000 from produced to production in the 2023 year, and from the target it is 42,000. So here also 61,000, here it is 46,000, it increased. Here it is 60,000 and here it is 44,000. So this is the variance that we can understand from the data. Okay, so what is this data table? Underscore new. Okay, we need to connect it to the not new. Okay, we need to connect it to the underscore v2. I think that has okay. Oh no worries. Okay, so this is what we have it in the base cost variance. Let me click on save. Okay, let me click on save. Session we started discussing about the cost, manufacturing cost and production project. So today we will discuss, we will go through the next page. So we discuss about cost variance, actual versus plan versus target. So how we are dealing with what is the produced cost, production cost, and what is the variance of base cost between the produced and production and the target. The next thing is that let us discuss about let us create the KPIs of the profit, okay, the sales, the completely regarding the sales. Okay, so what do we need to do? We have a visual called as KPI, direct to straightforward visual called as a KPI. So what does it take? The KPI takes the value. There are three things that it takes: value, trend axis, and the target. Okay, value, trend axis, and the target. So let us go from the beginning. Okay, let us add all the required KPIs for here. Just a second. Okay, so what do we have in here? So we have, so let us go from the first, that is the first thing is that in the value, let me add the total produced. Okay, first let us go from the produced. Okay, so produced base cost, not the produced base cost, the produced capacity. So this is the value. And we want to compare it with the year. Okay, in the trend axis we need to add the year. Okay, in the trend axis we need to add the year. Okay, yes, we added the year. So what do we need to do? The next thing is that let us add the target, or we can also add the previous year. Okay, let us add the previous. Okay, so did we add the previous? Let me check whether we have the prior. I think prior. So prior period produced capacity. Yes, in the target we can add the prior period produced capacity. Okay, in the target we can add prior period produced capacity. What we are trying to do here? Okay, you understand the concept. Let me turn off the title. Okay, so let me explain it over here. Okay, from the previous, let me get the year. the year slicer into this page. Okay. So what do we have here? Let me uncheck this. Okay, move little bit above. Okay. So this is for the total. Okay, this is for the total. Do we have any filter? No, there are no filters available. Okay, let me click on the 2025. Okay, this is for the 2025. Okay, this is the total. Okay, the 80,255 is the produced capacity of 2025. 70,000. Okay, this one, it is current year. This is 2025. Okay, 25. So whatever you see, the goal 78,025 to 1 is the previous year. That is 24. 24. So comparing with 25, the current year, 25 is getting compared with the previous year. And what is the growth? So it is 2.86 percentage is the growth of the produced capacity comparing with the previous year. Okay. Let me click on 2024. Okay, let me click on 2024. And what did you understand from 2024? So the one which you see in the green color, 78,021 is the 24 produced quintal, and 75,392 is the previous year, that is 2023. This is 24. Okay, this is 23, and there is an increase of 3.49 percentage, okay, of the capacity. So that is 23. If I click on 23, so it is the same thing. Green color represents, okay, in this KPI, okay, icons, okay, trend axis, okay, green color represents good color, which is positive. Bad color, red color represents which is negative, whether it is increased or decreased. Let me click on 2016. Okay, 60,000. Yes, it is increased. 2015, nothing. 2017, yes, it is. Okay, let it load. 2017, yes, it is good. 2018, yes, it is good. 2019, 2020, 21, yes. Every year it is increasing. Okay, what we have added in here? Okay, in the value we added produced capacity quintal by day. Okay, in the trend we added year. Okay, we are comparing against year, and this one is prior period produced capacity, previous month. Okay, we have prior period produced capacity using the data add function, where we can go through the previous year, previous quarter, previous month. Okay, we can go through the previous. Okay, now what do we need to do? We need to add for all the base cost produced. Okay, all the KPIs we need to add. Let me take off the 2025, and you can also see the graph behind it, whether it is increasing or decreasing. We can see that. Let me put it down a little bit. We follow the same procedure. Let me put it over here and decrease the size. Okay, and go here in the general effects, turn on the visual border so that we get the separation. Okay, in the visual border, we get some separation. Yes, we got some separation. Copy this, paste it over here. The next one. Okay, what do we need to add it over here? Okay, what do we need to add it over here? Here, we will add the previous year base cost. Okay, let us add the base cost. The next step is base cost. Okay, delete the produced and add the base cost. Where is the base cost? Okay, let me check. Produced base cost. Okay, produced base cost and previous year produced, prior base cost. Okay, prior base cost. So don't we have prior base cost in here? Prior. Okay, we do not have the prior year base cost. So what do we do now? Let us add that. Let us create the measure. Nothing to worry about it. Just create another one. New measure. Okay, so let me make this as base cost. Okay, base cost. Okay, here what do we need to do? We need to change it into the base cost. Base cost. Produced base cost. And click on OK. So we need to add, in here we need to add the base cost. Okay, in the target we need to add the base cost. Okay, in the target we can add the base cost. So we can compare it whether we are increasing or decreasing or how the data is going on. Okay, we can compare that. Okay, it is decreased. If you see, let me click on 2025. It is decreased. You see, 1.95 percentage decreased. Let me click on others. Now it is increased. Okay, 0.2527 percentage increased. 2023, it is decreased. So we can increase or decrease. Okay, we can see that. Okay, the next thing is that let me add one more thing. Okay, here let me go for giving some title. Okay, produced capacity. Okay, total capacity. Let me name this as total capacity. Okay, total capacity. Make it into middle, the title. So here also let me go for adding base cost. Base cost. Okay, and the next one is we need to add X factory price. Okay, X factory price. So let me remove this produced. Let me add it over here. X factory price. Let me take this off. And we need to add the same thing. I think why are we missing? I think. Okay, I think we were working. Did we work on the previous some other data? We have that. Okay, let me open that report. Manufacturing unit performance. Okay, we are working on this one, not that. Because every time the calculations, the measures are already included in that report. Okay, in that data set. So here we need to create others. Okay, other calculations. Okay, let me check prior. Do we have prior? Prior period. Base cost. No, still we do not have it. So what do we need to do? We need to create it. That's it. Okay. Yeah, we have it. We have it in here. Just a second. Let me close this because we are not able to get the measure, the formula bar. Okay. So let me open. Yeah. So what do we need to do? We need to create. Okay, let us create new measure. Okay. So here what we need to do? Prior period X factory price. X factory cost. Okay, X factory cost. So here we need to replace it with X factory. X factory price produced. Click on enter. Okay. So let me copy this. So here let me add the prior period X factory into the target. Okay. So if you see it is decreased. The price is decreased. So what do we need to do? We need to create one more KPI. Okay, one more KPI. This is for pre-tax MRP. Okay, this is for pre-tax MRP. So let me add the pre-tax produced in the value. In the trend axis, we need to add year, and let us create one measure. New measure. Okay, let me add. So instead of here, we need to add pre-tax produced. So pre-tax produced and click on enter. Okay, the same name. So let me go for making pre-tax. So here it is price, X factory price. Okay, it is not the cost, it is price. Okay, it is price. Okay, so target, where is the pre-tax? Yeah, here it is pre-tax. Let me add it. Okay, so turn off this general title, turn off or turn on pre-tax MRP. So here what do you do? So you go for making X factory price. Okay, X factory price. Okay, so after that, what do we go for? We go for MRP. Okay, after that we go for MRP. Visual border, let me turn. And the next one is MRP. So let me take the same thing KPI. Go for MRP. Okay, MRP produced. Okay, MRP produced, and we are comparing against year. The same thing, right click, new measure. New measure. So here what do we need to do? So we need to replace it with MRP. MRP produced. MRP. So here we need to add MRP. Okay, let me add MRP. MRP, prior period MRP. Yes, prior period MRP. Okay. So go to title and change it into prior period MRP, or we can just MRP. That's it. And make it into horizontal alignment and put it over here. MRP. Okay. MRP, it is added. Okay. And after that, what do we need to do? Let us give some effects, turn on the visual border. Okay, turn on the visual border. Okay, MRP, yes, it is completed. Okay. So let me check. I think in one more project we have, let me check. 29. No, I think yesterday in the previous. Okay, in that, I think, let me check. Manufacturing unit performance. Let me check this. No, we do not have it. I think in the previous session we discussed. Just a second. Let me open that. I think in the same, I think, do we have it over here? I think in here. Yeah, here we have it. Yeah. Profit per pack, gross profit and gross profit percentage. So what do we need to do here is, okay, we need to add all this. Okay. What is the MRP? And the next one is we need to add. Okay. We need to add after MRP, we need to add the profit. Okay. The next thing is that we need to add the profit. And the same thing we need to use it in the visualization. Okay. The same thing we need to use it in the visualization. Okay. So what we can do here, we can add margin analysis. Okay. Or gross profit, gross margin analysis. Okay. We can analyze the margin of how much are we getting. Okay. And after that, let me jump into the gross profit. Okay. Let us go through the gross profit. Do we have gross profit? Yes, we got gross profit. Gross profit. And also what do we need to do? We need to go for previous year gross profit. Okay. The previous year gross profit. Right click, new measure. Okay, let it load. So when we are dealing with a huge amount of data, so Power BI takes little time to load the data. So that is the thing that we have it in Power BI. So in order to overcome, so we build the semantic models, or we build the data flows, we build the lake houses, we store the data in the lake houses, and from the lake house we get the data into Power BI. So that is what we do to overcome dealing with the huge amount of data. Okay, let it load. It's taking time. Okay, so what do we need to do? So we can go for prior period gross profit equal to. So we have calculate function. Okay, so what do we need to do? We need to add gross profit, comma. Okay, gross profit, comma. And next thing is that we need to go for adding date add function. Date add. What do we need to do? We need to take the date column. From the date table, we need to take the date table. Interval -1, number of interval. Interval, let me go for year. Close the bracket, click on enter. Okay, so we get the prior period of the gross profit. So yes, it loaded. So let me add it in the target. Okay, what is the gross profit? So let me add it in the target. Okay, so here let me move little bit above. Here let me rename this as the gross profit. Gross profit. Okay, and the next thing is that let me take the line chart. Okay, let me take the line chart. In the line chart, x-axis, let me add the date. Okay, let me add the date. Okay, so after that, whatever we see, base cost, X factory price. So let us add all these. Okay, base cost. So where is the base cost? Produced base cost. Okay, produced base cost. And after that, okay, let me take off the year filter. And after that, X factory price. X factory price produced. Okay, and after that, pre-tax MRP. Pre-tax MRP produced. And after that, MRP produced, and after that, gross profit. Okay, so this is what we have it. So let it load. It is taking little time to load. Okay, let me filter on something. Okay, let's see. So here what we need to do, we can add all the filters. Okay, we need to add the filters. Okay, parameter. Okay, we can also replace, if you want to make it automatic, we need to replace it. Okay, did we add any filter? Okay, we did not add any filters. So here what we can do, we can add the filters. So each one by one. So I can take a filter. Okay, I can get this filter, Control C and Control V. But here what do we do? Let me go for in the filter. Slicer. Let us go for taking the slicer. Okay. So here what we can do, we can add all the slicers. Okay. So what we can do, we can go for adding category. Okay. Minimize this. Have it in here category. Okay. And the next one is let it load, let it load. It is taking time to load. So this is the only problem when we directly connect to the direct query mode, because now we are connecting to the direct query mode. Let me remove this. So Power BI is not responding. Let me remove other report. Okay, now let me take off the here. Okay, so make it drop down. Go to General, Visual, Slicer setting. Make it drop down. Okay, make it drop down. So here what do we need to do? We need to add other slicers also. Okay, so if you see the, what did you understand? So based on the category beverages, okay, based on the beverages, okay, based on the beverages, so everything is good. You see, everything is good. So here let me take off the category, and after that category, let me add material category. What do we have in the material? You can ignore this material category. Manufacturing unit name, we can add. Make it same thing, make it slicer header, make it drop down. Control C, Control V. Okay. So let us go for giving the visual border. So instead of manufacturing unit, let me add plant manager. Okay. Control C, Control V. After the plant manager, so let me add product pack. Okay. And after the product pack, let me add state code. State, only state. And yes, we added all. Okay. We added most of the dimension data is covered over here. So let me, now if you see shade area, no, let us data labels and markers also. Let me come down. Lines, expand lines. Yes, we can have all the lines. Shade area now. Yes, in the markers, yes, we can have the markers. Yes. Now, if you see, you can easily understand. Okay, what is the produced base cost, ex factory price? Okay, and what is pre-tax MRP and what is the gross profit? And we also have, if you want to see the gross profit percentage also. Okay, if you want to add gross profit percentage. Okay, in the secondary y-axis. Okay, are we able to see anything? Let's see that. Okay, we can also see the gross profit percentage. Now you see 49.52 percentage gross profit. Okay, and the next one is 49.52. Why it is everything same? Okay, gross profit from 2016 it is increased. Okay, okay. So let me take off, go here, effects, enable the visual border. Okay, we did that. If you also want to automate it, yes, you can automate this based on the parameters, field parameters. You can apply the field parameters and you can go for automating it. Okay, for now, what do we do? Let me publish this report. Okay, go to app.powerbi.com in the cloud. Okay, app.powerbi.com in the cloud. So let me click on OK. Okay, we got Cool Bev manufacturing. Let me open any one of the reports. Okay, let me open one report. Yes, we are able to see one report. Yes, manufacturing cost and production. Yes, we are able to see something. Okay, so what do I do? Let me create one workspace. Okay, so let me write Cool Bev. Okay, analytics platform. Let me click on enter. Okay, so here let me see. We haven't got anything. Okay, I think let me check again. No, it is not created. Okay, Cool Bev analytics platform. Okay, Cool Bev analytics platform. Go for trial version. Click on apply. Okay, so we created. What did we do? We created the workspace. What do we need to do? From here, we need to publish this report. Okay, from this, we need to publish. Click on publish. Click on save. And click on what is this? We created this Cool Bev platform. Cost and production analytics report that we are going to publish it to the cloud. Yes, it is published. Let's check whether it is published or not. Let me click on refresh. Okay, it is published. Let me open the report. Let's see whether we are able to see the report or not. Okay, so we are not able to see anything over here. Okay, what is the reason? Okay, there is no gateway to access the database, show details. Okay, there is no gateway. So let me go here. So let me click on schedule refresh. Okay, so we are not able to see anything. One or more cloud data sources for this semantic model has been deleted. Let me click on recreate cloud data sources. Okay, we are not able to do that. Click on the cloud gateway and cloud connection. Okay, so it is saying that there is no gateway. Let me click on install now. Okay, let me click on install now. So because we do not have a gateway in between, gateway, what is a gateway? Gateway acts like a bridge between on-premise data source and the cloud platform. Okay, on-premise data source and cloud platform. So now when the Power BI in the cloud service, okay, when this cloud service want to see the data from the data source, okay, data from the data source, so it is not able to set it. Okay, where there is no gateway in between these two things. Discuss about the Power BI service. So it is no more called as a Power BI service. So from the current year. So previously it was called as a Power BI service, but the Power BI is integrated in Fabric. So now it is called as a Fabric environment, Microsoft Fabric. So previously it was called like app.powerbi.com. Now it is a fabric.com. So how you are saying that? I mean, whoever. So previously, those who want to renew their, for example, every year we pay some amount for Google Drive. So based on the amount, we get some capacity. So here also, those who already have premium per user or premium per capacity license, so they are no more existing. Existing, they can renew there, but the thing is that they can only renew it for Fabric license. If the new person is trying to get the license, they will also get the Fabric license only. So it is no more called. So Power BI is integrated within the Fabric. Okay. So what we are going to discuss now? So we are going to discuss about the gateways. First thing is that the first concept is gateways. So what is a gateway? Okay, for example, so if you would ask me what is a gateway? So gateway is, okay, so let me explain you what is a gateway. So in the organization we have, so let me open Paint. Okay, let me directly explain over here. Okay, so in the organization we have on-premise data source. So what is that on-premise data source? Within the organization's data. So what are all the on-premise? Excel. Excel is on-premise data source. SQL Server, okay, on-premise data source, which we use the application in our system. Okay, which we use application in our system. SQL Server, SharePoint, any folder, flat files, CSV, Excel, text, PDF. These are all the flat files. So what do we have? So we would have like, so whenever the client, okay, whenever the client opens Power BI service, okay, on the cloud, the report on cloud. So what are their expectation? Their expectation to have that it should be updated automatically. Okay, report should update automatically. Should update automatically. So how does it happen? So how does the report is going to get automatically updated in the cloud without manual refresh? Okay, there are 2-3 ways of refreshing the report. The first way is in the desktop, you can click on the refresh button. The second way is manual refresh, you can click on in the Power BI service. Third refresh is schedule refresh. It is called as, the concept is called as a schedule refresh. Okay, the concept is called as a schedule refresh. Schedule refresh. So how does it happen? By the schedule refresh. But how do we enable the schedule refresh? Based on the gateways. Okay, what is the thing that we need to have? Gateways. Okay, based on the gateways. So we can schedule the refresh. So what is this report on cloud? It is also called as Power BI service. Power BI service. So what is the requirement? The requirement is, okay, the requirement is, so gateway, okay, gateway, this is the this is the on-premise. Okay, let me do one thing. Or let me go to, yeah. So what do we have here? So it is a bridge, for example, it is a bridge, and here is also, it's a bridge, for example. Okay. So what do we need? So it's not a bridge. Oh, I'm sorry. So let me check. Oh yeah, I got it. So what do we need? So we need to, so gateway acts like a bridge between on-premise data source and to the cloud platform. So what do we need to have? So it acts like a bridge between, this gateway acts like a bridge between on-premise data source and the cloud platform. So what does this gateway do? This gateway, whenever we publish the report, okay, whenever we publish the report is published, okay, the report is published, plus whatever the data that we are using behind building the report, the data set will also be published. Okay, the data set will also be published. Nowadays, this data set is not called as a data set. It is called as a semantic model. Okay, semantic model. So we discussed in the previous session when we were discussing about the project, we discussed about all these. What is a semantic model and all. Okay, so what does it do? This gateway. Okay, so what do? We schedule the refresh. So client logs in at 10 o'clock. Okay, we need to schedule the refresh at 9 o'clock. Or in the data set, okay, in the SQL server, every day the data is updated at 8 o'clock, 8 a.m. Okay, 8 a.m. every day the SQL server, it is updated. So what do we need to do? The connected report, okay, this report which are using SQL server or the database as the data source, okay, whatever the data that is updated in the SQL server, this should be updated, okay, via gateways, okay, via gateways. So what does it do? It gets the updated data, okay, after 1,000 records, 100 records are added tomorrow. This 100 records data should be involved, updated in the report also. So how does it happen? First data set will be refreshed. Always remember, you do not get confused. Okay, it is not the report is refreshed. The data behind it is refreshed, which is the data set. Okay, the data set is refreshed. Whatever the visual that we are using, okay, from the data set. For example, there are 100 columns are available. Okay, 100 columns that we are pulling from the SQL server. But in the visualization, okay, in the visualization, we are only using 90 columns. Okay, whichever the visual that we are using the column or the measure, okay, automatically once the data set is updated, automatically the values in the visuals are updated. Okay, the values in the visuals are updated. So this happens due to the gateways. Gateways work when we use on-premise at the on-premise data sources. If you use cloud, there is no need of gateways. If you are using on-premise data sources, we can use gateways. So how do we download the gateways? Okay, how do we download the gateways? So let me open any one of the report to open. So how do we schedule the refresh? Okay, let me open any one of the report. So if you see, so we used CoolBev. Okay, what is the project that we used? We used CoolBev. So if I click on, you see, what do we have here? The one which you see in the report, okay, the one which you see this symbol, it is called as the report. The one which you see with the dotted lines, dots, okay, so this is called as a data set. Now it is called as a semantic model. Once this semantic model or the data set is refreshed, the values or the column that is used in the report, it will be refreshed. So this is what we have it. So how do we schedule the refresh? We schedule the refresh based on the click on the schedule refresh. We get into the settings of the report or the data set. So what do we need to do? Expand the gateways. Okay, expand the gateways and cloud connection. Again, there are two types of gateways available. Okay, again, there are two types of gateways. So what is the first gateway? It's a personal gateway. Personal gateway. Second one is standard gateway. Standard gateway. So what is the personal gateway? The way we use in our personal laptops, okay? So most of the times we go for personal gateways in our laptops. Okay, in our laptops. In our laptops. But in the standard gateway, it is used by the organization. Okay, it is used by the organization. So what do we need to do? We need to download the personal gateway. Okay, what do we need to do? We need to download the personal gateway. So how do you download the personal gateways? So click on the setting symbol. Okay, you have an option called as, okay, let me do one thing. You see the download option? I think I have already downloaded it. Okay, so what is the thing that we want to download? Not in here. Okay, let me do one thing. Let me check it over here. We do not have anything. So let me go to any one of the workspace. So we would get the gateway information. Okay, so gateways and cloud connection. So what it is saying, you don't have any data gateways. Okay, so what do we need to do? We need to click on the install now. Okay, we need to click on the install now. Now you see it is getting installed. Okay, it is getting installed. I have installed the multiple times. I may get errors, but in your laptops, in your systems, you try install. Okay, how do you install? Go to the settings of the data set. Okay, click on install. Okay, expand gateways and cloud connection and click on install. Or you can also install by clicking here, download data gateway. Okay, you see the data gateway. Click on this. Okay, click on the data gateways. Then you can easily install it. Okay, or you search for the Power BI gateways. Power BI gateway download. Okay, Power BI gateway download. So if I click on the Power BI gateway, okay, we get some information about the gateways. Okay, so we get the information about the gateways. So what do we have? There are, again, as we discussed, standard mode and personal mode. Okay, standard mode and personal mode. So this is what we go for it. Okay, let it download. So once it is downloaded, what do we need to do? We need to map the gateways. Okay, let's see how it downloads. Okay, let it get downloaded. Yes, once it is downloaded, what is the next thing that we need to do? So we need to map the gateways. Okay, after mapping the gateways, expand the refresh. Okay, what do we need to do? We need to expand the refresh. Okay, and once we expand the refresh, so we have two options. Okay, let me check one second. So I have already scheduled it. Let me click on the schedule refresh again. Refresh history. Click on the refresh history. So when I downloaded, okay, when I downloaded it, okay, so we got the status completed. Okay, what is the duration? What is the start time and end time? Okay, what is the type? Whether it is a data or query cache. Okay, let it get downloaded. Okay, let it get downloaded. I'll show how to install, and also I'll show. Okay, it seems it is installed. Okay, seems it is installed. So what do you need to do? Yeah, no, it is in progress. Okay, it is in progress. So let it, yeah, it is installed. Click on that. Okay, so whatever it is installed, click on the show in folder or click on that. So what do you need to do? Click on the run. Okay, click on the run. Okay, so it is failed. Okay, the gateway installation failed. Why? Because it is already installed in my machine. Okay, because it is already installed in my machine. So what do you need to do? Okay, so you get run. After you run, it gets installed. Then you enter the mail. Okay, what is the mail? Whatever you created. Okay, whatever it is created. Okay, you click on the account and you see under it, you would find the mail. Okay, enter that mail.com. Okay, domain in that and enter the password. Then you click on run. Then it automatically installs. Okay, yes, after installation, what do you need to do? Okay, after installation, what do you need to do? As we discussed, there are three types of refresh. Go to Power BI and click on the refresh. Okay, what is this? Refresh schema and data, schema data. Okay, now it is updated. Previously, we got a refresh, refresh all, cancel refresh. Now we have got every month Microsoft releases updates of the cloud or desktop. So now we got schema and data. Okay, This is the first way of refresh. Second way is, okay, the one which you see refresh now. Let me click on refresh now. Okay, it is refreshing. Whatever I clicked, this is called as manual refresh or demand. Okay, refresh on demand refresh. For example, if you see here on the data set, what do we have? Refresh now, cancel refresh, schedule refresh, and more options. Okay, only the cancel refresh is available only for the data set, that is semantic model. Okay, data set or semantic model. So let me click on refresh the page. So previously what we have seen, we got less than a minute and a minute and a half for refreshing the data set. Okay, so here also let us wait for another half minute. Okay, another half minute. So what do we have? Expand the gateways and cloud connection once you install in your system and map the gateways. Okay, it automatically maps. You need to enter the credentials. You see data source credentials. If it is not enabled, what do you need to do? You need to edit the credentials. Okay, what is the database? We connected to the database that we used. If you remember from our previous session, we used the same database from the SQL server. Okay, we used the same server database from the server. Okay, so let me click on refresh history. Yes, it is completed. What is that? On demand. We manually triggered the refresh. Okay, click on the show. Okay, what do we have got? So we got what is the type, what is the start date, what is the end date, what is the duration. Okay, it is less than a minute or 1 minute 7 seconds, and the status. Okay, it is completed. Yes, it is completed. If it is not completed, we get errors. Okay, we get errors. So what I do now, let us schedule the refresh. It is 6:23. The time is 6:23. Okay, let us start the refresh. Okay, what do we expand the refresh? You find the time zone. So whichever the location that you are in, you can schedule. You can put the time zone of your own region that you are living in. Okay, so we are from India. You can click on India. So if you are from some other country or some other region, okay, what you can do? Central America. If you are US and Canada, you can put it. UK, you can put some other time. And what is the next thing? Refresh frequency. Okay, there are two frequencies available, daily and weekly. There is no month. Okay, in the Fabric, we have for few data flows, we have monthly, but here what do we have? Daily and weekly, two frequencies. And you see time, okay, where we can schedule the refresh. What is the time? Okay, it is already scheduled in the morning 8:30 a.m. Let me click on add time. Click on 6:30 p.m. because we are 6 minutes away from 6:30. Okay, let me click on OK. Okay, if you remember from your first class in Power BI, your trainer would have explained you about the license. Okay, Pro, Premium. Okay, Pro, Premium, Premium per user and Premium per capacity. Your trainer would have explained. Okay, your trainer would have explained about the capacity, the usage of the refresh. Okay, so if you remember, there is a point called as refresh. You can refresh 8 times a day for pro user. If you are a pro user, you can schedule the refresh 8 times a day. If you are premium per user or premium per capacity, you can schedule the refresh 48 times a day. Okay, 48 times a day, which means every half an hour you can schedule the refresh. Okay, so how do we check? Let me test. Okay, let us check. Let us test. Okay, click on add 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay, now it is done. Okay, why? So it is pro user. So that is the reason I'm not able to get add another time. Okay, I'm not able to get add another time. So for example, okay, what is the next thing? Send refresh failure or critical warning notification. Okay, there are two options available. The first option is semantic model owner. So whoever developed the semantic model or BI developer, that is the owner. I'm the owner. I'm going to get the message from the Microsoft stating that your semantic model or the data set is being failed. Or you can also set the these contact. Whom can I get? So let me click on this. This is another account. Okay, this is another account. Let me go here and add another. Okay, data analytics and BI. Okay, let me click on apply. Okay, please verify all refresh times are valid. Okay, okay, we got one error stating that. So we have applied multiple times. Okay, so let me take this off. Let me remove this. We can remove this and click on apply. So that what happens whenever the refresh fails, we get the message, we get the mail from the Microsoft stating that your manufacturing cost and production analytics is failed. Okay, and also we get the reasons. Okay, and expand the data connections. Okay, what do we have? Disconnect this item from the data sources if it is edited by anyone who does not have permission to use its data connection. For example, someone from some other organization or within the organization, so they got admin permission by mistake. Okay, so they try to edit this semantic model. Most of the times, 99%, we would not be giving permission to anybody in the organization, but someone. Okay, so when we turn this on, so others cannot edit. Okay, others cannot edit. And also we have another option called as approved for Copilot. Okay, let me click on enable and click on apply. Okay, what is Copilot? Okay, so we are discussing about many times what is a Copilot. Okay, so what happens? So both of them are you remember that Fantas2, okay, is the domain name. So I'm in Chandra. Okay, I'm in Chandra. So let me go to another Google. Okay, I'm in data analytics and BI. Okay, it is also Fantas2. Okay, so because I want to show what are all the permissions that we can give. Okay, either ways we can give permissions. Okay, so what I can do. So for example, if someone is trying to give me the permission, okay, someone is trying to give me the permission. What we are looking into? Okay, we are looking into the permission. Okay, approved for Copilot. So what I do, so I can enter the permission. Okay, you see manage access. Okay, we are trying to give the workspace access. Okay, we are trying to give the workspace access. Click on the manage access. You see Chandra Nitturi is already, I'm the owner. Okay, so what do we have? We have data analytics and BI. So for example, I want to give permission. Okay, permission to this. What I can do to this workspace? Okay, I can add the person. Okay, make the person as admin and click on OK. So let us test. For now, let us test. Okay, let us test. Let me go to another Google and click on the workspaces. Okay, and let me refresh the page first. Okay, let's see whether this account is going to get CoolBev or not. Okay, let me click on workspaces. Okay, now you see previously we do not have CoolBev. Let me click on the CoolBev manufacturing analytics. Now you see I am able to see everything because this is a workspace access. Okay, there are again, how do we restrict the report? Okay, there are few ways to restricting the report. Okay, how do we restrict the report? How do you restrict the report? The first and foremost way of restricting the data in the report, okay, data in the report, restricting data in the report is by implementing RLS, row level security. So what is RLS? Based on the roles and responsibilities, okay, roles and responsibilities, okay, responsibilities and privileges of the employee, okay, in the organization, we restrict the data. How do we restrict the data? So we restrict the data in the desktop. Okay, in the desktop, we restrict the data in the desktop. Okay, so how do we restrict? So based on the region that the person is working, based on the country that the sales agent is working, what do we have? Based on any state Okay, so based on the privileges, okay, I am the manager, I look into the state Maharashtra, for example. Okay, so what do? We give only the state equal to for my name. So you give state equal to MH. So that based on the Maharashtra, I will be only able to see when I open the report in my desktop, I would be able to see only Maharashtra's data. Okay, only Maharashtra's data. Okay, now you see 6:30. You see it got triggered. Okay, it is 6:31 now. Now you see manufacturing cost and production analytics got triggered. Now you see little buffering. Okay, now you see little buffering. Okay, it is loading. Okay, the data set is getting updated, refreshed. Okay, updated. So what is the next thing? Okay, the next thing is that, okay, report level restriction. Report level restriction. Okay, report level restriction. For example, there are many teams available. Okay, what are all the teams? For example, finance team, sales team, marketing team. Okay, marketing team, or some other healthcare domain. Okay, pharma team, for example, pharma team, or some other team. Okay, supply chain team, or HR team. So there are multiple teams available in the organization, multiple domains that we are working for the organization. Okay, so what do we need to do? We need to create the workspaces for each and every domain. Okay, what do? First thing is that workspace. We create workspace. What is a workspace? Workspace is like a WhatsApp group. Okay, so what do we see? Workspace: friends group, family group, apartment group, area group, colony group. Okay, Cheddi gang. Okay, something like that. 10th class, intermediate, or graduation. So what do? So the people from 10th class will not be involved in the people of your organization. Okay, your office group. Okay, you do not. So what do? We restrict them. Okay, 10th class friends should be in the 10th class group. Okay, batch number 2010 to 2012. Okay, something like that. Okay, if you are 10th class. So workspace is like a group. Okay, workspace is like a group. We create workspaces for the finance, sales, marketing, pharma, supply chain. Okay, something like this. So that each and every report, okay, finance report should be in the finance workspace only. Okay, in the technical terminology, workspace is called as a container. Okay, workspace is called as a container. Okay, if you take any community, for example, if you take any community, okay, in your area, okay, if you are living in some other Madhapur or some area, okay, Pune, Mumbai, so you take one community, that community has many buildings. Okay, that community has many buildings. I'm trying to make it easy for you to understand. Okay, that community has many buildings. Okay, so many buildings. Okay, each building, for example, each building is an apartment. Each apartment, the flats are owned by the owners. Okay, again, apps. This community is the Power BI service. Many buildings are like a workspaces. App, okay, flat is like a, we create the application now. Okay, we create the application. So what do? Only the owners of that particular 301 or 30 flat of the third floor can access. They have only their key. Okay, they do not have their neighbor's key to open and go. Okay, only the thief can enter. So thief is like cyber attack. Okay, cyber attack. Thief are like cyber attack in the technical terminology. So like that, we have the workspaces. Okay, so what do we do in the workspace? We publish the reports in the workspaces. Okay, for example, so what do we have here? So we have many reports. First thing, let us go one by one. Okay, first thing, let us go one by one. What is the first thing that we want to go? So we want to go through. Now you see it is refreshing. Still it is refreshing. Okay, so you can go to the schedule refresh and click on the refresh history. Okay, you would see show scheduled. Now you see it is scheduled. It is called as a schedule refresh. Start time, it started at 6:31. Okay, 6:31, and it is in progress. It is not ended. It is in progress. Probably it is taking good amount of time. Okay, in the evening time, it is taking time to refresh. Okay, so let me go here. First of all, let us discuss about. Okay, first of all, let us discuss about report restriction. It's not the data report restriction. So how do you restrict the report? Okay, how do you restrict the report? For example, if you see here, so in the Cool Wave manufacturing analytics, okay, so what do we have? We have manufacturing cost, manufacturing unit performance analytics. Okay, let me also publish another report. Okay, let me also publish. So what is, yeah, let me also publish this pharma sales dashboard. Okay, click on this. One more thing to remember. Okay, one more thing to remember. Whatever the page that you are in, okay, whatever the page that you are in, if you publish the report to the cloud, when the people open in the organization, the sales overview or whatever the page you have published, that page would be the landing page. Okay, let me click on publish report. Okay, let me click on publish report. So what do we need to do? So let us publish this report to Cool Wave Manufacturing Analytics platform. For example, we have multiple reports in a single workspace. Okay, multiple domain reports in the single workspace. For example, think, yes, it is published. Okay, yes, it is success. Go to that service and click on refresh. Okay, we published one report called as Pharma Sales Dashboard. Okay, yes, the Pharma Sales Dashboard is also published. Okay, okay, let me go to another report called as Insurance Premium and Payout KPI Dashboard, Finance domain. Let me also publish it to the same workspace. Okay, same workspace. Click on Cool Wave. Okay, let me click on OK. So what we are discussing now, we are discussing about the report level restriction. Yes, it is published. Let me go here, click on refresh. Okay, so how do we restrict the report? Okay, how do we restrict the report? Report level restriction is done. Okay, for example, so in the manage access, so who are all have the access to this? Okay, so data analytics and BI has access. Okay, when I open, okay, when I refresh, now you see pharma sales and other, now you see it is loaded. Okay, pharma sales, it is loaded. Okay, let me click on refresh. Okay, let me click on refresh. Yes, now you see insurance premium report is I'm able to access, I mean the other user, because I gave admin for the workspace. Okay, what did I do? I gave admin for the workspace, so that whatever the reports available in the workspace, the admin can see. Okay, workspace level access. This is called as workspace level access. Okay, what is this? This is called as workspace level access. So I gave for the data analytics and BI, I gave admin. So whatever the reports published into this workspace, data analytics and BI can see, okay, can see the report, can edit the report. Okay, admin can have all the access. So I can go to any report, okay, insurance premium and payout. Okay, I can click on edit because I'm the admin. Okay, data analytics and BI is the admin, so that he can make any changes that he wants to make, he can make it. Data analytics and BI can make it. He can also delete. Okay, now you see, I have the option to delete. Okay, what do we have? I have the option to delete. I can delete. Okay, and now you see, I'm also able to see the refresh. Okay, it is triggered in the Chandra. It is triggered by the Chandra, but data analytics and BI is able to see the refresh. Okay, I can delete it. Okay, the first one is admin. No, I do not want to give him. I do not want data analytics and BI to make the changes. What I want to do, I want to make some changes to go to manage access and make this person as contributor. Okay, make this person as contributor. But before making the contributor, what I want to do here is let me create the application. Okay, because there is an interlink. What we are discussing? Report level restriction. Okay, let me write, okay, reports. Okay, let me give the description as reports. Okay, I can also add the app logo. I can also select the theme. What is the theme? When someone is trying to open the report, they are going to get, let me show that what is the app theme. Okay, advanced option. I can also go show Copilot in the app navigation. Let's see what is the use of this. Okay. Let me click on add content. Why the next step is add content. Okay, content. What does it mean? So what we are trying to do, I would like to add the reports into this. Okay, let me add 4 reports available. Okay, I do not want to show CoolBev analytics metrics because that is the semantic model. I do not want to show this semantic model to the employees working in the organization. Okay, what is the next thing? Audience. Okay, what I did, whatever the reports available in the workspace, I added in the content. Okay, in the audience, what I can do, I can create the audience. Okay, so let me make it as, okay, let me double click. Okay, make this as finance. Okay, make the audience name as finance. Okay, and click on enter. So what I can do, I can hide other 3 reports, CoolBev reports, okay, FMCG reports, and I can only unhide. Okay, I can only show this report. Now what I can do, let me add data analytics and BI. Okay, let me add data analytics and BI here. Okay, specific user, and click on publish this app. Okay, publish this app. The thing is that, okay, the thing is that, okay, let's see what is the what is the behavior in the data analytics and BI. Okay, let me click on the refresh. So what do we need to do? We need to send the app link to the users in the organization. Copy this, go here and paste it over here, because this is the link that the person is going to access. Okay, now you see what is the theme color that we selected. Okay, the theme color that we selected, you see the orange color. When the report is opened by the user, he can see that orange color. Now you got one doubt. Okay, you only gave permission to insurance premium and payout. Why these 3 reports are also he is able to see? Because, okay, because this data analytics and BI is the workspace he added in the workspace. Okay, the person is added in the workspace. So that is the reason the data analytics and BI is able to see all the reports. What do we need to do? Click on the manage access. Okay, remove this. Okay, remove this and go here. Okay, go here and refresh. Okay, go here and refresh. Let's see. Okay, let's see. Let me click on this. Whether I'm able to see? No. Now you see, it may have been deleted or you may not have the access to view it. Okay, so what I did, I removed that data analytics and BI as the workspace, okay, from the workspace permission. Now this person is not able to see. But when the person click on finance, okay, now you see Copilot is enabled. Okay, the person is able to use the Copilot. Okay, the person is able to use the Copilot. What do you see here? If I disable in the manage access, sorry, in the update app, okay, if I disable in the advanced setting, if I disable the show Copilot navigation, click on update app. Okay, click on update app, copy this and go here. Okay, go here and paste it. The person, data analytics and BI will not be able to see the Copilot. Okay, now you see, doesn't have any permission. Send request. Okay, doesn't have any permission. You can send the request. Okay, so let me paste it again. Okay, so let me write, I would like to access the report. Access the report. Let me click on send request. Okay, let me click on send request. So go to workspace. Now you see the CoolBev is not able to accessed by the data analytics and BI. Let me go to Chandra. Okay, let me go to Chandra and click on Power BI. Okay, go to CoolBev manufacturing. You see you have app pending access to grant permission. Okay, you will only get when within the organization. You see pending request. What is the pending request? Data analytics and BI would like to access this report. Okay, pending request. What do you need to do? You need to approve this. Okay, to the audience. There are 2 audience available. What is the audience? Click on the finance and grant access. Okay, I can go here. Okay, I can go to apps. Okay, refresh it. Okay, refresh it. Click on the apps. Okay, or let me go here or paste the link. Okay, now the person is able to access only the insurance report. Okay, data analytics and BI is able to access only the insurance report. So this is creating the app, what it is called as creating the app. So what is the usage of creating app? Report can be restricted. Okay, for example, in future, okay, let me add one more audience, make it as pharma sales. Pharma sales. Okay, pharma sales team. Okay, pharma sales team would like to access. Let me disable all. Okay, unhide, hide. Okay, only pharma sales. What do you need to do? You need to add only data analytics. Okay, data analytics and click on update and click on OK. Okay, so the pharma sales team would access the report. Let me click on refresh. Okay, pharma sales. Okay, pharma sales people can access the report. Okay, now you see finance. Next one is pharma sales. Okay, so pharma sales report can be accessed. Now you see pharma sales reports are accessed. So this is the report level restriction. Okay, we can create many audience. Okay, we can create many audience. This is report level restriction. Next one is any doubts till now? All of you, any doubts?
No, sir.
Okay, so this is, yeah, Mahesh, any doubts?
Sir, these are all related to Power BI admin only, right?
Yes, these are all related to administration. So
Right.
as a BI developer, you need to develop the report. You need to look into the query development. And once you publish the report, you need to look into the administration of the cloud. So the role of the BI developer includes Power BI administration also. Okay, you also need to take care of giving access, creating the workspaces, and also managing the workspace, restricting the data, restricting the reports. So these are all included in the administration.
Okay, sir.
Yeah. Okay. The next level is, okay, the next level is roles. Okay, Power BI administration roles. So how do you get to know what are all the roles? Okay, roles of workspace. Okay, actually it is called as workspace roles. Okay, workspace roles in Power BI. Okay, workspace roles in Power BI. So there are 4 roles available. Okay, there are 4 roles available. The first one is admin. Okay, first one is admin. Second one is member. Third one is contributor. Fourth one is viewer. Okay, the first one, admin, has all the capabilities of updating and deleting the workspace, the one which we have seen recently. Let us go through it again. Okay, what is the role of admin? Update and delete the workspace. Let us go through it. Okay, let us go again. Okay, let us go again. So let me go here, copy this. Okay, so from not in here, go to another one. Okay, go to another one, click on this data analyst and BI. What I'm doing, okay, in the Chandra, okay, I'm giving manage access, click on manage access, click on add people and copy this. Okay, paste it. First is admin. Okay, what is the first option that is available for the role? Update and delete the workspace. I gave data analytics. Okay, I gave data analytics as an admin. So what I can do, the data analytics and BI can update and delete the workspace. Okay, what I can do, I can go to workspace setting. Okay, in the workspace setting, you cannot directly delete the workspace by clicking on the workspaces and clicking on 3 dots. Okay, you need to go to workspace setting. Then scroll down. You have an option called as remove this workspace. Okay, you have an option called as remove this workspace. Okay, so as we are in data analytics and BI, I can delete this workspace. Okay, this is the first rule. What is the first rule? Update and delete the workspace. Second one, add or remove any user into the workspace. Yes, let me go here. Go to workspace setting, not the workspace setting. Go to manage access, click on the add people and add any people over here. Okay, any people with the Fenta in your organization, you can add any people. Okay, the second one. And what is the third one? Allow contributor to update the app for workspace. Add member or others with lower permission. Yes, we can do that. Publish and unpublish. Okay, we can also publish the report and we can also unpublish the report to that workspace. Okay, to that workspace. Okay, let us do some changes. Okay, let us make member. Okay, for the admin, yes, we are able to do all the changes. Go to here again, go to Power BI workspace and click on the manage access. Here for the data analytics and BI, make the person as member. After admin, the next level is member. Okay, next level is member. Okay, what I did, I made a data analytics and BI as the member. Let me go here and refresh. Okay, until and unless we refresh, the changes would affect. Okay, yes, I can update. Yes, for the admin, for the member, yes, I can update the app. Okay, what is the next thing? Okay, what is the role that we have for the contributor, for the member? Okay, I can update the app. You see, update the app, it is available for the member. You see, it is available for the member. Okay, I can update the app. Okay, I can update the app. I can click on update. Yes, update the app. For the data analytics and BI, yes, the person can update the app. Okay, what is the next thing? Okay, what is the next thing role? Okay, update the app. Till here we have the common. Okay, add member, other people. Yes, I can go to BI, click on the manage access, add people. Yes, I can add some other people. Okay, yes, I can add the people. Member can add the people. Okay, member can add the people. Member can delete the reports and delete the data set. Okay, member can delete the report and delete the data set. Member can also publish the report. Okay, member can also from the desktop. Okay, the person can also publish the report. Okay, add member. Okay, he can add another member. For example, let us do one thing. Okay, let us do one thing. So let me go here, manage workspace. Okay, so click on add people. Okay, click on add people. I can add some other people. Okay, I can add, let me click on some other people. Okay, I can add people. Okay, member. Okay, I can add contributor. I can add viewer. Okay, I can add to this workspace. This is the second one. And what is the next thing that we have? Okay, we can update it. Okay, till here we have all the permission. Okay, till here, okay, we have permission for member. Okay, from here, okay, from here we have the permission for member. Okay, from here, from the third one, allow contributor to update. Okay, from here we have the tick mark. Yes, we can do it. Let us do one change. Let us go here. Click on the workspace, not workspace setting. Click on the manage access. Make him as contributor. The next one is make the person as contributor. Now you observe, what do you have? Update app, manage access, workspace setting. 3 options are available. Let me click on refresh. You remember this. Okay. Yes, 3 options are available. Update app, manage access, and workspace setting. Let me click on manage access. Okay. Now you see, I'm not able to, data analytics and BI is not able to add the person. Okay. The data analytics and BI, I'm not able to add people or group in the workspace setting. And let me click on whether I'm able to delete it or not. Yes, I'm able to delete. Okay. For now, let me try deleting pharma sales dashboard. Okay, let's see whether we are able to delete or not. Okay, now you see we are getting one error message. This data set cannot be deleted because it is included in the published app. Try again after unpublishing app or updating the app after removing all the related content. So what it is saying, delete the report in the, okay, now you see, we are not able to update. You do not have any dashboard or reports that can be shared through apps. Note, content originating from the organization content pack cannot be shared through the app. So the contributor is not able to update the app. Okay, workspace setting. Yes, there is no permission to make any workspace setting. No options are enabled or disabled. Okay, no permission. Okay, no permission. So this is updating app. Okay, now you observe update app, manage app. Let us go here and let's check what are all the available. So if it is only available, so he can update the app. Share items. Okay, contributors and viewers also share items in the workspace or in the app, including semantic model. If the creator select allow user to share the semantic model. Okay, what it is saying. So if I go to update app, okay, in the audience, okay, in the advanced option, if you give allow people to share the data set in this audience, allow people to build the content in the audience, yes, they can do that. If not, they will not be able to do that. In the content, in the setup, let us see that. Okay, in the advanced option, what do we have? Show items, contact, show specific individual. So what do you see? Show copilot. If we disable or enable, we will get this option, copilot. Okay, and collapse navigation pane by default. What is a navigation pane? The one which you see when you open any application, you see this one, navigation pane, the one which you see, this is navigation. If it is enabled, you can enable, you can see this. Okay, if it is disabled, you will not be able to see the navigation. Okay, that is the option. Install this app automatically. This is global. Allow users to make a copy of the report. If you allow users, yes, you can allow. Okay, this is what the permissions that you can give. Okay, now what do we need to do? Now you remember, now you see update app, manage access workspace setting in the data analytics and BI. You see this, okay? You see this. Now let me go to Chandra. Okay, click on the manage access, make the person as viewer. Okay, make the person as viewer. Refresh. Now you see update manage workspace. Okay, let me click on refresh. Okay, now you see update app manage access is gone. Viewer doesn't have any permissions. Workspace setting, no, he can only view. The viewer would not have permission to change any changes. Okay, he cannot edit, he can just see. Okay, he can just view the reports. If I click on three dots, nothing. Okay, delete option. We are not able to delete. We are not able to get any delete option. Anything it is not, we are not able to get anything. Okay, viewer will not be having any permissions. Only the viewer can only see the data. Okay, these are all the permissions that we have. Okay, these are all the permissions that we have. This is the roles of the, okay, this is the workspace roles. Okay, what is this called as workspace roles? Okay, this is about the Power BI service. Okay, this is about Power BI service. Any doubts till now? Any doubts?
Sir,
Yeah.
in your workspace, we are having many reports. So, in order to schedule a refresh every time, we need to install a gateway.
No. There is no need of installing the gateway every time. Once you install the gateway, that is enough. That works for the data set
All
that you
reports.
have in your organization or in the system.
Okay.
One gateway is enough. Yeah, others, any doubts, please.
Per gateway, for prep data only we need gateway, no?
Yes, only on-premise data sources that is used by the organization. For them only the gateway is required. If your data is in cloud, there is no need of gateway. If the organization is using Azure or AWS or some other cloud platforms, then no need of gateways. Any other doubts? We have one concept left. Okay. So let us go through one last concept in the Power BI service. So let us go through one last concept in Power BI service. So that is called as a deployment pipelines. Okay. That is called as an advanced concept, which none of them would explain. So what is that called as? Deployment pipelines. So what is a deployment pipeline? Okay. So if you are in IT industry, any IT industry, or if you are developing any project, you are writing something, you are developing something, okay, anything that you are working. So there are three environments available. Okay, there are three environments available. So the first environment, okay, when you are developing any project, when you are developing any report, okay, that development goes into dev environment. Okay, that is development environment. Just a second. Yeah, I'm sorry. So what do we have? In any IT industry that we go through, okay, there are three environments available. The first environment is development environment. So what do we do in the development environment? Whatever the project that we are developing, okay, whatever the project that we are building, we are implementing, we are developing the project or the report, okay, that report goes to the dev environment. Okay, that report goes to the dev environment. In Power BI, it is called as a dev workspace. Okay, in Power BI, it is called as a dev workspace. The second environment is testing environment. Okay, yes, after the development, okay, the report is developed or the project is developed. So what do we do after the development? The unit testing happens. Okay, unit testing. What is a unit testing? Within the team leader, team manager, okay, within the team, the project will be reviewed. Okay, project review. So simply project or report review. Project or report review. Yes, as per the rules and regulations or as per the requirement, okay, yes, the project is good or the report is good, then that report goes into the testing environment. Okay, testing environment. What happens in the testing environment? The UAT happens, user acceptance testing. Okay, user acceptance testing. So what do we have in the user acceptance testing? So user test, okay, user is nothing but the client, okay, or business owner, or stakeholder. What does he do? So he tests, or the client tests the report or the project, whether as per the document that the client gave, whether this report is following or not, or any font size that he want to increase or decrease, or any color changes that they want to make some changes, or any data that they want to implement, or any calculation that they want to us to make. Okay, so color, size, okay, so whatever calculation, okay, calculation, or the output is as per the data validation. Okay, they also do data validation. Okay, yes, the report is good, or we want to make some changes, then again it comes back to us stating that okay, these many changes that you need to do. So what do we do? Again, we make changes. Okay, what do? We do not directly publish that report to the testing. Okay, when we publish that report to the testing, okay, then there will be changes in, then there will be something issue. Okay, then there will be issue. Or for example, yes, that report is tested by the user or the client. Then we got approval from the client stating that, okay, move it to the production. The third environment is production. Okay, third environment is production environment. So what we got approval from the client stating that, okay, move it to the production. Yes, we moved, okay, it to the production. Okay, after 1 month or 2 months, we got one issue stating that, okay, this is the issue that we have got. Can you please make some changes? Okay, what do? We get the report from the production. Okay, after making changes, after reviewing it, we do not directly publish this report to the production. Okay, what do? We follow deployment pipeline. We follow deployment pipeline. Why deployment pipeline? In order to overcome the issues like version control. So we can go for version control. Why version control? So it can go through the pipeline. Okay, we will maintain some pipeline. Okay, so every day, what do? So if we make any changes to the report, it should go to the development environment. Through the deployment pipelines, it should only go through the testing. Again, through the deployment pipeline, it should go through the production environment, so that three of the environments would be on a single page, on the same page. Okay, on the same page. So that is the reason, in order to overcome such issues, we implement the deployment pipelines. So how do we create deployment pipelines? Let us see that. Okay, how do we create the deployment pipelines? Let us see that. So here, if you see, click on more three dots. You have an option called as deployment pipelines. Okay, you have an option called as deployment pipelines. So what do you see? New pipeline, assign the workspace, second step. Third one, develop and test your content. Fourth one, share with your user. Click on the new pipeline. Okay, what is the pipeline that you want to add? Okay, so let me add Cool Bev pipeline. Okay, Cool Bev manufacturing pipeline. Okay, by manufacturing pipeline. So we can add the description. Yes, we can have the manufacturing reports, okay, cost reports, price reports, okay, price, and what is the next thing? Production reports, okay, production, and click on next. Okay, click on next. So what do we have? So we got development. There are three environments available. Okay, development environment. Second one is testing environment. Third one is production environment. Okay, development, testing, and production environment. If you do not want any one of the environments, for example, you want to have only two environments, test and production. Yes, you can delete development environment. Or you do not want test environment. Only you want to develop the report in the development environment and also test the reports, test the project in the development. Yes, you can do that. Okay. So, but as per the rule, we can have three environments. Let me click on create and continue. Okay. So now you see the new environment, it is created. Okay, the deployment pipeline is created. Let me enable or disable. Okay, this is the new deployment pipeline. Okay, if I enable, now we are going to get new deployment pipelines. Okay, let me disable this and click on. Okay, we are only getting Microsoft Fabric practice. Okay, only one workspace we are getting. Okay, why only one workspace we are getting? So let me do one thing, right click on the duplicate. Okay, right click and click on the duplicate. Because in order to work on the deployment pipelines, the workspace should maintain the capacity, okay, the version. Let me click on the workspace setting, license info. Let's see what is the license info. Now you see, for the pro user cannot create the deployment pipelines. Okay, click on the edit and make the person as premium per user or the Fabric trial version. Okay, let me click on start license. Let me click on continue. Okay, for this workspace, okay, we gave premium per user license. Okay, now you see we only got Fabric. Let me click on refresh. Let's see whether we are able to get that workspace or not. Okay, Let me click on this. Now you see, now we got CoolBev Manufacturing Analytics Platform. Click on this. Okay, let me click on Assign Workspace. Now you see, let me click on Workspaces. There are only, you remember, there are only 3 workspaces. Okay, let me click on Assign Workspace. Yes, we assigned it. Okay, click on Show More. So these are all the reports and the data sets available. Okay, these are all the reports, data sets available. Now you see test environment. Let me click on this. If you want to name anything, okay, if you want to name anything, you can name it. Okay, let me name this as any CoolBev. Okay, CoolBev hyphen test. Okay, and let me write something. Okay, if you set as public, everyone can see. Do not want to do that. Okay, so what do you do? How do you deploy the reports? You check the content, you check the report and the data set. Both you need to check. Okay, so let me exclude. Okay, let us do that. Let me click on all the data set plus reports. Okay, click on that. Whatever the reports that we want to deploy, yes, click on that. You see 10 selected. Okay, 5 reports plus 5 data sets. Click on deploy. Okay, it is asking us continue deployment in case 1 or more items fail. Okay, let me click on continue deploy. Now it is loading, copying the content to this workspace. Okay, let it load. Okay, let it load. It takes time because we are deploying 5 reports. So that is the reason it takes little time. Whatever the workspace that you see the diamond symbol, okay, whichever the workspace you see the diamond symbol, then that workspace got the permission premium per user or premium per capacity. Okay, premium per user or premium per capacity. So what I said, you remember there are only 3 workspaces. Now you see we got one more workspace. Okay, CoolBev Manufacturing Analytics Platform, CoolBev hyphen test. Okay, what is the name? CoolBev hyphen test. Now you see we got a workspace created separately. We did not create. We are trying to deploy the reports, but automatically it is creating the workspace. Okay, either ways we can do it. We can click on the new workspace and deploy the reports, or we can deploy it directly. Now you see it is saying go to workspace. Okay, let me click on go to workspace. Okay, now you see we got the reports. Okay, we got all the reports available in the workspace. Okay, testing environment. Okay, test workspace. So we developed that. Now it is being pulled into test. Okay, we do not have that. This is the data set. Let me click on the any report. So we got some issue. So maybe due to RLS or something like that. Okay. So we have got issue, but this is how it goes. Okay. And again, yes, we only published or we only deployed it to the testing. Let me go to the deployment pipelines again. So what do we need to do? You see the production. Okay. You see the production. Now you see the production. So what we can do? So expand, show more, and select all the reports and also the data sets. If you do not want few reports, do not check. Okay, do not include. Okay, click on this and click on the deploy. Okay, if you would like to add notes, okay, deploying. Okay, what you can add? Deploying this project to the test, to the production. Okay, so what you can do? Got approval from the client. Okay, yes, got approval from the client. What do you add? You can add the incident number. Okay, incident number, request number, or any ticket related to this project. Okay, and what do you do? So in the next moment, when you try to, okay, let me click on deploy. When you try to analyze something, okay, with the proof, you got some proof, okay, the other people or your manager goes to that request, okay, it is been approved, okay, so you have some proof, okay, now it is getting moved into the production, okay, from Power BI desktop, okay, we do not directly publish this report to the production after making changes in future. What do? We publish this report to after making changes, we publish this report to development environment. From development, we use deployment pipelines, and that report is deployed into the testing. Yes, once we get confirmation from the client, then that report would go to production. Okay, now you see, let me click on the workspace. Okay, it is created. Yes, it is created. Now you see production. Yes, it is created. Now the reports are getting deployed. Okay, the reports are getting deployed. Okay, now you see the reports are getting deployed. Let's wait for a few seconds. Let it get deployed. Then there will be a clean, okay, there will be a pipeline between the reports, so that the reports will not be, we will not be having any issues in further in when we work on the project. Go to workspace. Yes, the reports are being migrated to this workspace. Okay, click on the workspace setting, maybe due to license. Let me check the license info. Okay, yes, it is premium per user. Now we got all the reports. Okay, now we got, click on the deployment pipeline. Same thing, same permission. If you give member contributor, they may or may not see the deployment pipelines. Even though if they see, they will not be able to deploy the reports. Okay, now you see we got. So you see, okay, we can compare this. Okay, we can also click on this. We can compare, we can unassign, update the app, we can go through the settings. Okay, now you see everything is perfectly matching. Okay, tick mark, yes, it is published. Okay, yes, yes, it is deployed. Okay, this is about the deployment pipelines. So what we can do here, go to settings. Okay, so we have the description, and let me go to, we can also delete the pipelines over here. So let me click on the production. Okay, show more. Yes, we can see the number of reports, and it is published reports, and the data set is published. Click on the three dots. Okay, if you want to unassign workspace, yes, you can unassign workspace. You can click on the deployment history. Okay, click on the deployment history. What do you see? You see the production deployed to production. You also have the note. Okay, click on this note. Now you see deploying this project to the production, got approval from the client, incident number, request, or ticket. Okay, we can verify in the future.